Now that the verdict has been confirmed as guilty, I will inform you of your punishment. Ren from Class 1B, you have violated Clause 1 of the handbook. No magic or violence will be used outside their designated areas. The woman's clear and strict voice echoed throughout the air. Tilting my head upwards, I saw a room resembling a courtroom with countless chairs and desks spread around it. In front of me, the woman speaking had a placard on her desk. Student Council President. The Celestial Institute for Heroes finds you guilty of violating Rule 1, and you, Ren Montclair, will be. What was I sentenced to what? What the hell did I do? The last thing I remembered was the sight of a truck nearing me until my vision blanked out. Did I die? If so, is this heaven? I looked around, momentarily confused, before I spotted a familiar face. It wasn't a face I had ever seen, yet I knew exactly who its owner was. How could I not? The facial structure, hair color, eye color, and everything had been described to me countless times. It had been explained to me in a book. Liam, the protagonist of the book How to Survive at the Heroes Academy, was sitting only a few feet away from me. Having read the book countless times, I immediately started racking my memories to see if there was ever a situation like this, and after a moment, I realized. The Academy accepts both nobles and commoners and says that your social status doesn't matter within the Academy. However, most nobles refuse to accept this, leading to countless disputes with the commoners. During the first 10 chapters of the book, the protagonist, Liam, gets involved in one of these class disputes as a noble attacks him in public for no reason, and then he goes to trial as a victim. I glanced at Liam, who was glaring at me. Wait, if he's glaring at me, does that mean? As more knowledge of the book came rushing through my head, I realized my situation. Ren, a noble who attacks Liam for no reason besides jealousy, will get expelled by the school, and it is later mentioned that his father disowned him. Besides this, Ren is never mentioned throughout the other 1,500 chapters of the book. The typical cocky noble who attempts to hurt the protagonist but instead gets punished. A character solely used to develop the protagonist's personality and display his kindness to the book's readers. This was the character I was currently possessing. I looked down at the polished desk before me, and through my reflection, I noticed that my face was completely different from my past life. Surprisingly, I wasn't at all bad-looking. However, my face was a bit overweight. I could tell that I was one of those spoiled noble characters. The student council president, whom I had previously ignored, directly addressed me, snapping me out of my thoughts. Ren, do you understand? As punishment, you will be immediately demoted to Class 1D and have a week's suspension to consider your actions. To return to school, you must write a 10,000-word essay on why what you did was wrong. In a low, timid voice, I responded. Yes. My response shocked the teachers present, who were on guard. They seemed to think I would attack the president or something to overturn my punishment. To be fair, the character I was possessing did that. After receiving word of his punishment, Ren would immediately start blasting spells and causing chaos, leading to his immediate expulsion from the school. The idiot thought attacking everyone would help his situation. I pity him. However, this time I was in control, not Ren, so I decided to accept the week of suspension gracefully. After all, why would I give up the opportunity to attend the most prestigious academy in the world? Surprised by my sudden change in attitude, the student council president stammered. Your suspension starts now. Please pack up from the dormitory and leave within the hour. After that, she seemed to address the two students sitting on my right and left. Jean and Han. These two were so insignificant that their names weren't mentioned once in the novel. They were referred to as Ren's sidekicks. Zai. I scoffed. My situation was terrible as I reincarnated as a stupid antagonist instead of a primary cast member, but at least my noble status gave me money. Those two had nothing, and like the cliché, their only goal in life was to leech off me. Jean and Han, you two will be suspended for 3 days for collaborating with Ren on this act. After the student council president stopped speaking, I could hear spectators voice their complaints about how they could dare take a commoner's side. I mean, Ren did randomly attack him with no warning in the middle of the school, but I wasn't going to complain that people were supporting my actions. Hearing all the commotion, beside the student council president, another prominent figure from the story emerged, the school's principal. Her firm, strict voice reverberated throughout the room, immediately shutting all whispers. Upon entering this academy, all students are treated equally regardless of their family or social status. Noble or commoner, there is no difference. What a damn lie. Seeing that the trial was over, I left the courtroom and headed toward the dorm building. Interacting with people more than necessary could cause them to realize something was up with me, so I had to limit my interactions. Surprisingly, I had some memories of Ren as I knew exactly where my room, bag, and other items were. Entering my dorm room, I surprisingly saw a maid packing my items. Even if I was a third-rate villain, I was at least a noble, so money wouldn't be a problem. Besides changing my fate of expulsion into a simple suspension, I decided that there was no need for me to change the story. After all, even without me, this story had a cliché happy ending in which the protagonist defeated the Demon King with his heroines. Living in obscurity with the money from my father wouldn't be bad after all. However, that didn't mean I was going to slack off. Even if there was a happy ending for the main cast, that didn't mean that it was 100% that nothing terrible would happen to me. I needed some protection. Looking at my overweight body in the dorm's mirror, I realized that some severe training would be necessary. By training, I meant using the knowledge I had gained from my book to gather overpowered items. And when else to do it? The school suspended me, so this would be the perfect time to get some fantastic items. While thinking over some items the protagonist never used, one item immediately came to mind. This item was obtained by some villain that was defeated within a chapter, so it wouldn't matter if I took it. However, this item was never terrible, the villain didn't know how to use it correctly. The protagonist also discarded the item, thinking it was trash because the villain owned it. However, later in the story, it was revealed that the item was overpowered. There was a whole arc where the main character tried to search for it, but ultimately, he didn't find it. However, the book mentioned where the item was originally, before the original villain got it. After awkwardly waiting for the maid to finish packing my items, I grabbed my trunk and headed to the school gates. On the way to the school gates, I saw some teachers closely monitoring me with dark expressions. I guess they still thought I was going to cause trouble or something. It was probably suspicious to them that an arrogant student like me just accepted a punishment instead of trying to dispute it with a fight or something. Once again, the stupidity of third-rate villain characters dawned on me. If you don't like the punishment, then break more rules, surely that will make them lower your punishment. Using Ren's memories, I immediately recalled the name of the person standing in front of me before I had been with my family, even before my birth, and he was assigned to be my butler. His name was Janda. Since he had raised me from birth, it was very likely that he would notice that I wasn't Ren, so I decided to put on my arrogant noble act. Maybe reading countless stories about nobles and commoners was useful. Instead of greeting Janda, patiently waiting outside the horse carriage, I arrogantly nodded and went inside. Thankfully, Janda didn't notice anything as he entered the carriage moments after me. Looking at him sitting across from me, Janda's expression was grim and sad. Was he disappointed in me or what? After a few moments of silence, the horse carriage began moving, and Janda spoke. "Master, your father has asked that I deliver this letter to you." Father. The father of Ren, the character I possess, is a very influential figure throughout the book. Eugene Montclair. During the first war between demons and humans, 7 prominent families emerged in the chaos, leading humanity to a partial victory. My father was included in one of those 7 families and is known famously for his cruelty and strict behavior. In the original story, after Ren is expelled from the school, Eugene goes so far as to disown his son, his blood. Eugene had taken everything away from his child just because of an expulsion at some school. However, that wasn't even the worst part. Eugene monitored the academy for talents worthy of joining his knight order, and to no one's surprise, Liam was the first person to catch his attention. From then on, Eugene personally mentored Liam to help him hone his talent and even financially supported him through his school life. Yes, the same person who ignored and abandoned his genetic son gave up his precious time train and honed some random person he met through the academy. Not even a random person, Eugene treated the person who got his son, Ren, expelled from school far more like a child than he ever did to Ren. I fondly remember laughing at this ironic turn of events, but now that I was experiencing, I realized how fucked up it was. I honestly began feeling bad for Ren. Imagine seeing your father spend the time you desperately craved with your arch-rival. Calming my nerves a bit, I opened up the letter from my father. Dear former son. What you have done has not simply resulted in your suspension, your actions have disgraced the entire family name. I realize now that I have been far too lenient with your upbringing, however, it is too late to change that now. This is the last time that you disgrace the family with your actions. After having given everything to you since birth, instead of being grateful, you insult others who did not have the same opportunity. And finally, even with all the resources expended on you, you are still lost to that commoner. The last name of Montclair is wasted on you. Do not ever think of returning to the family estate after this. After discussing it with the other family members, we have decided to strip you of the Montclair name. From now on, your name is Wren. That is all. Rather than being disappointed or sad at this news, I was filled with rage. This accursed person was my father. Feeling Wren's emotions overwhelm me for a second, my legs started shaking uncontrollably with a mix of sadness and shame. Recalling Wren's childhood memories, I relived all of Wren's past terrible actions, including how he looked down on his servants and treated everyone terribly. This allowed me to feel Wren's emotions at that time. It wasn't happiness or cockiness he was feeling when he committed these actions, it was hope. Hope that his father would pay attention to him, just once in his life. I guess he had got what he wanted in the end. If I had continued reading the book, my opinion of Wren would have remained that of some necklace coward, yet now I realize that he wasn't so bad after all. Maybe that's a biased opinion, because I am Wren now, but he just did what every other nobleman did, didn't he? Every noble has looked down on the commoners at least once in their life, even my father, but when Wren does it, it's such a big deal. Looking up from the letter, I saw my butler standing anxiously with a handkerchief. What the hell? What am I supposed to cry about? This was a good thing. That person could not even be classified as a father to me or anyone, for that matter. The only thing we had in common was our last name, but now that was gone. Upon seeing my dark red eyes not filled with sadness, my butler stepped back in shock for a second before handing me a small bag of golden coins. Looking inside, I saw around 10 gold coins, which would be more than enough to get me through the 1-week suspension. Since my tuition to the school was already paid for the year, I wouldn't have to worry about this year as well. Since I had caused the incident on the second day of school, I would be missing the entirety of the first week, and I was already behind most students in terms of swordplay. Wren managed to reach Class B in the first place because of his last name, so with that gone, I would surely sink into the depths of Class C if I did nothing. Seeing Janda preparing to leave to head back to the family estate, more memories flooded my mind, showing me this guy was much more than a butler to Wren. He had essentially raised Wren from a baby to now. Expressing my gratitude once wouldn't change anything. When Janda opened the carriage doors, I spoke. Thank you. Without waiting for my butler's reaction, I shut the door, and the carriage began moving again. Where to, sir? Those without power were fated to suffer, so I needed power and knew the exact place to find it. The Hajin mountain range. Not only did this place contain the item I was looking for, but it was also the perfect place to get rid of all this extra baggage on my body. Due to its high mana density, the mountain range allowed people to recover faster and increase their stamina at phenomenal rates. However, despite all those fantastic perks, the mountain's population was close to 100 throughout all seasons. This was, of course, due to the high population of monsters attracted to the higher density air. Nonetheless, I had chosen it as my destination, and the item I was searching for was called the Dragon's Eye. In the novel, the ongoing myth is that during the Demon War, when dragons were still active, there was a peaceful dragon in the mountain range that chose neutrality rather than the demons or humans. Living in its secluded cave and ignoring all the recruitment attempts, the dragon lived a peaceful life until, one day, the demons got too greedy. The power of one dragon matched over 1,000 high-tier troops, and with the demons on the defensive, they desperately needed more firepower. Sending over 5,000 troops to the mountain range, the demons tried to take the dragon away forcefully. However, what happened next was unknown to anyone. It is assumed that the dragon, rather than participating in the war, decided to self-destruct, killing all the demons' troops alongside itself. The only remnant of this battle is the Dragon's Eye. The full extent of the item's power is unknown, as the villain could only utilize its first stage, which allows the user to have incredible sight and perception. This entire journey was a gamble. If the item turned out to be shit, and the book was overhyping it, there would be no time for me to search for another item before returning to school. While I was considering taking an easier route and going for known overpowered items that the protagonist would obtain, I decided not to. Why would I purposely take away my greatest strength in this world, knowing the future? Sure, I could have all the overpowered items in the world, but knowing the future would be 10 times more valuable. Looking out of the carriage window, I saw the beautiful sun shining through the trees as it began to set, and peeking through the window of the carriage, the image of mountains that seemed to reach the sky entered my vision. However, before those mountains, a little town was set up at the mountain's base for travelers. After reaching the small town, I hopped off the carriage and gave the driver a gold coin. Looking at my meager balance, I wished I could return to earlier in the day when I thought money wouldn't be a problem. How was I supposed to know that my father would still disown me if I got suspended rather than expelled? Peering through my luggage, I realized I had nothing valuable besides some royal-looking clothes. Ensuring nobody was watching, I snuck into the forest surrounding the village and left my baggage there. If it got stolen, sure, it would be a hassle, but I wasn't willing to journey up the mountains with that heavy thing on my back. After re-entering the village, I immediately looked for a blacksmith. With the high population of monsters, I would need at least a weapon if anything happened. It wasn't like I could do much with the sword, even if a beast showed up, but having a false sense of security felt nice. I picked up each sword on the rack until I finally found one I could swing without sweating and hyperventilating. Upon reaching the academy again, I would have access to their expensive weapons arsenal, so I did not need to worry too much. Exchanging a gold coin for the sword, I took it and walked towards the mountain. Even if I had money to settle down in an inn, wasting all my gold coins would be stupid. The light in the sky was diminishing, and there was no way I would wander around a monster-infested mountain with no light, so I immediately began walking up the artificial trail that led up the hill. After reaching a decent height above the ground, the mana swarming into my body re-energized me momentarily as my muscles felt lighter. However, even with the mana, I could tell that this body was not meant for physical exercise, as sweat dropped from my forehead every time I moved. When I finally saw a small opening in the mountain that was too small to be called a cave, I veered off the path and took cover in the cave. Next, I moved some smaller rocks to partially block the cave's entrance so it would be safe from monsters. Recalling my memory, I realized that the most dangerous beasts in the range were the mountain tyrants. However, due to their large stature, a small cave like this would block their entrance. Besides that, the monster birds could enter the cave. However, I doubted that they would join me in such a secluded space. Taking off my jacket and scrunching it up to make a pillow, I finally relaxed and drifted off to sleep. Who would have thought, a noble sleeping in a cave in nowhere? The cold, rough floor and constant noise of things moving around me made it hard to sleep, but my exhaustion eventually saved me. I think Ren exercised more today than in the past year, and sadly, that wasn't a joke. Imagining what I would have to do tomorrow made me shudder. I would have to search every nook and cranny of each cave I came across to find the eye, and I would be constantly on edge due to the possible appearance of monsters everywhere. I wish that the book had mentioned more specifics about the location of items rather than just saying, he found the item in some cave located on the rightmost mountain of the Hajin range. Back at school, besides my situation with the protagonist, nothing was supposed to happen during the first week of school, so I wouldn't miss much. Upon waking up, I could feel my entire body aching from yesterday's exercise, but I didn't have time to waste. After doing some stretching exercises I had learned in my previous life, I put on my jacket again and moved the rocks out of the way so I could leave. Looking down at the ground from my resting spot, the scenery was jaw-dropping. I had never been hiking before I died, but I guess I was missing out. The bright blue lake, illuminated by the sun's lights, the countless harmless birds flying around in the gigantic forest, and the bright blue sky that brought it all together. It was hard to believe that these beautiful mountains could be considered dangerous. I returned to the artificial trail and headed further up the mountain, more specifically, to the right. After walking for an hour, I finally saw the end of the path up ahead. That meant that the actual search was going to begin. However, there was one big issue: I was sweating and hyperventilating like I just ran a goddamn marathon. After finding a spot with shade, I sat down and looked up at the sky for a bit. Even since I entered this book world, I have been constantly on the move, with barely any time to think. Since the book had a happy ending, I decided that interfering with the storyline would be useless. So, how would I live? Living off my father's money was no longer a choice. After thinking it over for a bit, I decided that my first goal would be to graduate from the academy, as from there, I could go into any field I wanted to. But if I wanted to live nicely, I would have to graduate from Class A. Sure, it would be complex and time-consuming as I was 10 years behind every student academically, but some time at the library should solve that, right? After resting a bit longer, I got up and began searching everywhere. The only hint was that it was on the upper right side of the mountain range, so I looked in every cave. It took me around 10 minutes to find the first cave, and to no one's surprise, the cave was empty. This is going to be a pain, isn't it? Why can't I be the damn protagonist who stumbles on whatever item he's looking for after 10 minutes of walking around? After searching 3 caves with no results, the light was already diminishing, so I entered one last cave for the day. Looking at the cave in front of me, I noticed a lot of noise coming from within. That could either mean there were a shit ton of monsters, and I would die, or it would mean the dragons I could be T-Dragon SLL, it's a 50-50 chance. Either I get the dragon's eye in this cave, or I Dragon SD move on to another one tomorrow. I quietly walked along the cave walls and slowly inched further into the cave. I could feel the presence of more mana within this cave, and my body seemed to heal as I walked further into the cave. Drip. Suddenly, I heard the sound of running water further into the cave. Back in the village, I picked up most essentials, such as food and water. Still, I severely underestimated the amount of exercise I would be doing, so I was halfway through my rations on only the second day. I grabbed some empty water bottles from my pockets and walked closer to the sound. Then I heard some footsteps, not regular footsteps. If there's water, that means there had to be creatures nearby who drank and used that water. Right now, I was in no position to even look at a monster, so I carefully backtracked my way to the entrance of the cave. I would need to return when I inevitably ran out of water, but that would be a problem for me in the future. As the sun set, I headed back down the trail, toward my spot from earlier. After some time looking around, I found the pebble path I had left behind to indicate my sleeping location. Exhausted, I collapsed onto the hole's cool, rough floor. Uncomfortable or not, I was happy that my legs finally got a break. After only a few minutes, I gave in to my exhaustion as I fell asleep. Tick. Tick. The sound of a clock ticking woke me up. What the hell, am I hallucinating now because I exercised too much? Focusing on my ears, I once again tried to hear the sound that woke me up, but to no avail, it was no longer there. Propping myself against the wall, I peered out of the spot's entrance and saw it was pitch black. Going outside to search right now would be a death, so I simply looked up at the dark sky. After a few minutes, my body started aching again, so I once again laid down on the floor. However, as soon as my head touched the cave floor, the clock ticking started playing again. Are the gods playing some trick on me? Is this funny to you higher beings? Is torturing a defenseless reincarnate some pastime for them? If so, it's working very well. Ignoring the clock's ticking sound, I closed my eyes and attempted to fall asleep, but the clock conveniently disrupted me every time I grew closer to falling asleep. I stood up again and attempted to find the source of the noise, but the cave was completely empty beside me. Returning my head to the floor, the sound of the clock ticking immediately reappeared. After taking and removing my head from the cave floor a couple of times, I realized that the sound could only be heard when my ears were close to the floor. Like an animal, I got down on all fours with my head touching the ground and followed the ticking sound. However, when the ticking sound got louder, and I noticed I was getting closer, my head bumped straight into the end of the cave. Somehow, it seemed like the sound source was inside the mountain. Right now, I was too far into this mystery to give up, so I placed my head on the wall that blocked me from going any deeper into the mountain, and sure enough, the ticking sound was even louder. Why the hell is there a clock inside this mountain? Placing my hand on the smooth surface of the wall, I tried to find a secret lever or something to open the wall, but this wasn't some spy movie, so nothing worked. Next, I formed a fist with my hand, and with all my strength, I punched the wall. However, the wall remained fine while my fist felt like it had just shattered into 1,000 pieces. This single wall inflicted more pain on me than the rest of the mountain within less than 10 minutes, the bump on my head and bruises on my fist. I angrily walked back to the cave's entrance, and since I could not sleep with that sound, I decided to stretch until the sun came up. I removed the rocks I had placed to block monsters from entering the cave and walked outside. Looking up at the sky, I saw a yellow half-crescent moon and what seemed like a million stars shining at night. Now, alongside hiking, stargazing was another thing added to my list of things to do if I ever returned to my original world. As I started stretching outside, I noticed a slight light coming from inside my sleeping cave. When I turned around and looked into the small cave, I saw the back wall shining. Not the entire cave, just that back wall seemed to shine. Then, the cave shook briefly, and a small opening was revealed at the bottom of the back wall. Was it the light? No, then it would have opened from the sun. Was it the moon? After glancing at the beautifully starry sky, I silently thanked it for ending my mystery. Staring at the small opening in the wall, I internally swore when I got my hands on that clock, shit was going to get real. Not only did it keep me up in the middle of the night, it also gave me 2 injuries. I crawled through the small opening in the wall, ignoring that my academy uniform was now essentially covered by dirt. If my father saw me in such a state, I wondered what he would think. He would probably go crazy and try to execute me for ruining his God-blessed family name. As I walked further into the secret cave, I noticed that I could hear the ticking sound even when my head wasn't on the floor. I no longer had to act like a wild animal trying to find food to hear the ticking sound. The secret cave path was not straight and level, it led me downwards, and there were turns and twists every 10 feet, which increased my suspicions. This cave definitely could not have been created by nature, it was far too unnatural. There was no way a naturally formed cave would suddenly turn right, left, and right again. So, did a man make this cave? How did he get that secret entrance to work? Even after reading over 1,500 chapters of the book, I had never heard of magic activated by the moon's light. Finally, I reached the end of the cave, and like in a horror movie, a pedestal sat awaiting me. On that pedestal was also a small golden orb, still emitting the ticking sound that had caused me so much pain. The pedestal resembled one at a museum. However, the orb was not protected by a red cushion. From all the horror movies I had watched, my instincts told me that the orb was terrible news. However, my curiosity got the best of me. Someone had made this cave, and this someone had left behind a golden orb. Was it the dragon's eye? Had I searched in the Dragon SG area, or was it some item never mentioned in the book? Searching the entire right side of the mountain range was impossible, so I hoped my luck or something would lead me to the dragon's eye. Was my luck finally into play? As I walked towards the pedestal, I could feel my ears about to burst as the sound of ticking was way too goddamn loud from this distance. In a swift motion, I stepped toward the pedestal and grabbed the orb with my right hand, stopping its ticking sound. What was going to happen now? Was the cave going to collapse because I stole the treasure it protected? Was some person going to come out of the orb, thank me for awakening them, and then kill me? However, none of that happened. The cave and my surroundings stayed precisely the same. Anticlimactic much? Looking at the orb in my right hand, I tried to recall the description of the dragon's eyes, Aragon. The book Dragon mentioned nothing about its appearance except that it was a ball. Well, one similarity is enough for me. After the moon activated this secret path and made that ticking sound, this item had to be remarkable. Looking at the pedestal in the cave for any hints, I noticed a small picture inscribed on the metal. The picture displayed a feast, and the golden orb I was currently holding was present on each of the plates. Am I supposed to eat this? Sighing, I placed the orb in my mouth and swallowed. After savoring its sweet taste, rivaling a gummy worm from my world, I left the secret cave and returned to my sleeping spot. What would happen now? I had just randomly trusted some picture drawn on a pedestal. Crawling through the small entrance to the secret cave again, I was relieved to see the familiar sight of my sleeping spot. Walking through that secret cave twice while not fully recovered took a lot out of me, so I laid back on the floor. After a few minutes of lying down, I confirmed the ticking sound was no longer there, so I drifted back to sleep without worrying about the world. It was all worth it. That damn sound was gone. When I woke up, I vaguely remembered my adventure into the secret cave last night, but I was on autopilot then, running on no sleep. Once I got up, I tried to look for the entrance to the cave again, but it wasn't there. I guess the moon did activate it? While stretching, I tried to feel for anything special within my body, like a skill or something. However, there was nothing. That was surprising. A random golden orb in a secret cave should give some power, right? My hopes were shattered, as I believed the orb could have been the dragon's eye, but I guess I had to search more. Maybe I wasn't supposed to eat the orb and do something else with it, however, it was too late for regrets. Realizing how low my water supply was, I decided that venturing into that creep cave with the water source now, in broad daylight, would be my best option. Once again, I entered the gigantic cave and inched closer into the darkness until the sound of running water finally reached my ears. Following the sound, I went deeper and deeper into the cave until I finally heard the sound getting closer. Just before me, a 3-foot-wide river stretched into the darkness beyond me. After refilling my water bottles and drinking some water, I surveyed the cave before finding a small path that led even deeper into the mountain. Well, I'm here, so I might as well search there. Resisting the urge to jump into the river and wash my filthy body, I continued refilling my water bottles, mentally preparing myself for whatever that path held. After drinking water and splashing my face, I crossed the river using rocks and entered the path. Moving further into the cave, I heard various sounds echoing throughout. Whether it was the sound of a bat waking up or an unknown creature walking around, the sounds never failed to make me react. It was like I was in a permanent limbo. At any moment, I could die, yet for some reason, I still kept walking. Was I insane? Finally, I reached the end of the original path and saw that it opened up to a ravine-like structure. There was a big opening in the middle, and when peering down, I could see various other openings in the walls and near the bottom. I was in the center of the mountain. I carefully maneuvered the walls, using the rocks that popped out to lower myself until I finally reached the bottom. Just when I was about to sit down to relax my muscles, I heard a sound coming closer. It wasn't just a typical sound, something crashing down on the cave floor echoed throughout the cave. The footsteps of a monster. Guess you play stupid games, you get stupid prizes. I had played the game of luck and lost. Looking towards the source of the incoming steps, I realized that my only chance of escape would be to outmaneuver the monster and run into the exact opening where it came from. Climbing was not an option as it would be too slow. The beast could easily catch me, and there was no place for me to have a dinosaur-like figure approach from the cave, a mountain tyrant. The tyrant's weakness was its short arm span, however, in a small space like this, that weakness was nullified as its short arms still managed to reach the walls on both sides of the cave. I pulled my cheap sword out of its sheath and faced the mountain tyrant, waiting for a waiting tack. I had to get past the monster and run into that opening as fast as I could. It was like a game of Red Rover, I just had to get to the other side, but a guard prevented me from doing that. After a second, the tyrant adjusted to its surroundings and finally saw me. With incredible speed, the T-Rex-like figure darted at me. Since I somewhat knew its attack pattern from the book, I anticipated its initial attack would be a charge, so I dived out of the way. However, contrary to my expectations, the monster seemed to have some intelligence as, instead of continuing its charge, it stopped midway after seeing me dive. Immediately, it changed directions and started charging at my new location. I was vulnerable, I didn't have enough time to dive, enough space to dodge, or enough power to kill. Why was I even doing all this? This power shit and survival, why did I even come to the cave? I could have stayed in the inn until my suspension and lived at the school comfortably until my expulsion. I just had to act like some protagonist by jumping into dangerous situations without thinking, right? Well, this situation woke me up. I wasn't some protagonist with insane luck, I was a third-rate villain. Looking at the tyrant nearing, I felt a sense of serenity wash over me. For the past few days, I had put myself through constant exercise, near-death experiences, and terrible sleeping conditions. Not to say that it wasn't worth it, as I could see my weight drop significantly through my appearance as my jawline became more defined and abs developed on my chest, but at the same time, was this what I wanted to do? I was given a second chance to live in this world, yet I wasted it instead of doing things I enjoyed. Looking at the tyrant still nearing in on me, I noticed something peculiar. Is it just me, or is the tyrant slowing down? By now, the tyrant should have reached and killed me, yet it was still some distance away from my slumping body. If this kept up, I would have enough time to dive out of the way or climb up. Who am I to refuse if God gives me a third chance? Damn, maybe I am an agonist with incredible luck. Deciding that climbing could be dangerous as this phenomenon could stop at any time, and I would be trapped on the walls, I dived in the direction of the cave the tyrant came from. However, even after I dived away from the tyrant, the flow of time stayed the same. Looking at the tyrant, it looked like it was running in slow motion, like some cartoon skit. By now, the monster had noticed my location change, so it again changed directions. However, my speed far surpassed the beast. For every second in the monster's eyes, 5 seconds passed in my time, so even with my horrendous stats, I was faster than it. I ran full speed around the monster, who could not react in time, and quickly swung my sword into its right leg. Tearing it out, I proceeded to do the same to its left leg. The monster collapsed to the ground, unable to hold. Whatever change occurred during that time seemed to stop, as the monster's arms and mouth began moving again at their original speed. But it was too late. The beast could not retaliate or dodge my incoming attacks, as it was immobilized entirely. Without any hesitation or mercy, I stabbed at the monster's body, ignoring its groans of pain until the beast became a corpse. Looking at the monster lying lifeless, I immediately started climbing back to the cave exit. After that experience, there was no way in hell that I would continue exploring this cave. Sure, I took on one of them, but there were probably over 100 more lurking around in this big cave. I had been given a third chance, but thinking a fourth chance would come would most likely be a mistake. After scaling the walls and reaching my original path, I soon returned to the river where I had gotten my water. I noticed that my hands were somewhat dirty due to all the rocks I touched when climbing, so I leaned down to wash them in the river. Inadvertently, I also saw the reflection of my face in the river. My right eye, which was originally red, was golden. However, that quickly escaped my mind as, through looking at my reflection, I realized that the same eye was leaking blood. I quickly placed my hand near my right eye before returning it to my line of sight. It was completely drenched in blood. How the hell did I manage for this long without realizing it? Where the hell is the pain? I looked like Zuko from Avatar, The Last Airbender, as the right side of my face was blood red. Using the water from the river, I cleansed my face, and thankfully, no more blood flowed out. After my face and hands were clean, I inspected the color of my right eye again. It was golden. Do you know whose right eye was also golden? The villain owner of the dragon's eyes. I guess that golden orb was it? Also, with all that fear out of my mind, I remembered that the slowing of time earlier was probably related to the dragon eye's first stage. But something still didn't make sense. Why did it activate then and not earlier? If it had been activated earlier, I would have never continued searching the mountain and would have headed back down it. I wasn't complaining as it saved my life, but I was curious. After all, what use was the item to me if it only activated when it wanted to? After a moment, I looked at the reflection again, and my right eye was back to red. The mysteries kept on piling up. After I went this far to obtain the item, I would be damned if I didn't make use of it. Bracing myself, I cleared my mind of all emotions and focused solely on my right eye. I could feel a subtle change in my right eye, like how more blood flowed towards it, so I looked into the reflection again. My eye was golden again. I picked up a nearby rock and threw it towards the river, but rather than moving in a fast and fluid arc, it seemed to float in the air like it was in slow motion. Just when I was about to test the passage of time more, I felt a sudden urge of pain swelling in my right eye. It felt like my eye was about to implode from all the pressure. After removing my brain's focus from my right eye, the pain stopped, but I still felt a weird tingling feeling. After looking in the river again, I noticed that besides my eye color being back to red, more blood appeared near my right eye. It seemed that using the ability for a prolonged period would lead to blood escaping through my right eye. Though at first, it may not seem like a bad penalty, without blood, my body is unable to operate, so using the ability for an extended period would lead to my death. Even using it for a short period could lead to significant blood loss, making it so I would lose access to some parts of my body. Well, I wasn't complaining. I had gotten ability to slow down time. After washing the blood off my face again, I got up and left the cave. Looking outside, I felt overwhelmed by the dragon's eye passive ability. I could see every little movement, people moving around in the village below, birds flying through the air over 100 feet away, and rocks falling down the mountain. It was like my eyes could perceive every single thing in my area. Why was the increased perception and vision mentioned as the item's ability, but not the ability to slow down time literally? I feel sick, getting used to this will take a while. Ignoring my urge to puke, I headed back down the mountain to my sleeping spot. After resting for a bit, I spent an hour running around my mountain area to increase my stamina and speed. Although I could quickly check my progress by viewing my system menu, I decided against it. I didn't think I could run for 5 hours just to see my speed stat increase by 0.1. For the next 3 days, I did nothing but lounge around all day in the cave. Simply looking out into the forest below and enjoying the view from the mountain was enough for me. I had accomplished my goal for the trip, so the rest of this time was basically a vacation for me, well, a vacation in a small hole on a monster-infested mountain. However, the academy would be different. Rather than living in some cave like a bum, I would get a luxurious room with a shower, a proper gym, and fantastic cafeteria food, a shower. Oh, how I've missed them. Since today was the last day, I made a trip back to the river to gather some water as there would be no need for me to waste money on repurchasing water at the village. Entering the cave felt surreal, unlike last time when every corner was shrouded in danger, I could see everything there. Despite the cave's complete darkness, nothing escaped my vision. I could see bats resting above me, uneven rocks on the walls, and the dark brown walls. It was like I had night vision. It wasn't like everything was bright to me, it was just that my eyes could see through the darkness. A bow user would probably die to get an ability like this, as they can easily see their enemies miles before they arrive, but here I was, using them to admire the beauty of the cave. After reaching the river, I once again refilled my water bottles. Looking at the path I had taken previously with my new power, I could see the ravine from my spot near the river. Rather than feeling some fear or anger toward the path for almost leading me to my death, I felt at peace or ease. If I hadn't gone there, would my eye have ever activated? Would I have given up on getting stronger? Would I have taken a different route since I didn't even find out I had the dragon's eye? Looking at my reflection in the water, I could see a significant difference in my appearance. Rather than looking like some fat, chubby, spoiled noble kid, my jawline was more defined, and my stomach was somewhat toned. My skin was paler as my primary food source was berries, which I found while searching. On Earth, it would have taken at least 6 months to lose weight and see this big of a change, yet here, I had accomplished the feat in a week. I guess there are some perks to being transferred to a magic world. Looking at Ren's reflection in the river water, a sudden thought popped into my head. What would the original Ren be doing now? Was he in my body on Earth, and we got magically exchanged, or was he just dead? Turning away from that path, I got my now-filled water bottles and walked out. I wish I could say that I returned from the cave a new man or something cliché like that, but besides losing some weight and getting a bit stronger, I still only had one wish, a nice steaming hot shower. Before I stepped down from the mountain, I decided it was finally time to check my stats menu. Menu ===. User, Ren Montclair. Class, not applicable. Stats. Dash rating, unranked. Dash strength, G. Dash agility, E. Dash stamina, E. Dash magic power, E+. Traits. Dash passive, Dragon's Will, 1/. Dragon Eyes, your eyesight is enhanced. Skills. Dash not applicable. Like me, the average freshman at Celestial Academy hadn't yet managed to reach the stat threshold to be ranked, so I wasn't far behind. Though a couple of students, including Liam, from the top classes, had managed to reach E rank. The only thing that surprised me was my high magic power. For a freshman, a stat of E was usual for magic power, as no one had received official magic training yet. Magic power should have been the lowest stat a person could have entered the academy. Even nobles who received private tutoring didn't have a magic power stat of about E, yet I had E+. Was I a magical prodigy? Well, I can't really learn magic when I'm from an entirely different world, can I? Finally, I arrived back at the bustling town at the base of the mountain range. First, I went to where I had hidden my luggage, and thankfully, it was still there. All that training and searching had put my clothes on life support, as my pants were riddled with holes and my shirt's color was almost completely faded. My real mom would probably scold me and call me homeless if she saw me dressed like this. After ensuring nobody was around me, I awkwardly removed my clothes and changed into the academy uniform inside my bag. It was already nighttime, so I decided to get a carriage back to the academy tomorrow. Looking forward, I used my eyes to peer past the darkness and look into the forest right outside the village. I could see various squirrels, bird nests, and bears roaming around the forest, yet with everything, I could still see no monsters. Later in the story, this town will inevitably be attacked by some creatures who escaped the shackles of the mountain, so I wanted to ensure that nothing like that happens while I am here. I don't know what they expected, though. Building a nice and cozy town only 100 meters below a mountain infested with thousands of dangerous monsters couldn't have seemed like a good idea to anyone. After giving up a silver coin to an owner, I got a decent room for the night, so I washed up. I rubbed every part of my body with soap in that shower for at least an hour. After changing into nightwear, I neatly folded and laid my uniform on the table. There was one thing left to do. The thing I dreaded the most and the thing I went to do at the very end. One could say that this task was much more complex and worse than searching for the dragon's eye. Writing an apology essay. How the hell was I supposed to start this? I made a severe and continuous lapse in my judgment, and I don't expect to be forgiven. I'm here to apologize. No, what the hell? This isn't some YouTube apology. After 10 more minutes of procrastinating and thinking, I finally started writing. The wording or sentence structure didn't matter, all that mattered was that my apology was genuine. However, how could my apology be genuine when I was innocent? This wasn't me, this was Ren. I probably sounded like a maniac to the people living in the rooms next to me. Instead of apologizing, I just used fancy words and long sentences until I finally reached the word minimum. The student council, reading my apology, would probably give up after reading the first sentence. I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience, discomfort, or harm my actions, words, or omissions may have caused you. I imagined their faces while reading the paper. Those guys probably wouldn't even understand half the words written on paper, so even if they knew my apology wasn't genuine, they wouldn't be able to critique it. As I lay down on the bed, my back seemed to want to jump in the air and rejoice, as if it didn't have to deal with some broad surface below it for the first time in a while. However, my brain didn't react that way. I felt out of place rather than comfortable and pleasant while sleeping. Should I sleep on the floor? No, I'm a noble, there's no way I got used to sleeping outside. Ignoring that feeling, my body slowly gave in to the fatigue, and I drifted off to sleep. The next day, I changed into my clean academy uniform and exited the inn. Some weird glances were thrown my way, but that was to be expected. The reputation of the Celestial Academy seemed even to reach rural places like this. After waiting at the village entrance, I finally saw an empty carriage, so I walked up to the man and tossed him a gold coin. His shocked expression at receiving such money quickly disappeared when he looked at my uniform and face. He probably thought I was some spoiled noble, since I came from that academy. I mean, he was right, but at the same time, I had just spent 6 days sleeping in a small cave and exercising every day. Let's say I am a common noble. Where to, sir? Celestial Academy. After exchanging a nod, I stepped into the carriage. This was it. I was returning to the academy. What new hell awaits me there? Only after around 5 hours did I arrive back at the town near the academy. The academy was put on an artificial island off the town's shore, essentially its world. There was only one way in and out of the academy, so one would think that the security would be top-notch. The reason for this excessive security is the existence of jinns, humans who sign contracts with demons, tainting their souls, and in the place of demons, these humans commit heinous acts. With all this security, one would think the academy would be safe from these people. However, reading the book, I could not count the number of times a jinn infiltrated the academy as a teacher or student. Looking outside my carriage, I saw some sunlight left, so I explored the town a bit before re-entering the academy. Since Celestial Academy was closed off to the outside world, once I went inside, I wouldn't be able to leave unless it was for a club trip, so I decided to savor my freedom outside for the time being. If we were to call the city near the academy a town, then the mountain city I had just stayed at would be an ant. Its population was almost 10 times greater, and I could see stores, inns, merchants, and restaurants at every corner. After admiring the city through carriage for a few minutes, I paid the driver a golden coin and stepped down. Various sounds immediately entered my ears as I exited the carriage and stepped foot into the bustling street of the capital city. As I walked around, checking out every store, one finally got my attention. It was a simple antique shop rather than some new shop I had never seen on Earth or some shop that coercicted every Earth learned in my world. One item inside the antique shop specifically caught my attention, a pair of wired earbuds hanging from the shop's display window. Did this world have music? Though mine was confiscated after the incident, the academy gave every student a communication device that resembled an iPhone. You could download apps to communicate with friends, play games, buy items, and search for things on the web. It wasn't surprising, as this world was precisely the same as mine, except nobles and magic existed. Those may seem like two huge differences, but besides some cities seeming more medieval and without democracy, everything else stayed the same. One big difference was that countries did not exist. Instead of several countries that contained humans, one kingdom ruled over all the humans in this world. This kingdom was, of course, owned by the royal family. Also, rather than humans being enemies to each other, our enemies were the monsters and secret organizations of jinns that roamed the world. Of course, though, with magic existing, this world was far more advanced than Earth, as things like mana gates existed so that you could travel thousands of miles within seconds. As a student at the academy, these warp gates were available to me, however, due to their enormous cost, they were only put in significant cities, so I was forced to travel by carriage to the mountain-based town. Speaking of traveling by carriage, one thing about this world bothered me. How the hell can they build warp gates, but not figure out how to invent a car? Seeing the earbuds in the store's windows piqued my curiosity. Did my favorite artists from Earth exist in this world? As the bell rang, signifying my entrance, I immediately went to the windowsill and grabbed the earbuds. Only one pair seemed to be available in the store, but that made sense as most people probably used wireless earbuds or headphones. After looking around the small store a bit longer, I found other things I recognized, like a drone and chargers. I also picked up a black sweater from the shop to cover my school blazer. Even though the area was crowded, I still got some weird glances because of my blazer, and I didn't want to draw any unnecessary attention. Next, I decided to go to a shop to buy a phone, as even if the school gave us one, it probably blocked some stuff. Only 2 blocks from the antique store, I found a store that seemed to sell electronics. As I neared the entrance, the doors opened automatically, and a drone with a robotic voice greeted me. "Please ask me anything if you need assistance." Looking around the store, I realized there were smartwatches instead of phones. I put one on to test it, and as soon as I clicked the small screen on the smartwatch, a big holographic screen appeared in front of me. They can do this, but not a damn car. After paying 3 gold coins for the most advanced smartwatch, I realized the sunlight was fading, so I decided to drop off my stuff at the academy and sleep. Walking towards the academy's gates, I realized the streets were empty. Although it seemed suspicious, it did make sense as there was no reason to come to this area unless you were entering the academy. As I was configuring my smartwatch and figuring out how to use it, a loud feminine voice appeared in the alleyway near me. "Help." Peering into the alleyway, I saw a group of 4 girls, similar age to me, slowly backing away from a vast muscular man. Taking another glance at the guy, I immediately noticed the bright red horns on his head. A djinn? As I turned around to continue walking down the street, I heard the burly man behind me scream. "And who the hell do you think you are?" Wait, he's not talking to me. I continued walking, but the voice once again yelled out. "Hey, you son of bitch, I'm talking to you." Still somewhat confused, I turned around to face the man. Why was he focusing on me when 4 girls were waiting behind him? The man was now aggressively walking towards me with a mocking expression. The 4 girls behind him immediately ran, seeing that the guy was no longer focused on them. So much for being a hero, these girls ran off without helping me. Seeing me standing still in a daze, the guy threw out his right arm in an attempt to punch my face. Immediately seeing that it would get violent, I activated the dragon's eye, and with the time slowed down, I could easily dodge his punch. Then I threw a counterattack punch, which connected with his stomach. Though my strength stat was the lowest of them all, punching the specific area in the gut would cause acid reflux, immobilizing the man for a few seconds. While the man was recovering, I took my sheath out of my trunk and held my sword in my right hand. I could feel blood swelling up in the area of my right eye, but that pain wasn't too much yet. Without the advantage of slowing time, I knew this fight would be impossible for me, so I had to end it quickly. Seeing me standing in combat with a sword, my man scoffed at me. "Huh, do you think that sword will help you? My playthings are running away, so I'll end this quickly for you." This time, I took the offensive and charged forward with my sword. The djinn threw a violent punch at my right shoulder, but I avoided it by ducking. However, he seemed to predict me as he moved his right leg towards my current position. Although I could see the kick coming, my reaction was not fast enough, so the kick connected. Immediately, I flew back 2 feet from the impact of the kick. The pain in my right eye was slowly getting worse, and my shoulder was in pain after the kick. Seeing my struggle to get up, the djinn laughed and charged. Now. This was the moment I had been waiting for. Although he was a bit wary before, his confident and cocky demeanor left room for error. I analyzed his posture with the slowed down time until I finally found a weak spot. His neck was completely unprotected. Rather than standing up, I had been in a position similar to that of a track runner when awaiting the horn to start the race. As the horn starting the race blared into the air, I blasted with my sword towards the man. In the man's eyes, it looked like I teleported as I disappeared from my floor and appeared right in front of time. Of course, the djinn had no time to react, so I plunged my sword straight into his neck without a second thought. The djinn dropped to the ground with a bang and lay there lifelessly. One hit was all I needed to win the entire fight. As I deactivated Dragon's Eye, I could feel a sharp pain in my right eye, and there was even blood dripping onto the floor from my face. Since this was my first time using it today, the blood loss didn't seem to be much, however, I could still feel my legs somewhat giving out. After plunging my sword into the Jin's heart to ensure his death, I searched his body for money. Indeed, there had to be some reward for me doing all of this. Thankfully, I found 5 golden coins in his right pocket and quickly put them in my pouch. I made money today. My shoulder was still in pain as the man's kick had caught me off guard, but I ignored it for now, deciding that sleep would probably solve it. Walking out of the alleyway like nothing ever happened, I continued to the Celestial Academy gates. ***. Immediately, the 4 girls ran out of the alleyway and back towards the school. Why are we running? Idiot, that guy was going to rob us, what do you mean why? But, the other guy was helped. Exactly, why should we let his sacrifice be in vain by staying there? He was trying to help us, by distracting the guy, Yenna. But, is it okay for us to leave him there? Forget about it, Yenna, we gotta return to the academy. Alice, none of this would have happened if we didn't sneak out. Alice, how was I supposed to know we would be robbed? I'm not some foreseer of the future. Do you think the guy back there is a... Oh, for God's sake, Yenna, he's fine. Yeah, he wouldn't have helped us if he was going to die, Yenna. Alright. Yenna, we're not even awakened, we can't do anything, Jins, you know that. As the adrenaline of the fight wore off, the memory of the Jin's body, with my sword still impaled in his chest, kept reappearing. They were book characters, it didn't matter if one of them died, right? All of them were just a bunch of fictional characters created by authors, they weren't real, and anyway, that guy was a villain. He would have killed me and countless others if I hadn't stopped him there. What would the point of me going all the way to the mountain and staying there for a week to get the dragon's eye just for me to die at the hands of that Jin? He was the one who called me out. I was just passing by. Clearing my head from the previous fight, I continued playing with my smartwatch to distract myself until I finally grasped its essential features. The novelty slowly faded as I realized it was the same as an Apple smartphone except for the hologram feature. I mean, you would think with magic and shit, they would be able to do a bit more, but I guess not. Approaching the academy gates, I pushed my bloodied sword into my trunk and took out my beautifully written essay. Can't wait till those fuckers read it. Surprisingly, the most crucial educational facility in the world only had 2 guards protecting the front entrance. They opened the gates after I nodded and showed them my student ID. My first stop was the academy office, where I could drop off my essay, obtain my dorm key, and return my student phone. It wasn't like I needed it with my new smartwatch, but it would still be helpful as entering the gym and training facilities would require it. Opening the office door, I saw a scene similar to a hotel's concierge. 2 people dressed in suits were working behind a slick brown table. Upon hearing the door open, the man on the right shifted his head upwards to face me and asked, "What brings you here today?" "I'm here after my suspension." I felt an immense shame wash over me as the words suspension came out of my mouth. It wasn't like I was a model student back on Earth, but I had never done anything to warrant a detention, let alone a suspension. Upon hearing I had been suspended within the first week of school, I couldn't imagine what my mom would do to me. It also didn't help that the worker's face was visibly distorted when the mention of suspension was made, as he probably thought I was some troublemaker. The rest of the process went smoothly as after handing my 5 pages of bullshit, he gave me my dorm key, class schedule, and school phone. Exiting the office, I headed to my dorm room. Since it was evening, there weren't many students hanging out, but I could see some entering and exiting the gym. I would be one of those people tomorrow. Since the campus was enormous, on the walk to the first-year dorm building, I could admire the dark blue sea that shone under the moon's reflection. The trees swayed with the soft breeze that blew through the night wind occasionally and the occasional birds chirping that broke the silence. As the dorm building entered my sight, I took my last few glances around the captivating scenery. However, one specific area took all my attention. My footsteps grew to halt as I saw 2 students sitting on a bench together, admiring the scenery of the moon in front of them. These weren't just any 2 students, mind you. One of them was Liam, the story's protagonist and old Ren's greatest enemy. Although I had complete control over Ren's body, seeing Liam would trigger some emotion of anger inside of me during the disciplinary ceremony, and I was able to control it. So what was different now? The female sitting next to Liam was Lily. She is one of the book's leading and most essential heroines, due to her early affection for Liam and her social status. Like me, Lily descended from one of the 7 great heroes who saved the world from the demons, but unlike me, rather than developing a hatred for commoners, she began to feel sympathy. Something about her backstory caused her to feel like that, but honestly, I couldn't care less, as she low-key had the most annoying personality in the book. The only reason the author kept her around was that she used her social status to back up Liam whenever he was in trouble with the law. M square root epsilon upsilon dot. Although she didn't matter to me, it was an entirely different story to the old Ren. Even dumbass like Ren had their reasons for causing trouble, so what was Ren's reason for attacking Liam? To impress Lily. In blindsight, trying to impress a girl by doing what she despises the most was not a good idea, but common sense does not apply when you're talking about a third-rate villain. Anyway, I doubted Ren had real feelings for Lily, as he probably just wanted to keep his bloodline pure by marrying another noble worthy of him or something stupid like that. Unsurprisingly, Ren's actions against Liam helped Liam grow closer to Lily as she began feeling sympathy towards Liam, which caused her to spend more time with him. After looking at the two on the bench for another moment, I quickly regained my composure and walked into the dorms. Although it may not seem like a problem now, as I'm mostly able to control my emotions, it would only take 1 second for Ren's underlying anger to take control and cause me to do something stupid, so staying away from Liam was necessary. Next, I opened my dorm door and entered the luxurious suite. Due to my demotion to Class D from my suspension, my room size did drop a little, but compared to the small, rough cave from the mountains, it was heaven. Dropping my unopened trunk and desk, I discarded my clothes and took a shower, as the walk here had caused me to sweat a bit. I began planning my schedule, since today was Friday, and there would be no classes for the next 2 days. Slumping down on the bed, the comfortable mattress and exhaustion presiding inside my body slowly overtook me until I finally fell asleep. I started the next day by changing into shorts and a shirt before heading to the gym. I knew staying in shape was a requirement for survival at this school, so I wanted to finish it early in the morning, allowing me to enjoy the rest of my day exploring the billion-dollar campus. After scanning my mobile phone, I entered the gym and was immediately starstruck by the massive interior. Hundreds of treadmills, benches, machines, and weights were spread out neatly in the 30,000 square foot area. Seeing that I was blocking the gym's entrance, I awkwardly moved to the side and found a treadmill. After a 10-mile run, I was almost sweaty, so I grabbed a nearby towel and dried myself. Thankfully, substantial water dispensers and fruit baskets were placed around the gym, so I recovered within 5 minutes. Following my exercise with the weights, I went to the locker room to shower. Finally, I left the gym and went toward the cafeteria with high expectations. A school willing to spend that much money on a gym would have world-class food in its cafeteria. The cafeteria was even bigger than the gym, so after putting my stuff down on a chair in the corner, I patiently waited in line for the food. As the sweet aroma of the food blew into my nose, I began to wonder. Where had this been all my life? I almost shuddered, remembering the disgusting cafeteria food served to me in high school. Never again would I have to eat a week-old ham and cheese sandwich for lunch. After sitting down with the steaming plate of food in front of me, I noticed that the hall was surprisingly uncrowded, even though it was supposed to serve the first, second, and third-year students. Maybe people liked sleeping in on Saturdays? It didn't matter, so I began diving into the food before me. The soft, creamy flavor of the pancakes and the salty taste of the potatoes combined in my mouth to make a masterpiece that almost brought me to tears. I wasn't this happy, even after realizing I had obtained the dragon's eye. As more students began crowding in, I put in my earbuds, connected them to my smartwatch, and used them to block out the noise. I put my plate away and headed out of the cafeteria towards the library. Since I received my class schedule yesterday, I would now have to pick up my textbooks. Besides the week of school I missed, I was already 16 years behind everyone else, so many sleepless nights would be spent here. Unsurprisingly, there were only a few people in the library as who would want to study on a Saturday morning. Looking at the course information on my school phone, I picked out the books that I would need and placed them in my backpack. Then, I also began exploring the library. Although it wasn't as big as the gym, it contained over 10,000 books. After finding a book on the world's modern history, I sat on a bean bag and zoned out while reading. My first class tomorrow would be history, and I knew personally how harsh the guy was as he gave Liam detentions countless times for not paying attention. I was probably on his lousy side already from being suspended, so I didn't want to piss him off further by not even knowing things that were considered common sense in this world. The book mainly focused on my father and the other 6 heroes who banded together to save the world from the demons. After another hour of reading in the library, I finally uncovered the gist of the world's history in the past 20 years. Similar to how Earth was in the beginning, there is only one continent on the map, Pangaea. The giant piece of land is split into 2 parts, the realm of the living, which contains humans, elves, orcs, and dwarves, and the other half, known as the Underlands, which includes demons, demonic monsters, and jinns. 10 years ago, the demons broke the peace by attempting to invade the realm of the living, more specifically, the elven territory. However, the 7 heroes, alongside the elves and dwarves, fought back and defeated the demons. Since then, the demons have shown no sign of attacking. However, jinns still attack occasionally, though it is unknown whether they are doing it out of their coalition. The realm of the living is split into 4 parts. Humans occupy the most significant part as we have the highest population, while elves occupy the most miniature, solely living in forests. Dwarves live in the mountains, and orcs' habitat is widely unexplored by humans. 5 years ago, the Celestial Academy was established to train humans' upcoming talents. However, the other races have not attended the academy yet. At the Academy, students can follow 2 paths, the path of the sword or the path of magic. Even though the demons have remained dormant since the last war, dungeons and monsters occasionally pop up, so new heroes are constantly required. The Celestial Academy, being the best training institute for these heroes, is widely respected and known. After reaching a certain age, a status window with your stats becomes visible to all those selected as heroes, or around 50% of the population. You aren't immediately given a rank, you must meet the stats threshold before being assigned the lowest rank, E-. Getting up from my library seat, I returned to my dorm room to rest. The following day, I headed back towards the gym for a workout. After grabbing some breakfast from the cafeteria and heading back to my dorm for a shower, I decided to check my stats, and to my surprise, it seemed I had reached the threshold for E-. It wasn't surprising, considering I spent a week training in the mountain range, but I felt somewhat depressed when I saw my overall stats. Menu. User, Ren Montclair. Class, not applicable. Stats. Dash rating, E. Dash strength, G. Dash agility, E. Dash stamina, E. Dash magic power, E+. Dash luck, GS, conditional. Dash intelligence, G+. Dash charm, G+. Traits. Dash passive, Dragon's Will, 1/. Dragon Eyes, your eyesight is enhanced. Skills. Dash not applicable. In the book's last chapter, Liam has a fully maxed out menu with S+ stats, so looking at my abysmal stats brought on a sense of dread. On the other hand, something that completely surprised me was my intelligence stat. Why was it so low? I knew I was new to the world and didn't know anything, but wasn't giving me less than E too much. I sighed, recalling the hundreds of hours I spent studying in high school. Where did that all get me now? An average student shouldn't be worried about their safety as they attend Celestial Academy, so the security was top-notch. However, as an avid reader, I knew the security was a joke. Honestly, at one point in the story, I was convinced that there were more jinn spies within the school than actual students. That was the only way it made sense. 10 jinn attacks in 1 year? I mean, you can't blame the school because the protagonist will draw good or bad attention wherever he goes, but 10 attacks in 1 year displayed that the school wasn't even fucking trying. Looking at my luck stat, I was partially conflicted. It meant I had either excellent or bad luck, with no in-between. However, luck was the only invariable stat, so there was no use in complaining about it. The rest of Sunday passed uneventfully. I spent most of my time rotting in my bed, occasionally heading outside to eat. Alas, my first day of school arrived. Although I pretended to be oblivious, I heard some conversations about myself while walking to places. The conversations went something like this. Did you hear about that guy suspended during the first week of school? The one with black hair? No, why does it matter? I heard he got disowned by his father as punishment. For being suspended only, that's rough. No, he deserved it. Didn't you hear what he did? He attacked someone just because they were a commoner. However, it seemed that the students didn't recognize my new appearance. They continued talking even when I walked right past them. Of course, I couldn't deny these rumors as I did technically do what they said, but at the same time, every time the gossip was spread, my situation got worse. A sudden change in attitude would make people suspicious of me being a djinn, so I would have to act according to the people's expectations of me. As long as the gossip of my suspension went around, I would have to act like some pretentious spoiled brat. Steeling myself and adjusting my attitude to cocky, I left my dorm room with my uniform on and headed towards classroom D. While it didn't have to be like this forever, I just had to put on the Ren act and gradually change my attitude over time instead of immediately altering it. Unfortunately, I was put in classroom D as that was the home place of the protagonist, which was a disaster waiting to happen. Staring at the sliding door in front of me, I inhaled and got my snarky voice ready before sliding open the door. There was only a minute left before class started, so the room was packed with students. Hearing the door open, every student immediately directed their gaze towards me. Their silence quickly turned to murmurs as almost every student immediately began whispering something about me to their neighbor. "Isn't that him, the disowned? Tisk asterisk why do we have to get a snarky noble like him in the class? Didn't he get suspended for attacking someone for no reason? Doesn't he look different from the pictures?" Ignoring their murmurs, I glanced around the classroom before spotting the protagonist and other essential characters. Finally, I spotted an empty seat, so I sat down there. As soon as I sat down, the classroom opened again, and the teacher entered. Silence descended upon the school once again as the teacher spoke. "We'll start with roll call. Liam. Here. Kane. Present. Alyssa here. Cecilia here. Ren." As the other students' gazes once again locked onto me, I said, "Here." In particular, I could feel one gaze staring bullets into my back. This gaze belonged to Liam. "Hey, you're the one who brought me here, why the hell are you complaining?" After ensuring that every student was present, the teacher gave me a harsh gaze that said don't do anything stupid. Maybe, earlier on, I could have gotten away with messing around in class with my noble status, but now I was just another weak commoner, so pissing off a professor wouldn't do me any good. Having reached the E threshold, I was now officially required to pick a class that would determine my future. Changing classes wasn't unheard of, but only a few hundred people had managed to do so using an item. However, their stats were reset. The system would prompt you to enter your choice within a week of being ranked, so time was of the essence. The obvious choice here was to become a swordsman, as I had already picked up a sword from the facility and practiced with it during my week-long stint in the mountains. However, the main character is also a swordsman. This means it would be impossible for me to obtain most of the class's overpowered items. The plot would change if I stunted the protagonist's growth by doing that. Besides swordsman, there were a couple of classes related to magic abilities. However, as a newly reincarnated person without knowledge of how magic worked, that would be a terrible choice. My high magic power stat wasn't seeming too good now. Bang. The sound of a fist violently slamming down on the desk echoed throughout the classroom and snapped me out of my thoughts. Of course, our professor was the source of this noise. "Pay attention, Class D. I will not repeat myself. The club fair will be held this Friday, so consider your options. You can view them on your school-issued phone. That's it for the announcements." Our homeroom teacher briskly walked out of the room and was replaced by a middle-aged man who looked similar to your average Tokyo office worker with his suit on. However, I was not fooled by his simple and hard-to-miss appearance. Mr. Williams was notorious for being among the harshest teachers, even daring to assign homework on vacation breaks. Without turning to face or greet us, Mr. Williams took a piece of chalk and began writing on the board. Classes/professions. Instantly, my interest was piqued. What were the odds that the school would teach me something useful for once? Was my partial S-luck stat coming into play? Classes are split up into two categories: weapons and magic. Within those two categories, you have a variety of subclasses to pick from, such as swordsmanship, spearmanship, or magician. Does anyone know how you should determine your subclass? A student like Ren wouldn't actively participate, so I kept my hand down. Maintaining Ren's delinquent attitude for now was necessary, but as time went on, I could slowly change people's perception of him. For now, staying low-key and not attracting any attention was the plan. I planned to rise to Class A, as the benefits of graduating from the top class in the Human's Best Academy were top tier, ranging from guaranteed government jobs to free weapons and accessories. To raise classes, I would need to obtain celestial points, 10 for Class C, 25 for Class B, and 50 for Class A. These points are tracked on your phone and can be gained in several ways, such as achieving first on an academy test or practical training exam, performing well in club competitions, or simply committing morally right acts. The latter was definitely off the table, and club competitions were notorious for being impossible, so my only choice was the first. Going from a stuck-up noble to a nerd could be suspicious, but I hoped people would see me as someone who desperately attempting to re-enter my family by impressing my father with my scores. Back in the classroom, surprisingly, no one raised their hand. I mean, it wasn't rocket science. You look at your stats to decide. However, that method wasn't useful for me, as I was from another world. Since no one wants to answer, I'll tell you, your stats compatibility is the most important factor. To my disappointment, the rest of the class was classically useless. The teacher just talked about which class to choose based on your highest stat. My second highest stat was speed, so the choices based on that were assassin, long-range bow, katana swordsmanship, or wind magician. My dragon's trait greatly enhanced my eyesight, so I leaned toward being an assassin or bow user, as those two required a keen eye. Unlike a swordsman who fought and used the openness of the battlefield, an assassin used the obstacles spread around the field to shield their movements and focused on one individual instead of the many. Each category of magic and weapons also received an attribute, with mana recovery assigned to magic majors and QI recovery to weapons. However, there were exceptions to that within the weapon category, as, unlike magic, where everyone needs mana, not every class required QI. Assassins instead received a stealth attribute, and bow users received a perception attribute. Recalling that one of the heroines within Liam's party used a bow and that using a bow meant hiding at the back of the battlefield, I started leaning more toward the assassin. Training with both a bow and dagger simultaneously would be useless, so stalling my class decision would only lead to problems. Ignoring the professor, who kept writing on the blackboard, I opened my system menu and scrolled through the list of potential classes until I found my desired one. Are you sure you want to pick the assassin class? Y, N. After clicking the Y, I eagerly waited a few seconds until my system menu finally updated. Class, Novice Assassin, Level 1, 0%. Stealth, E. Stealth was the art of blending in with your surroundings and being unnoticed, but I was still somewhat confused. How can your stealth improve? Do you eventually become invisible to people or become more in tune with your surroundings? Having no information on the assassin class was both good and bad. It meant I didn't have to worry about taking most items, as the plot wouldn't change. However, it also meant that I had no idea about its secrets. Still, the pros outweigh the cons. Skills books are rare and very useful, so by taking a smaller quantity class, I didn't have to worry about taking a book that the protagonist or any important character would take. Due to the dark connotation of the assassin class and its small number of users, most were smaller, unimportant djinns or criminals, so stealing some of their skills wouldn't cause a stir. While thinking of some excellent skills and accessories to accompany my new class, the bell rang, interrupting my thinking and signifying the start of lunch. So, I brushed away the system menu. Although I was somewhat hungry, I was in no mood to go into the cafeteria after recalling the situation before class, as everyone was hyper-focused on my movements. Without anything else to do, I headed towards the weapon facility to exchange weapons. After returning the long, sharp sword, I grabbed a pair of tiny, lightweight daggers that resembled stilettos. Due to the few assassins in the school, there were only a few options for daggers, so I prepared to leave with these. However, another pair caught my attention. Unlike the stilettos, the pair in front of me were curved daggers similar to karambit except longer. Although the curved daggers would make it harder for me to deflect attacks from sturdier weapons like swords, the power and offense capability they supplied instantly made me choose them. Unlike straight daggers, the karambit-like knives had various creative styles, making it significantly harder for an opponent to predict my movements. Their curved tips would make slashes and cuts more powerful. Putting back the stilettos, I picked up the curved daggers, weighing them in my hands, before taking them. After returning to my room to get some food and drop off my new weapons, I returned to the classroom. My plan to avoid the cafeteria seemed to have backfired, as people kept wondering and speculating about my whereabouts during lunch. Dude, I heard he already got in another fight. Already? What the hell? Maybe he was spying on his next commoner target. I heard he had to eat the broke kid lunch. That's how he lost so much weight during the suspension. Even if this was a world with magic, the personality of high schoolers stayed the same. Seriously, what the hell are these guys, my fan club? The rest of the class passed without a hitch, so I got up and prepared to leave. However, I heard a voice behind me as I walked towards the classroom exit. Stop there. Without even turning around, I knew the source of this voice had to be Liam. Almost anyone could recognize his annoying-ass voice. Pretending not to hear him, I exited the classroom and headed to the training hall to practice with my new weapons. Unlike a sword, my grip on the daggers isn't restricted. I can hold them downwards, sideways, or not even hold them at all. Throwing them is always an option. When I entered the training hall, I saw various equipment, such as scarecrow targets for sword training, shooting ranges for bows, and finally, the private rooms where the AI dummies were stored. Using advanced technology and AI, you could use data from previous fights and upload them to the dummy, essentially making the dummy a natural person who can move around and hit you. After entering the small private room, I tossed the AI dummy a sword, grabbed my daggers, and pressed the start button. Seeing a dummy made of metal moving around and dodging like an average human was surreal, but the pain soon replaced that curiosity. Damn, those dummies do not hold back. After getting hit in the stomach by a wooden sword held by the dummy and thrown against the room's wall, I decided to lower the difficulty back to easy. Even after resting for 10 minutes, the easy dummy still pushed me back with its sword slashes. Sure, my offensive power was astounding, as I could probably take out the dummy in a second, but what was the point if I could never hit the dummy? I constantly retreated from the sword's harsh blows until I finally blocked one of them. I could finally stop one of the sword slashes by forming an X with the two daggers. Recreating that same motion, I could block the second slash, the third, and finally, the fourth. However, after another 20 minutes of training, I realized something weird. I could see the trajectory of the dummy slashes before it swung. It was just like that time back in the mountains with the mountain tyrant. The dummy's next attack was visible to me, yet my reaction time was still not fast enough for me to dodge it on time. After being forced to block another sword strike, I adjusted my grip to hold my right dagger with the top facing horizontally instead of retreating and back down. In the meantime, the dummy threw another sword strike at me. After preparing myself for the incoming surge of pain, I said in a quiet voice, "Dragon's Eye." Instantly, the time around me slowed, and with the dummy slash significantly slowed, I dodged the attack. Then, without the need to dodge anymore, I instantly moved my daggers forward, and with one swift strike, the beginner dummy was defeated. Swish. Since the Dragon's Eye required mana to stay active, it immediately halted after the battle, but the damage was already done. Collapsing on the ground due to exhaustion and pain, I grabbed a bottle of water and looked at my reflection on the shiny steel walls of the room. Yet again, I was left looking like Zuko. I really can't rely on that trait for now. However, during the battle, I realized something. The Dragon's Will trait was passive, and I just found out why. The definition, "your eyesight is enhanced," was vague, but its uses were almost infinite. Of course, the first use was in everyday life, like seeing the whiteboard accurately during class from far distances, and being able to see things far away that a typical hero couldn't. I had just discovered the second use. My eyes processed the things around me at a rapid rate. By analyzing the dummy's previous moves, its current stance, and the angle at which it held the sword, my eyes accurately indicated the dummy's next move. To prove my theory, I got up from the ground, grabbed my curved dagger, and reactivated the dummy, still at stage 1. For the first few moments of the fight, I was once again left defending the dummy's onslaughts of thrusts and unable to see the opponent's subsequent attacks. However, after some time of blocking with my daggers and running away, the indicator of the dummy's next attack was there. With that information, I ducked prematurely, avoiding the dummy's aerial sword slash, then repositioned my grip on my daggers. Dodging another slash, I counterattacked and took out the dummy in one swift slash. Swish. It's shorter. The time it took for my eyes to process the dummy's movements went down from 9 minutes to 6 minutes. Not that was impressive, as Class A students could definitely beat the first stage dummy within a minute. Slow and steady wins the race. Leaning against the wall of the steel room, I opened up my menu. Class, Novice Assassin, Level 1, 19%. Dash Stealth, E. Dash Beginner Dagger Mastery, 23%. Dash Arts, not applicable. My progression was fast now, This was my first time touching a dagger, so anything would be better than that. As for my dagger arts, first, I would need at least to get the basics down of using a dagger to learn one, so that would be put on hold until I reached intermediate dagger mastery. The only way to increase my stealth stat would be to increase my class level, which was also out of the picture for now. Although I did want to test my stealth by sneaking around and seeing its limits, I decided against it until my stat was at least above E, as being caught would put me in a lot of trouble. Motivated by the progress, I returned and reactivated the dummy stage 1. I would beat this thing down until I could see its movements within a minute. Swish. 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 After 3 more bouts with the dummy, I was completely exhausted, so I grabbed my water bottle and drank while checking my system again. Class, Novice Assassin, Level 1, 25%. Dash Stealth, E. Dash Beginner Dagger Mastery, 29%. Dash Arts, not applicable. My progress was starting to plateau, but that was to be expected. Looking at the dummy in front of me instantly healed back to its original form after the fight, I started to get jealous. Using the wall to support me, I stood back up and prepared to fight the dummy again. Even though facing a Stage 2 dummy would definitely increase my rate of progression, I wanted to get the basic dagger skills down before fighting one. Sure, I could fight a Stage 2 dummy 100 times until I could see its every move within 10 seconds, but that would never work in the real world. With monsters and humans, I only have one chance to win. At the level of Beginner Dagger Mastery, I had only unlocked one technique. First technique, Shadow Serpent Slash. A single horizontal slash with both your daggers that combines agility and lethality. Like a serpent, the slash lunges forward with incredible speed, and like the poison of a serpent, the slash immobilizes your opponent for a second. Without even knowing it, I had used the technique in my first battle with the dummy when I one-shot it. However, I had yet to be able to use the immobilization part of the attack as it required some use of mana, which was in my body, but I had no idea how to control it. When I activated Dragon's Eye, the mana had automatically been used, but with Serpent Slash, I had actually injected mana into my daggers. Feeling the immense amount of mana flowing through my bloodstream, I attempted to control it. But the mana particles acted like spoiled brats and completely ignored me. What the hell? You're in my body, listen to me, damn it. A very important advantage of being a noble is having enough money to pay for private tutoring on circulating mana. When you enter the academy, you have that important fundamental down. Yet, Ren had no memories regarding that. What the hell did this guy do all his childhood? Oh wait, he just ate and used his parents' money to live his life. I shouldn't blame it because I would probably do the same thing, but still, does this guy have no shame? Looking into Ren's memories was useful at some points, but the more time I spent looking at his past, the more immersed I felt in his character and emotions. Being able to control your mana was necessary for magicians but not weapon users, so asking one of my weapons teachers for help with it would be useless. Recomposing myself, I decided to take a different approach to controlling my mana. Instead of trying to move the mana particles forcibly, I would move my red blood cells and blood to a certain location, and hopefully, the mana would follow. Using a blunt pencil from my backpack, I stabbed myself in the hand, and immediately the skin on my arm became red as blood immediately began flowing towards the wound to recover it. Then, I repeated the same thing with my left hand so that my blood was mostly concentrated in those two places. The first step was done. Ignoring the tingling sensation of the wounds, I picked up my daggers, holding them so their tips were horizontal. After pressing the start button on the dummy, I stalled with it by blocking its sword blows and running until I could finally see its movements. I dodged a sword blow by prematurely moving my shoulders and immediately launched a counterattack. With a slash full of hope, I swung my daggers and felt them connect with the outer body of the dummy. Swish. I purposely didn't use all my power when slashing, as if I killed the dummy in a blow again, and I wouldn't be able to see if it worked. Stepping back from the dummy, I saw it completely frozen. After its previous swing, its sword and arms were stuck in the air. Then, a split second later, the dummy resumed motion, and its sword came crashing onto my head. Ah, this son of bite dash. It seems that my blood technique worked for now, but its limitations were clear. Instead of freezing the monster for a full second, it only did it around a fourth of one. I did want to see if the wound on my hand was more dangerous if the power of the slash would increase, but at the same time, I'm not a damn masochist. The first technique was just the start. Once I reached intermediate and adept mastery with daggers, the techniques became harder to learn but also more powerful. Standing back up, I dodged a hit from the dummy and used another Soul Serpent Slash, this time without mana, and beat it. Just a minute before I can move on to stage 2. Hope you're not going to miss me, stage 1 bastard. After another minute of recovery, I stood back up and went to start back up the dummy, but when I did, a message popped up. AI dummies were expensive and rare, so the government didn't buy too many for the academy. Students could use the dummies for 3 hours a day, so everyone could use them at least once a day. Of course, there was an exemption to this rule: Class A students. If I were to be ranked now, I would say that Class B would be my place. Leaving the room, I opened my school phone to see how bad the damage was. Merit points, 0. Every one student starts off with 10 merit points, but it seems like this goddamn idiot Ren managed to lose them on the first week of school. Looking up from my phone, I could see a couple of students training in the main area of the training hall with the non-AI dummies. Of course, there was Liam. Why wouldn't the main character be training to become stronger? It's their entire purpose. Weak to strong protagonists were always like that. Next to Liam, there was another student. A Class A student and another heroine. Irene Lionheart. Her dark red hair, cascaded down to her waist, fittingly described her personality, a woman full of passion, anger, and intensity. Her matching red eyes also seemed to shine like a flame, hinting at her talent for fire magic. Her hands, devoid of any calluses, also hinted at her non-usage of weapons. Hailing from another family of heroes, Irene came from the Magic Tower in the Empire's capital city. Specifically, the Fire Magic Tower. As a skilled fire mage who awoke and began using magic at the early age of 15, Irene was known throughout as a prodigy. Her personality also perfectly matched her use of fire magic: intense, hot-blooded, and fiery. She was easy to anger and arrogant, but those negative traits did not hinder her progress one bit. Her passion for academics should also not be underestimated. She constantly strived to be the best in every area, and her efforts were not futile. She ranked 3rd out of 1,000 first years. Irene not only met the gigantic expectations placed on her due to her father's title of hero, but exceeded them as her sharp intellect and elegant usage of magic gave her the nickname, Firestorm. A storm of emotions combined with the usage of fire magic. An obedient bunch of fire would swirl around her finger whenever she used magic, each fire particle adhering to her commands, like she was a god. Although it wasn't described in the book, I could see parts of her academy uniform slightly darker, showing her recent and accidental use of fire magic. In the realm of magic, every student below the age of 16 strived to become like her. So, why was someone like that talking to a loser like Liam? The reason is quite simple: Liam is the protagonist. Besides that, another person is next to Liam and Irene. Kevin Cole. The number 1 ranked student out of all the first years. Unlike the other female heroines, who have Liam as their first and only love, at the story's beginning, Irene actually likes Kevin, not the protagonist. Unfortunately for Irene, her love is clearly unrequited, as, like the previous me, Kevin was deeply in love with Lily. Irene had to watch her first love, Kevin, and her second love, Liam, be stolen away by Lily. Worst of all, she couldn't do anything about it. With her easily angered and irritable personality, she was essentially a ticking time bomb. Channeling her anger into her magic, when Irene inevitably exploded, she caused millions of dollars of damage to the school's facilities and injured around 10 first-year students by giving them burns. Even with Irene's background, this behavior was unacceptable, so she was expelled. Her title as the prodigy of the magic world was stripped away, and her father was furious with her, banishing her from using magic. Escaping the control of her father and the fire tower, Irene fell to the dark side, her magic becoming solely driven by revenge. Revenge on the academy, her father, and everyone for abandoning her. To say she was one of those formidable villains for Liam was an understatement. Right now, Irene should still be in the stage where she is in love with Kevin, as this is her first time communicating with Liam. Rather than coming from a hero family, Kevin is the sole heir to the human realm's most potent and top-ranked guild. Through looting these gates and receiving money from the Imperial family, the Bladebane Legion rose to prominence despite Kevin's dad and the founder not being related to any of the hero's family or any royalty, for that matter. One would think that due to his father's humble background, Kevin would be down-to-earth and not one of those royal supremacists, but if you were to look at Kevin, you would see that you're entirely wrong. Holding his chin up high, Kevin gave off an unmistakable aura of superiority. With his massive stature, he seemed to look down on everyone. Seriously, how the hell is he 6 feet tall at 16? Looks, height, power, and reputation. You name it, Kevin had it, the perfect candidate for the protagonist's rival. Of course, with so many guilds and heroes existing, there has to be an entity that can control them all and ensure that none use their power for wrong. This was the job of the Imperial family, or the High Dominion. The High Dominion had the right to recruit people from the Celestial Academy first so they could poach top talents before any guild could. Alongside this, the Imperial family is undoubtedly the ruler of the human realm, so they can offer unique perks that attract the attention of almost any hero. The High Dominion contains over 15 heroes from the top 100 rankings, including the second rank, making them the most powerful organization, and behind them, it's the Bladebane Legion with 9 rankers. The main reason why Class A is so attractive is because if you graduate from Class A, you are guaranteed a spot in the High Dominion. Since my incident, Liam has been spending increasingly more time with Lily, and of course, Kevin does not like that, so he's currently confronting Liam. On the other hand, Irene probably has mixed feelings towards Liam. If Liam takes Irene, then maybe Kevin will focus on her, but at the same time, if her lover dislikes Liam. Anyways, those three will be forced to get along soon. Next week, the Elven Kingdom will send some elves to Celestial Academy to build a relationship with the humans as the demons have shown signs of moving again. The entire class system will fall apart, as it would be too difficult for the school to incorporate the 100 new 11 students. Instead of ranking them as classes, the school will randomly assign students to a class. Conveniently, Liam, Irene, Kevin, Lily, the Elven Princess, and some other prominent cast members will be together in a class. To compensate for the loss of the class ranking system, the school will assign each student a ranking number from 1 to 1100, depending on their current power level. With these new rankings, the school would be forced to make the rankings entirely fair and ignore the status of the students, so Liam would rightfully be placed in the number 2 spot. Of course, there would be some outrage that a commoner could rank so high in the academy, but that would soon die down after Liam displayed his skill in a duel with another student. I was somewhat curious about my ranking, as Ren would be placed much lower since the rankings did not account for social status. However, the power rankings didn't really matter to me as only the top 10 people received extra perks, so it would be impossible for me to get there without attracting attention. As for the Class A perks, it will be decided that the 100 students with the most merit points will gain the privileges of Class A. Recalling some of Ren's memories, I could remember that I had seen both Irene and Kevin occasionally at political events and family gatherings, but besides that, we were basically strangers. Maybe Kevin held some animosity towards me for trying to chase his love, but now his focus would be on Liam, so I'm in the clear. Ignoring the confrontation, I exited the gym, and instantly, the cold, fresh air of the wind blew into my body. Not as good as the mountain. Wait, no, I don't miss that goddamned cave, do I? Recalling my teacher's announcement about clubs from earlier, I pulled out my phone to check out the list. I already had one in mind. Unfortunately, the club contained the entire main cast. But, the pros definitely outweighed the cons in the case of the traveling club. I can take having to deal with a few incidents if that means traveling across the human and even visiting the elven realm for free. I returned to the dorm to shower after signing up for the travel club orientation this Friday. Next, I pulled out my smartwatch to do some online shopping. Bloodroot Blossom, 3p, a vibrant red flower that only blooms under the light of a full moon. Known for blood red petals, the uses of this ingredient are primarily for recovery and relieving muscle cramps. Moonshadow Leaf, 2p, found in the deepest part of the enchanted elven forests, the silvery leaves glisten under the night sky. Though the ingredient is rare, its use is limited to improving mental clarity and dispersing emotions for a short time. Ironbark Moss, 2p, a dense dark green moss that grows on the sturdiest of trees, the ironbark tree. The moss is tough and resilient, and while being relatively common, the ingredient is quite helpful in improving your endurance for a short while. 1 gold coin correlates to 1p, so if I add in the money I got from that gin earlier, I have around 23p. While these ingredients may seem completely unrelated, it is discovered later that when these 3 ingredients are combined, an advanced training potion that increases all stat gains by 15% is made. While this wouldn't be as important as training potions had existed before, the cost of these ingredients was significantly lower as an advanced training potion typically costs around 100p. Not only is its price significantly lower, but the potion also heals all your fatigue after a night of sleep. These ingredients would be a good investment as their prices would quadruple, but the new potion recipe would take around a year to be discovered, and I wasn't going to wait that long, especially when there were better options. After buying 2 of each ingredient, I patiently waited for an hour until my dorm bell rang. Looking outside my door, I could see a drone with a package hanging from it. Taking the package inside, I opened it to see the 3 ingredients. Going into my relatively small kitchen, I grabbed a chemical bowl that was supplied by the academy and brought the ingredients above it. After crushing each ingredient and allowing the juices and liquid inside to fall into the bowl, I mixed it for about 10 minutes until the liquid inside the bowl was dark blue. As expected, my ability to make potions was terrible, so instead of giving a 15% boost, the potion only gave me a 7.5% boost. Well, it's better than nothing. In the future, though, I would definitely need an alchemist. Next, I poured the potion into a water bottle and set it aside for my training session tomorrow. Next week, after the Elven Academy exchange, the main storyline would start to pick up, so I didn't have any time to waste. I would have to get stronger if I didn't want to be one of those side characters who randomly died to a djinn or a monster. My goal was simple: reach intermediate dagger mastery, acquire a decent dagger art to begin training, and increase my stealth stat by upgrading from novice assassin. While my stats were low for a Celestial Academy student, there was no reasonable way for me to increase them at once, so it would have to be gradual progress. Simply going to the gym and working out once or twice daily would be enough. Putting my trusty daggers in my school backpack, I slumped down on my bed, exhausted from the day's work, and slowly drifted off to sleep. Oh hey Irene and Kevin, what do you two need? TSK, I heard you've spent time with Lily lately. Let me just let you know that she's doing it out of sympathy, don't get any wrong ideas or let it go to your head. Somewhat confused by Kevin's clear insult, Liam chose his words carefully before responding. If he were to insult Kevin, there would definitely be consequences, as he is just a mere Class D student. Ah, thanks for the advice. You're lucky that idiot Ren went and did something stupid. I swear that guy has a condition or something. At the mention of Ren's name, Liam's expression darkened a bit. That guy did randomly attack him for no reason, and somehow, he wasn't even expelled. Liam had thought Ren could be plotting another scheme against him, but when Liam tried to confront Ren during class, he was completely ignored. After giving one last disdainful look to Liam, Kevin left the training hall with Irene following him like a puppy. Seeing that the 2 people in front of him had some connection to Ren, Liam called out. Hey, do you know if Ren would be plotting anything? Without turning around to face Liam, Kevin chuckled briefly before responding. Knowing that idiot, he's already devised some master plan. You don't have to worry, that guy is way too goddamn stupid. Nothing he made would work. Somewhat reassured by Kevin's words, Liam returned to training his sword art on the dummy. Bzzz. When I got out of bed, I heard my phone vibrating, which was unusual as I had 0 contacts on it. Ah, it's about that time, isn't it? On the screen of my school phone, an announcement was displayed in all bold and red text, making it impossible for any student not to see it. From today or Friday, September 5th, the class system will be dissolved. Approximately 150 Elven students will transfer to the school to begin classes here at Celestial Academy. Your new class will be assigned randomly, and you will know it by this Sunday. At 8 o'clock, report to the combat arena for the first-year ranking exams. Only bring your training weapons. Stretching my muscles, I silently thanked my training potions for healing my body overnight. Waking up on the first day of dagger training was hell. I could feel almost every muscle aching from the beatdown the Stage 1 robot gave me. I could barely even walk, causing me to be late for a class. Thankfully, being late to class was probably usual for someone like Ren, so besides a scolding from the teacher, I got away pretty quickly. Grabbing the smartwatch and a water bottle I had bought, I glanced at my system menu one last time before leaving the safety of my dorm room. Class, Novice Assassin, Level 1, 88%. Dash Stealth, E. Dash Beginner Dagger Mastery, 92%. Dash Arts, not applicable. On the second day, I had reached my goal of beating the Stage 1 dummy within a minute, so my progress began to quicken again while I fought the Stage 2 dummy. Adding the boost of the training potion, I was on pace to reach my goal of intermediate mastery by today's training session if everything went according to plan. Entering the massive arena, I could see around 1,000 first years looking at each other with confused expressions. They had just learned that they would be switching classes and that over 100 new transfer students were coming. Some students looked scared at the prospect of making new friends in a new class, while others seemed excited to meet some elves, and finally, there were those looking serious as they had grasped the current situation. Some students may have thought this meeting would be about announcements, however, their excitement and confusion soon turned solemn. This ranking exam would determine their futures. Being ranked highly would lead to you catching the attention of many guilds, and possibly being recruited while being ranked lowly would damage your chances of ever joining a high-ranked guild. Clap. 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 The sound of the clapping reverberated throughout the arena, and instantly, silence descended upon the students. My former teacher was seen walking up to the stage at the front of an arena, her purple hair swaying with every step. Upon reaching the podium, she wasted no time and immediately began speaking. Now is not the time for questions about the email you have all received. Starting now, Celestial Academy will begin its first ever ranking exam. For the next 4 hours, your ability as a hero will be tested through a series of physical and mental drills. Finally, after all those drills, you will be assigned to a random 4-person group and be given a mission. Using your results from the drills and group mission, you will be assigned a ranking number. Instantly, the mood of the arena changed. Even without knowing anything about the ranking system, every student understood that receiving the highest ranking number was the most important. Behind the teacher, a giant digital screen, usually used for duels, lit up. After a few moments, the first message was finally displayed on the screen. Former classy students, report to the back of the arena for your exam. Behind me, I could hear a student start grumbling. Just my fucking luck. I can't have one peaceful goddamn morning. I wanted to pat him on the back and encourage him as I knew exactly how he felt, but alas, such a thing did not suit Ren's personality, so I watched the students sullenly walk toward the back of the arena. After 10 minutes, it was finally Class D's turn, so I started walking towards the back. Upon entering the arena halls, I saw my former teacher waiting in front of a door with a clipboard. It seemed like I was the first Class D student to arrive, so I walked towards her. She gave me a quick nod before checking something off on her clipboard. Honestly, I was expecting her to ask me what my name was. This teacher is a significant character in the story as she is Liam's new teacher. After seeing his work ethic and how others treated him due to his commoner status, she began to mentor him. Without her, Liam probably would have died in one of the many djinn attacks on the school. Looking up from her clipboard, Mrs. Zia redirected her attention to me and asked, "Please show your selected weapon or weapons." Taking my daggers out of my backpack, I put them in my hand and showed them to her. Glancing between her clipboard and my daggers, she waited momentarily before asking. "Say, Cadet Ren, it says here you use a sword." Wait, how does she know my name? Why is she calling me Cadet? This is not the goddamn military, this is a glorified high school. Ah, yes, I decided to switch weapons. Noted. Leave your backpack outside. Staring at the ominous-looking door in front of me, I glanced at the outside world before heading inside. 4 hours straight of training and exercise drills prepared to break your body and test your limits. These next few hours were going to be hell. But I had already gone through hell on my mountain expedition. After opening the door, I glanced at my surroundings momentarily before realizing that the room resembled the private AI dummy chambers in the training hall. Even if the room was completely dark, I could recognize it. After all, I had spent hours there getting beat up every day. Oh, don't tell me. Take out your weapon or weapons. Your first test will begin shortly. Readjusting my grip on the curved daggers, I took a ready stance. I wasn't planning to rank anywhere close to the top 10. Well, not that I could even if I tried my best, but getting a higher rank meant getting a bigger room so I wouldn't laze out. My plan was simple. Go all out on this first test, and then do mediocre or terrible on the next ones. Since this test was weighed much more than the others, my rank would actually be higher if I used that strategy. The room lights turned on, illuminating a Stage 1 AI dummy standing in the center of the room with a sword in its right hand. Epsilon Upsilon dot. I calmly waited for the dummy's first attack without moving an inch from my original spot. Seeing that I was giving it the initiative, the AI dummy rushed towards me with his sword prepared for a horizontal slash. Even without my Dragon's Eye passive, I had fought this dummy enough times to know what move it was using solely based on its grip on the sword and stance. Seeing the dummy near me, I sidestepped to the right and raised my right dagger to block the sword. The force of the dummy sword crashed into my dagger, pushing me back for a moment, but I was prepared for the impact. Without giving the dummy time to react, I used my left dagger and slashed at the body of the dummy. One dagger swipe wasn't enough to kill it, so I patiently awaited its next attack and delivered another counterattack to finish it. Level 1 completed. The room's lights flickered for a moment, putting me on edge. Once the lights were back on, I saw 2 AI dummies waiting in the middle of the room, and the previous AI dummy had disappeared. 2 daggers, 1 for each dummy. Although there were 2 dummies, their teamwork and coordination were terrible, as the 2 rushed at me without regard for the other. This was my first time fighting 2 opponents at once, so I had no idea on how the Dragon's Eye passive would be affected. Would it take longer than the usual minute to see their attacks? If so, how much longer? Would I only be able to see one of the dummies' attacks or both? However, it wasn't like I wasn't prepared for a scenario like this. Even without the Dragon's Eye passive, I could reasonably guess the dummies' subsequent attacks, due to my hours of training. The dummy on the right was going to reach me first, so I sidestepped to avoid its charge. However, doing that gave me no time to avoid the left dummy's attack, so I formed an X with my dagger, blocking the dummy's aerial sword attack. The strength of both my daggers combined outclassed the dummy sword, so instead of repositioning myself, I pushed my daggers forward, forcing the right dummy to remain in place. The second dummy came rushing at me, but once again, I sidestepped to the right. Bang! The sound of the 2 dummies crashing into together echoed throughout the room. I could have ended one of the dummies right there while they were lying on the floor confused, but it had almost been a minute, so I wanted to test how my passive would fare with this new scenario. After that moment, the dummies stood together and prepared to attack again. Looking at the 2 dummies in front of me, I noticed a peculiarity between them. The one on the right had their sword in their right hand, while the one on the left held their sword in their left hand. Of course, this scenario was perfect for me, as my daggers would have an easier time blocking. If they both held their swords in their right hand, I would have to twist my body and move my left hand to block their simultaneous sword strikes. Was this a coincidence, or did the teachers do this on purpose? Snapping me out of my thoughts, the 2 dummies rushed toward me once again, but this time, instead of standing still and waiting for them, I preemptively moved away, causing the dummies to stop mid-charge. Currently, my goal was to stall for time until my passive showed some signs of life. Thankfully, it only took another 15 seconds for my passive to ignite again. Looking at the 2 dummies, I could see both of their swords' projected trajectory and next moves. So, it just takes a bit longer with more people. With the boost of my passive, it only took me another minute to finish both the dummies off. Swish. Swish. Stage 2 complete. The lights flickered again, and in the center of the room, 3 Stage 1 dummies could be seen standing. Ah, for fuck's sake. Although I wanted to test the limits of the passive by seeing how it would fare against 3 opponents, facing 3 dummies simultaneously was too dangerous, even for a professional like me. Swish. Taking out one dummy was fairly easy with their uncoordinated and messy attacks, so once again, I was left facing 2 dummies, each with swords in different hands. It had taken me a minute to remove the first one, so I was surprised to see the trajectory of both of the dummies' attacks again. Guess this type also gets shorter. After disposing of the 2 dummies, I waited for the flickering lights again, but this time there was none. Level 3 complete. Please move on to the next drill. On the opposite side of the room, the wall opened up, revealing a hallway and some other rooms. Take everything be back about experiencing hell earlier. This was the real deal. 1 hour of endurance training and sprinting, another hour of weightlifting, and finally, an hour of surviving in an artificial environment full of traps. At times like this, I wished I was a magic major, they had it easy. Interrupting my long-needed rest, my phone vibrated again. 2 in 1 day? Guess I'm on a roll. Report to the arena entrance in 1 hour for your group mission. Your group is as follows. Irene, Class A. Zane, Class C. Dion, Class C. Ren, Class D. Level 1 completed. The room's lights flickered for a moment, putting me on edge. Once the lights were back on, I saw 2 AI dummies waiting in the middle of the room, and the previous AI dummy had disappeared. 2 daggers, 1 for each dummy. Although there were 2 dummies, their teamwork and coordination were terrible, as the 2 rushed at me without regard for the other. This was my first time fighting 2 opponents at once, so I had no idea on how the Dragon's Eye passive would be affected. Would it take longer than the usual minute to see their attacks? If so, how much longer? Would I only be able to see one of the dummies' attacks or both? However, it wasn't like I wasn't prepared for a scenario like this. Even without the Dragon's Eye passive, I could reasonably guess the dummies' subsequent attacks, due to my hours of training. The dummy on the right was going to reach me first, so I sidestepped to avoid its charge. However, doing that gave me no time to avoid the left dummy's attack, so I formed an X with my dagger, blocking the dummy's aerial sword attack. The strength of both my daggers combined outclassed the dummy sword, so instead of repositioning myself, I pushed my daggers forward, forcing the right dummy to remain in place. The second dummy came rushing at me, but once again, I sidestepped to the right. Bang! The sound of the two dummies crashing into together echoed throughout the room. I could have ended one of the dummies right there while they were lying on the floor confused, but it had almost been a minute, so I wanted to test how my passive would fare with this new scenario. After that moment, the dummies stood together and prepared to attack again. Looking at the two dummies in front of me, I noticed a peculiarity between them. The one on the right had their sword in their right hand, while the one on the left held their sword in their left hand. Of course, this scenario was perfect for me, as my daggers would have an easier time blocking. If they both held their swords in their right hand, I would have to twist my body and move my left hand to block their simultaneous sword strikes. Was this a coincidence, or did the teachers do this on purpose? Snapping me out of my thoughts, the two dummies rushed toward me once again, but this time, instead of standing still and waiting for them, I preemptively moved away, causing the dummies to stop mid-charge. Currently, my goal was to stall for time until my passive showed some signs of life. Thankfully, it only took another 15 seconds for my passive to ignite again. Looking at the two dummies, I could see both of their swords' projected trajectory and next moves. So, it just takes a bit longer with more people. With the boost of my passive, it only took me another minute to finish both the dummies off. Swish. Swish. Stage 2 complete. The lights flickered again, and in the center of the room, 3 Stage 1 dummies could be seen standing. Ah, for fuck's sake. Although I wanted to test the limits of the passive by seeing how it would fare against 3 opponents, facing 3 dummies simultaneously was too dangerous, even for a professional like me. Swish. Taking out one dummy was fairly easy with their uncoordinated and messy attacks, so once again, I was left facing 2 dummies, each with swords in different hands. It had taken me a minute to remove the first one, so I was surprised to see the trajectory of both of the dummies' attacks again. Guess this type also gets shorter. After disposing of the 2 dummies, I waited for the flickering lights again, but this time there was none. Level 3 complete. Please move on to the next drill. On the opposite side of the room, the wall opened up, revealing a hallway and some other rooms. Take everything be back about experiencing hell earlier. This W was the real deal. 1 hour of endurance training and sprinting, another hour of weightlifting, and finally, an hour of surviving in an artificial environment full of traps. At times like this, I wished I was a magic major, they had it easy. Interrupting my long-needed rest, my phone vibrated again. 2 in 1 day? Guess I'm on a roll. Report to the arena entrance in 1 hour for your group mission. Your group is as follows. Irene, Class A. Zane, Class C. Dion, Class C. Ren, Class D. Could be worse. I couldn't even fathom the awkwardness that would ensue if I was grouped up with Lily or Liam. It could have been better, though. Irene had known me since we were young, so if I were to act out of character, she would be suspicious. The following hour seemed to pass by in a moment as I devoured some food in the cafeteria before heading back to my room to change back into a new pair of clothes. Upon reaching the Coliseum entrance, I patiently waited for the unknown teacher standing on stage to speak. Glancing around the area, I could see cadets' expressions ranging from seriousness to disappointment with their performance earlier to even awkwardness due to having to group up with some unknown students. After what seemed like an eternity, the teacher finally began. Get into your groups and begin discussing. Within 2 minutes, your target monster, alongside its location, will be sent to you. Enter the portal once you are ready to begin. An earthquake seemed to strike at this moment, causing some other students and me to lose our balance as the ground shook temporarily. Beside the teacher, the lifeless portal, which resembled a golden arch, powered up, causing its color to change to silver. After the portal's initial shock died down, the area around me quickly descended into pandemonium as students rushed to find their groups so they could have more time to plan for their upcoming tasks. However, I remained completely calm under these circumstances. That was because, unlike the other groups, my group had a brain. Taking out my phone, I checked the group assignment email, and under that, I could see a reply from Irene. "If you see this, meet at the front, to the right of the portal." I wasn't sure if my other teammates would notice the reply, but I sure as hell wouldn't be late. Calmly walking through the crowd of students, I recalled the possibilities of the monster my group would face. The school wouldn't assign anything more dangerous than an ear-ink monster, and in addition, this monster's habitat would have to be somewhat close to the academy, as the portal in front of me didn't seem like a powerful one. There was a forest, a small lake, a mountain, and a plain near the school. However, before I could continue thinking, I realized that my destination was in sight. To the right of the portal, I could see Irene, who was clearly agitated, tapping her feet up and down, waiting for us. Ah, she actually cares about her rank. Beside Irene was another student holding a bow in his hand. A party usually had two main attackers, a long-range damage dealer, and a tank that could effectively block hits. With Irene and I being the main attackers and the boy there being an archer, I could deduce that, unsurprisingly, the class with the lowest speed or the tank was missing. Seeing me approach them, Irene continued frantically tapping her leg up and down, awaiting the last member while the archer held out his hand to me. "Nice to meet you, I'm Zane." Seeing that he didn't seem scared or mad at my presence, I could tell that he was a noble, so I briefly shook his hand and said, "Ren." Within the next 10 seconds, the tank appeared and introduced himself as Dion. "BZZZ." On my school phone, a small holographic screen popped out. Target, dust count, /location, /image. I tried recalling Ren's memories to see if he had any information regarding the wolf-like creature, as he had been through at least 8 years of school, but it was to no avail. Ren was through and through a dumbass. An ear-ink creature like this was too unimportant to garner a mention in the book, so I had no clues on it. The only thing I had to go off was a small picture of it that made it resemble a wolf but with jaws that protruded from its mouth and a much bigger stature. A saber-toothed tiger, but a wolf? Turning around to face the portal and not even bothering to face us, Irene took the lead and commanded us. "Let's go." Irene was somewhat known for her bad temperament and arrogance, so none of us bothered to dispute her orders. Normally, entering a portal would cause dizziness for most students, but since the distance traveled was so low, everyone was relatively fine. Everyone, except for me. Holding in the urge to puke, I attempted to catch up to my teammates, but my condition was evident. Unlike everyone else, this was my first time going through a portal, and it was showing. Ignoring the ringing sound in my head and the saliva gathering in my mouth, I increased my pace so my teammates were still in sight. At the front of the group, I could see Irene glance behind and scoff. "Now's not that time to get mad, Ren. You'll get your revenge later." Revenge. Panting and inhaling like there was no tomorrow, I finally reached the location, only a few seconds after the rest of my group. While I struggled to stand up straight, everyone else seemed fine as they drank some water without any problems. Of course, this led to me receiving another disapproving glance from Irene. Holding my urge to humble her, I huddled up with the rest of the group as Irene projected the image of the dust count in front of us. "Tank, you grab its attention. I'll set the surroundings on fire to trap it as its weakness is heat, and long range, you support me. Then us three will force it into a corner and take it out." This girl is really trying to piss me off, isn't she? Not even getting a mention is insane. Who the hell does she think she is? Before I could retort or disagree, she turned her back and began running towards the dust hound. Looking at her disappearing figure, Zane gave me a pat on the back and smiled before jumping onto a nearby tree and knocking an arrow in his bowstring. Does this guy think I need his sympathy? The dust hound hadn't noticed our presence yet, so it rested on the ground. Standing only a few meters from the dust hound's sleeping body, Irene surrounded herself with flames before expanding them to encircle the opening completely. Within only a minute, Irene had already made a ring of fire that encircled the entire wolf. Looking around in confusion, the dust hound threw its paw at the fire and immediately shot back in pain. Looking at the 2-meter-high wall of fire surrounding an area of at least 10 meters, I realized that she had every right to look down on me. I mean, what the hell? Who can do this shit so casually? Angered, the dust hound dashed towards Irene, but before it could make contact, the tank, Dion, stepped in with his shield and blocked the wolf's oncoming charge. Wait, why am I just watching? Aren't I proving her right? Inwardly cursing, I grabbed my 2 daggers, jumped onto the tree Zane was aiming from, and used the height to jump over the firewalls. Within the ring of fire, there were no places to hide as the opening was devoid of any trees. However, why would I need to hide when I had my teammates as bait? Snapping me out of my thoughts, an arrow, only a few meters away from me, soared above the walls of flames and flew through the sky straight at the Duskhound. Distracted by Irene's flame-powered attacks, the Duskhound was unprepared for another attack, so the arrow lodged itself within the wolf's right paw. Shriek. Angered by the pain in its paw, the wolf began attacking with its arms and legs indiscriminately as it attempted to hit Irene and Dion, even at the cost of burning itself with the flames. Standing near the flame walls, I calmly observed the fight. I would probably look useless to a spectator as I was watching the fight without helping. I mean, Irene even started yelling at me, even though she was in the middle of a stressful fight. What the hell are you doing? Aren't you the one who basically told me to do nothing? In reality, I wasn't just watching but waiting for the perfect moment to strike. I knew my passive worked on monsters through my near-death experience with the mountain tyrant. But, it had taken me 10 minutes to grasp the combat style of a simple stage 1 dummy for the first time, so it would definitely take longer for a monster. And I didn't have time for that. Since that option was useless, there was really only one other way for me, the first technique, Shadow Serpent. Looking at the fight ensuing in front of me, I could tell Irene had severely underestimated the Duskhound by assuming its weakness of fire would limit its attack. She hadn't expected the wolf to be so angry that it wouldn't care about the fire. Zane even had to jump down from his tree and enter the ring as the Duskhound overwhelmed Irene and Dion. Instead of the wolf being back into a corner, Irene was now being pushed back into her own flames. On the other hand, Dion couldn't provide any support as he had to deal with the wolf's rear legs kicking him. With the fire to her back and the wolf standing before her, Irene was only a second away from losing. The wolf threw its paw at Irene, and with nowhere to dodge, Irene's only choice was to lower her ring of fire. However, that would mean the wolf could run around, making the exam time much longer and making her rank drop significantly. Looking at the fiery girl contemplating, I readjusted my grip on the daggers. It's time. Instead of charging toward the wolf like a prince coming in to save its princess, I poked the tip of my daggers into my right and left hands. Anyone watching would probably think I'm a masochist or maniac. As blood dripped from the small holes in my hands, I rushed towards the Duskhound, and with its focus completely on Irene and Dion, I stabbed both my daggers right into his body while internally saying, "Soul Serpent Slash." If I were to scream that out loud right now, I think the teachers would send me to a mental asylum, for good reason. Before Irene could decide to close the ring of fire, the wolf's paw abruptly stopped in front of her. Not missing this chance, Irene immediately enveloped her hands with fire and sent a fireball right at the wolf's mouth. Immobilized, the wolf could only quiver in fear as a ball of fire flew right at it. Both Dion and Zane didn't miss the opening either as multiple arrows flew at the Duskhound, and the sound of a shield banging against the wolf's legs could be heard. Hit directly by the arrows and its most dangerous weakness, fire, the Duskhound dropped to the ground, and its body remained lifeless. The ring of fire disappeared as Irene almost fell to the ground, only regaining her balance with the help of a nearby tree. She must have used a lot of mana and energy to hold up the ring while simultaneously fighting the monster. Bzzz. The sound of multiple phones vibrating could be heard, so I checked my phone. Your target has been eliminated. Return to the portal, your exam has been completed. Ignoring their phones, Dion and Zane came rushing towards me with words already flying out of their mouths. Bro, I thought you were doing nothing, forgive me. Dagger Boy to the rescue. However, I completely ignored their compliments and looked right at Irene, savoring her expression filled with anger, embarrassment, resentment, and hostility. Her uniform was partially torn, and her hair was messed up. The prodigy and epitome of talent in the magic world was reduced to such a state while I was completely fine, looking the same as I did an hour ago. Sweet, sweet revenge. Seeing my gaze at her, Irene propped herself up against the tree and angrily yelled. Why didn't you do something earlier? I simply shrugged my shoulders and redirected my attention to my 2 teammates before me. Seeing me blow her off, Irene became even more angry, but in the end, she could only stare at me with hostility. Ignoring Irene's miserable state, I mimicked her earlier actions by turning around and walking back to the portal. Zane and Dion were eager to ask me questions, so they followed, leaving Irene to make the trek back solo. The team leader had been abandoned and replaced by me. After returning to the Coliseum, I returned to my dorm room to recover. Even if I hadn't let it show, the 4 hours of drills combined with using the first technique left me completely exhausted. The wounds from my Mata blood method were relatively small, but I could still feel the sharp pain. The monster had been stunned longer than my earlier test, proving my theory that if the wound were more dangerous, the stunning period would be longer. Slumping down on my bed, I drifted off to sleep peacefully as there would be nothing for me to do for the rest of the weekend. When I woke up Monday morning, I immediately checked my phone, not for my ranking exam results, but for my new class. You have been randomly assigned to the Dragon class. Report to room 408 for your classes for the remainder of the year. The results of the weekend ranking exam will be posted in your new class. At this point, why am I even surprised? My new class just happened to be the class that conveniently contained the entire main cast and the class that had the most incidents due to the protagonist's involvement. Random my ass. There has to be some other power at play. After pinching myself and confirming that this wasn't a dream, I sighed before getting up from bed to shower and change for the school day. Complaining about my situation wouldn't improve it, so the best I could do was go along with the flow. Within 30 minutes, I was already in front of the classroom door. Though arriving late would suit Ren's personality, I really didn't want to piss off my new teacher as she could make my life hell if she decided to. Sliding open the classroom doors, I glanced around and saw some familiar faces. Liam was in the center of the class, of course, and beside him sat Lily. Since Lily was there, Kevin was also present, and since Kevin was there, Irene was there. It was like some chain reaction. An unfamiliar face sat to Liam's left. Like Liam, Zach came from humble origins and got into the academy on a scholarship. Through the recent group mission, Zach and Liam had bonded. Zach was a character universally liked by the fandom because he was humble, down-to-earth, and kind. If I were to ridicule commoners in front of him, Zach would step in to protect them no matter the consequences. Honestly, Zach fits the protagonist role better than Liam with his carefree and kind nature. Ignoring the main cast's current discussion, I quietly moved to the left side of the classroom and pulled out my smartwatch to pass the time. It seemed that one main cast member noticed me as Irene turned around and started daggers at me for a moment. A tap on my back interrupted my mobile gaming session. Immediately, I was put on edge. Who would sit with me? Turning around, I made my expression darker and glanced at the two culprits behind me. Their faces were familiar, but I couldn't quite recall their identities. Hey Ren, guess those class demotions we got as punishments were for nothing. Serves the student council right, we didn't do shit. It's the two idiots who helped me attack Liam at the start of the year, Jean and Han. Both were initially my sidekicks, but after my family abandoned me, I assumed they would ignore me. After all, most sidekicks hope to leech off their masters' families, but now I have no important family. It seemed that those two sidekicks were different, though. There's no way Ren had genuine friends with his personality, right? Not even waiting for my response or permission, Jean took the seat to my right, and Han took the seat to my left. Ignoring them now would be a big red flag as they seemed to be Ren's friends, so I lightened my expression and jokingly responded. Yeah, that president is insane. Both Han and Jean nodded their heads while I began to reevaluate Ren's relationship with the two. The book didn't specifically mention anything about Ren's relationship with the friends as they only ever appeared in one chapter, but everyone assumed it was a master sidekick as they followed Ren's plans to attack Liam. However, upon seeing their comfortableness with speaking to me and their friendly demeanor, it was clear that these people might actually be friends of Ren. I mean, shouldn't they be mocking me for being stripped of my last name, not sitting down and making small talk? Before I could probe these so-called friends of Ren more, the sliding door opened, and the teacher, alongside a group of students, walked in. Taking the podium was a familiar face, Mrs. Longburn. Welcome. I will be your class teacher for the remainder of this year. Beside me are the new Elven transfer students. Treat them with kindness and respectfulness. No forms of bullying or harassment will be tolerated. After saying those last words, I swear she glanced at me, Han, and Jean. Looking at the line of 10 Elven students, I quickly found the last member of the main cast, the Elven princess. Standing with poise and civility, The princess stood at the front of the line and glanced around the classroom. Interrupting my observation, I heard a loud voice from my right, where Jean sat. "Dude, who do you think is the hottest?" This guy didn't even whisper it, he just blatantly said for the entire class to hear. The entire class was silent, awaiting further instructions from Mrs. Longburn, so Jin's loud voice echoed throughout the classroom, but there were no laughs or chuckles in response. The princess and the elves beside started staring at us. Our human classmates began staring at us. Even Mrs. Longburn started staring at our group, not with anger or hostility, but with disappointment. This guy is a fucking idiot. Holding in the urge to slap the shit out of Jean, I ignored the glances full of disgust from my human and elven classmates and also began staring at Jean. Surely, they could tell that I was not associated with this guy. Han seemed like a reasonable guy as he was also taken aback by Jin's remark. Before I could say anything, Han whispered back. "Dude." Took the words right out of my mouth. This time around, a fainter voice sounded from my right side. "My bad." The awkward silence and stares persisted for another few seconds before Mrs. Longburn finally broke the silence and continued her announcements. "Ahem, the ranking exam results will be announced at the end of the day. That is allowed for today's announcements. Elven student, you may take your seats." As Mrs. Longburn walked out of the classroom, the elven students looked for empty seats around the classroom. In front of my group of idiots, there were 3 empty seats. The elven princess and 2 other elves, who seemed close to the princess, sat there. They didn't even bother to look or say anything to us. It was like they didn't even acknowledge our existence. A few seconds later, our history professor walked in and began teaching. Ring. To my right, the idiot, Jean, dared to speak again. Finally, the lunch bell, man. For some reason, I think people kept staring at us. Are we that popular? This guy. I really wanted to get out of the classroom as fast as possible to avoid Jean making a further fool of our group. Han seemed to share the same sentiment as he got up from his chair, even before me. Following Han's lead, I got up and said, "Let's dip." Even though staying with Jean would probably cause me to lose brain cells, it would also help conceal my identity, as no one would have a reason to be suspicious of my behavior if I simply hung out with friends. Looking around the crowded cafeteria, I could see the elven and human students already getting along as they ate lunch together. After finding an empty table, I sat down and enjoyed the amazing food prepared by the cafeteria. Nothing could ruin this lunch period, not even Jin's stupidity. Jean said while gulping down some food. "Glad we were all put into a class together again. I don't know what I would do without you guys. I know I'd be better off without you in my class." Not even waiting for Han to respond to his previous statement, Jean subsequently asked. "So, did you guys think about my previous question?" Thankfully, I wasn't drinking anything, but if I were, it would have all come flying out. Both Han and I erupted into laughter. This idiot was persistent. "Give us some more time, Jean." Thinking about this week's upcoming events, I asked the 2 friends. "What clubs are you 2 planning to join?" The traveling club would require some groupings for room and city exploring, and I didn't want to be stuck with the main cast, so bringing the idiots along would be helpful. While Han seemed to be thinking, Jean immediately responded. "PFFFT, why would I join one of those? Yeah, I don't think I'll join any. As expected, these lazy bastards don't want to do anything. Join the travel club with me. It's the perfect chance to get to know some girls. Also, Han, you might as well, we're getting vacations for free." The 2 seemed convinced, so I watched them take out their phones and sign up for the Friday orientation. After disposing of our remaining food and dropping off our trays, Han and Jean wanted to exchange contacts, but I realized that I had left my smartwatch behind in my rush to leave the classroom. Taking my sweet time, I basked in the silence as I returned to the classroom. Upon entering, I saw that it wasn't actually empty. In the row in front of my desk sat the elven princess, or Alia. Her silver hair cascaded in layers all the way down to her waist. The green elf's uniform and bow ties perfectly complemented her calm and reserved personality as she opted to read books alone instead of eating lunch with her friends. She seemed too entranced in her book to notice my presence, so I went to grab my smartwatch. After finding my smartwatch sitting on my desk, I prepared to leave, but before I took one last glance not at the princess, but at her book. The Garden Party. Maybe I'll check it out later. Leaving the classroom, I caught up with the Han and the idiot, who were patiently waiting outside. I decided not to tell the two about the princess in the classroom out of fear that Jean would further embarrass us by doing something stupid like asking her to eat lunch with us. Just like that, the first 5 days of school flew by. And now, it was finally Friday, the travel club's orientation, or the first of many incidents to take place at this school. Upon waking up Friday morning, I was greeted by an unusual occurrence, a message. Of course, I had received hundreds of messages from the group chat containing the two idiots. However, that chat was muted to prevent me from losing my last few brain cells. Your official ranking exam results will be displayed during class today. The school once again apologizes for the delay. The school underestimated the time it would take to test hundreds of 11 students, so the results were postponed. Recalling my performance during the exams, I assumed that I would be ranked around 100. Being ranked within the top 150 would give perks such as bigger dorm rooms, better training gyms, and more merit points. At the same time, no one would suspect my ranking of being too high or too low, as I was previously in Class B. Ren's father might be surprised by the results as he knows the real reason why I was placed in Class B, but I doubt he'd care. Wait, why am I thinking about that asshole? After entering the classroom, I saw expressions ranging from solemn to horror to shock and excitement. The poster stuck to the whiteboard at the front of the classroom caused these expressions. Rank 1, Kevin. Rank 2, Liam. Rank 3, Alia. Rank 4, Irene. Rank 7, Lily. Rank 52, Zach. Rank 97, Ren. Rank 545, Han. Rank 546, Jean. Kevin was surprised to see Liam ranked at number 2, only now understanding the amount of oppression placed on commoners. Irene was neutral as she placed higher than Lily, giving her a sense of superiority, but at the same time, her third rank was taken away. Liam and Zach were ecstatic that, despite their huge rise in rankings, they seemed to forget about the injustice they faced during their initial class placement. The princess, Alia, was aloof as always, reading a book. However, she occasionally stole a glance at the two students who placed higher than her. Finally, the two idiots seemed not to care as they waved to me from our seats at the back. There was one more person, but I didn't dare to glance at Lily out of fear that Ren's feelings would reappear. Sitting down in my seat, Jean immediately bombarded me with questions, while Han gave me a sympathetic glance. If you feel so bad, then help me. This travel club thing better be entertaining after you hyped it up. What do you mean hyped it up? I just told him that there would be girls attending. Before I could respond, Mrs. Longburn walked into the classroom and towards the podium, with her gaze pausing on Liam for a moment. Typically, teachers would be ecstatic to have 5 of the top 10 students in their class, but Mrs. Longburn seemed indifferent as she went about the school announcements as usual. During class, I thought of trying to take notes as doing well on exams awarded more merit points. However, this behavior would be suspicious to Ren's friends. With my being 8 years behind everyone else, I desperately needed some way to learn, so I subtly took pictures of the board with my phone under the pretense of playing a mobile game. Of course, these actions did not go unnoticed by the elven students sitting in front of me, but honestly, I couldn't care less about what they thought. Ring. Not even bothering to push our chairs into the desk, the two idiots and I were the first to leave the classroom. Still in our school uniforms, the 3 of us headed to the portal for the travel club orientation. Snapping me out of my thoughts, I heard a voice from the right. We're early, why don't we get something to eat? Surprisingly, it wasn't Jean who asked, it was Han. Han's a big foodie, noted. Glancing at my phone, I noticed that we had 20 minutes to spare, so I obliged, and Jean didn't seem to care. That was, of course, until we reached the food spot that Han recommended. Seeing the tens of exotic ice cream flavors and cones soaked in chocolate, Jin's face turned to one of pure joy. Recalling our first lunch, where Jean took at least 3 portions of desserts, I deduced that he had a central sweet tooth. Let me get one of that too. That was how we, the first students to exit the classroom, ended up late to the orientation, causing us to receive even more disgusted stares. Looking to my left, I saw Jean licking his 4 scoops of ice cream, and with all my will, I suppressed the urge to slap the cone right out of Jin's hands. I mean, even Han was angry. How the hell does someone spend 20 minutes choosing ice cream flavors? Standing at the front of the group, the club president's cheerful expression seemed to darken upon seeing our entrance. However, His face seemed to rise upon seeing that the entire main cast was there as well, even the book-addicted princess. Welcome to the first-year travel club orientation. You wouldn't believe my shock when I saw so many promising talents signing up to join. I could see bolts of sweat falling from the president's face as he spoke. The club's purpose is to allow students to explore the outside world and give them a chance to escape the competitive atmosphere of the school. 1 to 2 times a month, we will use the portal to take on vacations to various places. Today, we will go local as our destination is this town's very own Skyward Spire amusement park. Somewhat accustomed to the portal's side effects, I managed to keep my dignity intact as I didn't fall after walking through. In front of me stood an amusement park, not just any amusement park, but one made to terrify even people with supernatural powers. Looking at the roller coaster, which peaked at over 900 feet in height, I started trembling. I was scared of normal roller coasters on Earth, so how would I get through this? The rest of the class seemed entranced by the various attractions, which I called death games. Naturally, the 2 idiots beside me immediately began discussing. Which ride first? Dude, the Dragon's Descent looks amazing. Wait, no, the Thunderbolt twist looks better. Wait and dash. Alright, first, let's go to the Thunderbolt, then the Dragon, then the Forest Maze, then dash. If only these 2 put this much effort into academics. Come on, let's just go. Han and Jean sprinted at full speed towards the first ride's line. Thankfully, the 2 automatically assumed I was following, and by the time they realized, they'd already be too far in line to get me. Walking towards the overpriced carnival game booths, I pulled out 5 coins and patiently waited in line. The goal of the game was to knock over the 12 pins stacked on top of each other. After handing my coins to the stand owner, I received 5 wooden balls in exchange. Aiming for the top 3 pins, I threw my first ball, which connected, knocking those 3 down. I should be an archer. Picking up the next ball, I changed my strategy and aimed towards the bottom pins, hoping to knock down the entire structure. Mustering all my strength, I threw the ball, and its trajectory looked perfect as it flew right at the bottom middle pin. Then, just as the ball was going to hit the pin, it inexplicably moved downwards and hit the table instead of the pins. Redirecting my gaze to the stand owner, I looked at him suspiciously before he checked and said, "Oh, did I forget to mention that the balls are imbued with magic? They randomly have a chance to bounce around. This is a magic amusement park, you know." The following 3 balls I threw just happened to randomly bounce away from the pins. Some things never change. Walking away defeatedly from the stand, I was about to look for the bathroom when another challenger approached the random ball booth. Watching someone else fall into my same misery will help. Turning back around, I saw the booth owner hand over 5 balls to the student with long silver hair and pointed ears. I could not see her face, but seeing her now confident demeanor crumble with my eyes would be enough. Picking up the first ball, she employed my strategy by aiming at the bottom pins. In a swift motion, the ball flew from her hand and bolted towards the bottom pins. Just wait. Looking at the ball inch toward the pins, I struggled to hold in my laughter as I awaited the inevitable sight of it randomly bouncing away. But that moment never came. Bang! The 12-pin structure collapsed immediately after the ball made contact with the bottom pin. The booth owner seemed shocked by this change of events as he struggled to maintain his calm demeanor while grabbing the big teddy bear reward. Opening and closing my eyes, I kept staring at the fallen structure, hoping it was all an illusion and that the pins would magically go back into place. I wanted to be mad, I really did, but seeing the booth owner's shocked expression, I realized that not even he knew what had happened. Even if I wasn't the only one losing a reward, I felt defeated staring at the person who managed to take down the entire pin structure with 1 ball. Holding the ridiculously large teddy bear, the elf turned around, and I immediately recognized her as the elven princess, Alia. At least it wasn't just some nobody who beat me. Yeah, only royalty can beat me. Distracting myself, I checked my smartwatch and realized it was about time for the djinn to show up, so I rushed towards the mirror attraction. There were also some missed calls from the group chat, but there was no way in hell I was going on any of these rides. Walking inside the building, I saw dozens of mirrors laid out across the room. Inside were some normal people visiting, as well as 2 students, Irene and Liam. The 2 weren't together as they stood in front of different mirrors, staring into the never-ending sea of reflections. Heading towards the corner of my room, I steeled myself until it finally happened. Crumble. What's going on? SCZZT. Shards of glass fell onto the ground as the ceiling caved in on itself. From the hole in the ceiling descended a human-like figure with pale skin, yellow hollowed-out eyes, and a black cloak. Yellow eyes are known to be possessed solely by jinns. Compared to the jinn I faced earlier, this one was a demon. Instead of succumbing to its desires, losing its mental state, and becoming essentially a mindless zombie, this jinn was completely calm as a red aura enveloped it. Looking at the mysterious figure standing atop the rubble from the ceiling, the non-students began rushing to the door. Move your dude dash. WWEH have TTO run. GOO. However, the rumble completely blocked the entrance, so the normal civilians retreated to the corner where I was standing. A small flame began to form in Irene's hand while Liam picked up a piece of glass from one of the broken mirrors, which just so happened to be in the shape of a sword. I shouldn't have been scared as I knew exactly what would happen, but at the same time, did I? Was my keeping the butterfly effect caused by my appearance to a minimum worth it, or was it all a waste? It was time to see if the plot was the same. In the corner of the mirror room, tens of civilians trembled with fear upon seeing the jinn's yellow eyes. It was common knowledge to any non-awakened that if you saw those yellow eyes, you were to run and place a call to the High Dominion if you wanted to survive. Adding to the chaos, the alarm triggered by the roofs breaking echoed throughout the room. To make it worse, the security system had assumed a thief was trying to steal the mirrors due to their expensive price tag, so it sealed off all the windows, leaving no room for escape. The scene inside the mirror room could only be described as comical. Adults aged 20 to 60 stood shivering and quivering in a corner while two teenagers, only 16, stood confidently in front of the jinn. Having grown up in the Magic Tower, Irene was somewhat accustomed to jinn incidents as the tower and her father constantly worked to foil them, so she immediately grasped the situation. Everyone calm down. I'm sure the Dominion and school have already sent heroes to assist due to the security alarm. We have no idea if there are more jinns outside, so trying to escape could lead to certain death. Clap. Clap. A faint clapping sound reverberated through the room, and the unmoving jinn finally made his first move as he slowly walked toward Irene and Liam. Looks like you're as powerful and confident as they say, princess. Unfortunately, you had to meet me, but there's still a chance. Make a contract and become one of us. I'd rather die. Alright, be my guest. Unbeknownst to the jinn, there was actually another powerhouse in the mirror room, Liam. Using Irene as a distraction, Liam slowly wrapped around the room during their conversation, and now, he was only a few feet away from the jinn's back. It almost looked like a comedy act from the sidelines as Liam pulled the classic "he's right behind me, isn't he?" Letting out a small sigh of relief, I subtly relaxed. My preparations were not in vain. Just like how the story goes, Liam will easily annihilate him. Although this incident could easily be written off as only one jinn appeared, it was actually quite instrumental in the plot. It showed Irene that Liam wasn't some stupid commoner who ranked higher than her out of luck, and it also allowed for some character development with Liam. Now only a few steps away from the jinn's back, Liam tightened his grip on the makeshift glass sword and then made a wild dash toward the jinn. Hearing the impending footsteps, the jinn slowly turned his back, but it was too late. Liam was already upon him, his sword plunging forward right at his neck. In the next second, Liam's sword pierced right through the jinn's neck, and it was over. Releasing his grip on the sword, Liam slowly relaxed and let his guard down while staring at his glass sword, which fully emerged inside the jinn's body. The red aura surrounding the jinn slowly dissipated, and his eyes lost vitality as the yellow spark diminished, turning pitch black. Stepping out of the crowd of trembling civilians, I slowly looked around the room, confirming nothing abnormal occurred. However, one thing was bothering me. Why was the jinn's body not on the floor yet? Blocking the entrance, the jinn's body was still standing upright, albeit with a glass sword plunged into its neck. A step back from the jinn, Liam was also looking at the suspended body confusedly. This is not right. Did I forget something? From a distance, I analyzed the body and noticed something peculiar. Its eyes still contained a hint of yellow sparkling within. How is that possible? Is it not dead? Rumble. The floor randomly shook, and the jinn's body trembled. This may have gone unnoticed by Liam and Irene, but with my dragon's passive, I had seen the body move. That meant it wasn't dead. Surprising Liam, a small tentacle emerged from the jinn's body, and like an arrow, it flew right at Liam. Without any time to dodge, Liam could only watch helplessly as the slimy tentacle approached him alarmingly fast. Without my dragon's eye time-stopping ability, I was also helpless. It has tentacles. The tentacle made contact with Liam, but instead of pushing Liam back with the impact or bouncing off his body, the tentacle pierced his body. It pierced Liam's heart. I could only watch in shock and horror as Liam's lifeless body was suspended in the air like a puppet by the tentacle. The tentacle removed itself from Liam's body, and the tip of it was colored red with Liam's blood. That was not supposed to happen. How was I supposed to react? The protagonist, destined to save the entire world from the clutches of the demons, had just died right before me. Feelings of shock and horror immediately surged into my body. I had just seen someone die right in front of me. Not just someone, but the protagonist. If the main character could die, what did that mean for an extra like me? No longer held in the air by the tentacle, Liam's body fell onto the ground. His corpse lay on the floor, and where his heart was supposed to be, there was just a hole covered with blood. His eyes, which were filled with hunger and ambition only a few seconds ago, were now empty and dull. His last and final expression shows his eyebrows raised and mouth open, displaying his fear and shock. Seeing the dead student's corpse only a few feet away from them, the civilians could only open their mouths in horror and watch powerlessly like spectators. Irene's confident demeanor crumbled. In the end, important family or not, Irene was a sheltered and spoiled child. This was her first time witnessing a death, murder, and crime. The djinn's eyes regained their vitality as the tentacle returned to his side. "Huh, you thought that dumb trick would work? Look at how it turned out for your friend." Irene's legs started shivering and wobbling as she glanced at Liam's bloody corpse and the djinn's figure. The fire in her hand disappeared, and she almost fell to the ground. Looking at Irene's pathetic figure, the djinn slowly walked towards her and said, "Well, I've wasted enough time." Snapping out of shock, I scrambled to open my backpack and retrieve anything to help me save her. But it was too late. There was no time. I tried to activate Dragon's Eye to slow down time, but it didn't work. Why wasn't it working? Earlier, all it required was for me to think of activating it, but now it was unresponsive. Putting my finger to my right eye, I tried to forcefully activate it by tapping my eye over and over again, but it was to no avail. What am I thinking? Even if it activates, what am I going to do? I have some terrible daggers, no plan, and my stats are abysmal compared to the djinn. Liam had stats way higher than mine, and he died within a second. He had won in the book, because he had one-shot it with the sneak attack. As the djinn approached Irene's trembling body, she almost broke into tears while trying to get fire to form in her hands. However, nothing happened. No matter how hard she tried, it was hopeless. Staring at her hands anxiously, tears flooded down Irene's face. Irene and I were unable to fight. The spectators could not fight, and the reinforcements would need at least 5 more minutes to arrive. Do I run away? I know the outside is safe, and the djinn only needs Irene, so I should be alright. These aren't even real people. This world is just a book. All these people are just some characters made up by a random author. They don't have souls or anything. They're just the creations of some bored human being like me. Why do I care whether they survive or not? Sure, Liam and Irene dying is bad and a big obstacle to the development of the world, but it's nothing I can't overcome. Why would I risk my life to help Irene? I mean, even if I did, it's not like anything would change. The djinn would just kill me, and then Irene. Sure, there was a possibility of me stalling long enough for the reinforcements and saving Irene, but then my death would be all but guaranteed. What do I care about the state of this world? After ensuring my survival by completing the main plot, all that's left is to return. I've been here for almost a month, and my sole goal is still to return back to Earth, where my family is waiting. There's no attachment to this make-believe world. All I have to do is steal all the items, loot, and protagonist role. Sure, gathering up the items and constantly foiling the demon's plans would be a lot of work, but it's my punishment. I'm not naive. I know these 2 deaths were all my fault. The only difference between the book and this reality is my appearance, so the only possibility leads to me. I was stupid to think that the plot could remain the same with my appearance, and this entire scene was the evidence. The evidence of my first failure. Irene fell onto her knees and stared helplessly at the djinn's approaching figure. Stopping only a few feet in front of Irene, the djinn cockily remarked, You know, I gave you a chance. A familiar tentacle re-emerged from the djinn's body and soared right at Irene's body with the speed of an arrow. Displaying its impeccable aim, the tentacle rose in the air a few inches, perfectly aligning itself with the location of Irene's heart. In a split second, the tentacle pierced right through Irene's kneeling figure, and her corpse collapsed onto the ground. Another person destined to save the world had just died because of my careless and naive actions. Self-deprecation and anxiety weren't going to help me now. Calming myself, I retrieved the daggers I had brought with me. Even if the djinn's target was eliminated, knowing their bloodthirsty and cruel nature, it was possible that the djinn could start randomly killing off civilians, including me. Glancing at the two lifeless bodies on the floor one last time, I made a break for the exit. The djinn seemed to be occupied, and he was kneeling down and checking Irene's body for some items, so now was my perfect chance. The rumbling caused by the djinn's recovery from Liam's attack had moved around the rubble, so there was a small hole. The light from the sun surged in from that hole, illuminating Liam's lifeless body, which was only a few feet away from the exit. The civilians seemed to have grasped my plan and quickly followed me towards the exit. Of course, this was all part of my plan. They rushed in behind me and essentially created a body shield for me. They were just some fodder that could be used to ensure my survival. Kneeling down in front of the hole, I crawled through the hole, and within a second, I saw freedom. The sun, oh, how I missed it. In the distance, I could see countless heroes with uniforms rushing toward the building with panicked expressions. As always, the police or whatever government organization is too late to prevent anything from happening. I wonder how they would react upon hearing of the death of two students. Obviously, Liam's death wouldn't really change anything, but Irene's death could probably cause the closing of the academy. Standing up and leaving the tunnel, I stared up at the sky, enjoying the peace and serenity it brought to my chaotic mind. Then it all went dark. The sun was gone. The sky was pitch black, with no traces of its former blue color. Everything was black. It was a void. The space around me distorted, and a sense of dizziness overwhelmed me, forcing me to close my eyes. Is this my punishment? I knew causing such a scene where two main characters die would lead to some backlash. After all, it is all my fault. Opening my arms, I welcomed whatever painful punishment that was awaiting me. However, nothing came. After a few seconds, I carefully reopened my eyes. I was back in the mirror room. Nothing was destroyed. The djinn hadn't arrived yet. Glancing around, I confirmed that Liam and Irene were still alive. Was it all a dream? No, a dream can't be that realistic. I saw the dead bodies in front of me. Feeling the concerned gazes of civilians walking by me, I calmed my chaotic thoughts and adjusted my posture to fit in. Replaying the scenes that had occurred only a few minutes ago in my head, I reaffirmed that the scenario I had just witnessed was not a dream. There was no way it could have been. Then, is this a dream or even the afterlife? Did the heroes reporting to Mirror House think I was the djinn and accidentally shoot me? If so, that's quite the way to die. No, that's too unrealistic. The guards wouldn't dare attack me with my student uniform visible, and adding on, I felt no pain. Checking my time on my smartwatch, I immediately ceased all thoughts about my time travel and decided to focus on the task at hand. Assuming this was true reality, I had the opportunity to fix everything. Taking off the backpack I had brought, I peeked in and saw the pair of school-issued daggers, a pencil or two, a light red napkin, and a notebook. A sense of dread immediately overwhelmed me. Well, at least, I have a weapon. This was one of many careless mistakes I had made that led to the death of Irene and Liam, being severely underprepared. Then again, how was I supposed to know that my most vital ability, Dragon's Will, would be completely useless? Thankfully, I could get my weapons past the security without them noticing. Or, I guess I shouldn't be thankful because they also let a djinn in? What even is the point of having security? Replaying the start of the fight in my head, I began to analyze it bit by bit. After Liam made his move, the djinn's body was suspended in the air temporarily so I could try to finish it off there with my daggers. However, if Liam, whose attack was more powerful than mine, was only able to stun it, then how could I expect even to make a scratch? Go for its tentacles? The djinn only revealed it when it was on the brink of death from Liam's attack instead of at the start, so it can be assumed that the tentacle is a weakness. However, the tentacle's speed is too fast. I could see the tentacle with the passive but couldn't react on time without my time-slowing ability. This exact problem has occurred at least 100 times now, hasn't it? To ensure that both daggers would be readily available, I concealed both of them in my jacket pocket and continued thinking. However, no plan came to mind. I was just another extra background character without my dragon's eye ability. It was the only thing that made me special or gave me power. Otherwise, my stats, rank, and combat ability were average for the school. At some unknown point, I started caring more about maintaining the plot structure than my survival. I could have just taken a bunch of overpowered times to ensure my survival, but I had settled for just one. It vaguely made sense as I would essentially know the future, but at the same time, what good is knowing the future if I'm not there to witness it? Knowing the time of the Jinn's inevitable arrival was approaching, one thought kept repeating and replaying in my mind. Why don't you just run away from the mirror house? Who cares about their deaths? Your survival is paramount. At the same time, another thought kept clashing with that one. For some unknown reason, you were given a second chance. What does that mean? What if you were given a second chance because the first scenario caused the destruction of the entire world, or worse, your death? Why were you sent back in time? A decision needed to be made. If my attack and attempt to make a change failed, my death was all but guaranteed. So, then running gave me a 100% chance at survival rather than survival? However, based on my intuition and the hundreds of novels I've read, time loops or travels don't happen for no reason. There must be a rationale for whatever caused it. Some say the fear of the unknown is the greatest. Only now do I understand. I always used to think that is bullshit. I mean, isn't the fear of dying, being kidnapped, or being tortured much worse? But, if I ran away now, the rest of my life would be spent worrying about the consequences. I would never be able to relax or enjoy myself again. Those thoughts would plague my mind until the day I die. Living while knowing that some impending doom could occur at any moment would be impossible. Realizing that, I decided to stay. Deciding on that was simple, but now what? Snapping me out of my thoughts, a familiar scene occurred. Rumble. I had survived through my trip to the mountains and done all that training for what? In the end, it was all useless. The ceiling collapsed, and a figure surrounded by a dark red aura descended down in slow motion. Wait, slow motion, why is it so slow? Blinking once to confirm, I realized that after hearing the sound, I had subconsciously placed my right hand on my right eye. It was like a natural instinct for me. An act of desperation. After all, it had already saved me once during my hopeless fight with the mountain tyrant, and what else was there to rely on? All that work, just to rely on some item. Pathetic. Looking at the people around me slowly turning their heads to the noise source, I realized that, for whatever reason, it had worked. I had been saved once again. But why had it worked? Does it react to my feelings of desperation? No, that's not possible. I was definitely desperate when I watched the two main characters die at the hands of the Jinn. Feeling the blood swelling in my eye and my mana dissipating, I immediately removed my hand, and the time around me immediately sped back to normal as the Jinn's descent returned to an average pace. There was no need for me to use it yet. The conversation between the Jinn and Irene was the same, and Liam snuck up behind the Jinn. Dashing at the Jinn, Liam plunged his sword into the same exact place, and moments later, the Jinn's body remained upright in a suspended animation. Yet, I stood still, watching like a sedentary observer. I mean, I mentioned it earlier, attacking the Jinn's body would fail as if Liam's attack only did that much. What more could my attack possibly do? Rumble. Again, the floor shook, this time not due to the collapse of the ceiling. The Jinn's body slightly twitched, revealing that it was not yet dead. At that moment, my right hand touched my eye, activating the first stage of the dragon's will. Why did I use my right hand to activate it instead of just doing it mentally as I used to? I was worried that activating it mentally wouldn't work, resulting in the loss of seconds in a scenario where milliseconds could change the outcome of the fight. As time slowed, I dashed forward to the center stage, specifically where Liam was. Arriving at Liam's body, I saw his expression remain the same. From his point of view, I was just a blurry figure, so he must have just thought that he had dust in his eyes. And there was also the Jinn's body occupying his attention. As for everyone else, it was the same. I was simply too fast in their eyes, and why would they focus on some random blurry figure instead of the body of a Jinn that could potentially kill them? Standing a few inches from Liam's body, I shifted my gaze to the suspended Jinn. From the bottom of his jet black coat, a small purple tentacle emerged and flew out. Even with my passive and time-slowing ability combined, the tentacle still moved relatively fast, displaying its incredible speed. Wasn't this guy a bit too overpowered for the first villain? This tentacle could probably still one-shot Liam 3 months after this incident. Taking my daggers out of my pocket, I slightly cut myself on my hands, revealing crimson-red blood. Now, only a few yards from Liam's body, the tentacle raised itself to align with his heart and plunged forward. Moving my daggers to waist height, I waited until the tentacle was within reach of my daggers. As the tentacle inched closer to Liam, his expression transformed from confusion to horror as he had presumably noticed the tentacle. Its speed was much lower than mine, so he could somewhat make it out. The other civilians and Irene remained neutral, as the tentacle was blocked by the jinn's body from their point of view. Finally, when the tentacle was only a few inches from Liam's heart, I swiftly raised my daggers, and they moved upwards through the air until they reached the height of my head. Looking downwards, I saw the tentacle split into pieces and fall forward onto Liam's body and the ground below. If not for that sight, I wouldn't have even noticed anything was cut by my daggers. They had gone through the tentacle like it was butter. Upon touching the ground and Liam's body, the tentacle pieces immediately disintegrated, leaving no trace. Were they actually made of butter? Swapping my gaze to the jinn, I saw its suspended body fall face forward onto the ground. Besides Liam's sword plunged into it, there was no other evidence of how it died. Seeing the corpse on the ground, I moved a few steps away from the scene, preventing people from suspecting that I had anything to do with the jinn's death, and deactivated the dragon's will. Almost immediately, a surge of pain coursed throughout my entire body, nearly causing me to collapse to the ground. It felt like I was one who got stabbed by the tentacle. Well, it felt more like a truck had hit me, and I actually knew how that felt from my original death. If not for my being somewhat accustomed to the pain from my training sessions, I would have started howling like a wolf and fallen onto the ground. Without looking at my reflection, I already knew that my eye was covered with blood, but thankfully, I was equipped for such situations. Ignoring the pain, I grabbed the napkin from my bag and immediately pressed it to my face. Everyone else was too occupied with the body of the jinn, so no one even noticed me. Irene and Liam rushed towards the jinn's corpse to confirm it was dead. Would have been nice if you did that earlier. The civilians carefully watched the 2 students and the corpse until, finally, Irene announced, "It's dead." Instantly, some civilians around the room collapsed onto their knees and presumed a praying stance while mumbling something. "Hey, shouldn't you be thanking someone else?" Others hugged their family members and fell into tears. A few moments later, the sound of applause echoed throughout the room as people rushed to thank the 2 heroic students who stood up the jinn. Irene, being the brat she is, basked in this glory even though she did nothing. Liam was still somewhat dazed and confused as, after all, he had just seen a tentacle that was about to kill him randomly splinter into pieces. It was possible he could connect the dots to me as I was the only other awakened person beside him and Irene in the room, but he also thought Ren was out to get him. He would probably just assume the jinn had prepared some final attack, but it had failed as his sneak attack had killed him. A minute after the death of the jinn, the heroes conveniently arrived and cleared out the room. Since there were plenty of witnesses to interview, I wasn't needed, so I began my walk back to the portal. The outside world seemed completely oblivious to the situation as they rode the roller coaster and continued playing the carnival games with happy expressions. As I left the amusement park's premises, silence descended. After finding a bench on the way back to the dorm, I practically collapsed down on it. My mana supply was exhausted, and overall, I was completely and utterly drained from everything that had just happened. As I stared out into the deep blue sea, a sense of serenity washed over me. Shifting my gaze back down to my bleeding hands, that peacefulness was immediately replaced. After watching 2 people die right in front of me and realizing how helpless I was, my mindset and mental had been remade. Before I could start planning my future actions, I first would have to understand the past. First, why did my dragon's will activate just now but not before? Gaining an understanding of this powerful item is crucial. Even if you have the most stacked arsenal of items, they're all useless. Before I could start planning my future actions, I first would have to understand the past. First, why did my dragon's will activate just now but not before? Gaining an understanding of this powerful item is crucial. Even if you have the most stacked arsenal of items, they're all useless if you don't understand how to use them. Assuming there was no external force like a god or something involved, there are only two possibilities as to why it didn't activate. The first is lack of mana, but I confirmed that I had a full tank of mana, so it can't be that. The second and only other possibility was that it was already activated. You can't activate something that's already activated. If the second possibility is true, it would mean that the dragons I can see into the future. Slowing down time and looking into the future is somewhat related, so it's not that unlikely. However, upon looking at my stats menu, I found nothing had changed. Menu User, Ren Montclair. Class, Novice Assassin, Level 1, 98%. Dash Stealth, E. Dash Intermediate Dagger Mastery, 3%. Dash Arts, not applicable. Stats. Dash Rating, E. Dash Strength, G+. Dash Agility, E+. Dash Stamina, E. Dash Magic Power, E+. Dash Luck, GS, conditional. Dash Intelligence, G+. Dash Charm, G+. Traits. Dash Passive, Dragon's Will, 1/. Dragon Eyes, your eyesight is enhanced. Skills. Dash Not applicable. That would have to mean that I could have been peering into the future ever since I first saw my stats menu. If that's true, then why did that ability only activate now? The only notable thing portrayed through the vision was the death of those two, so was the Dragon's Will trying to warn me about that? Is Dragon's Will an item with intelligence, then? How was it able to activate without my permission? Some special items Liam and his party obtained later on can communicate with their masters, so it's not impossible. It would make sense as it did activate during the most important times for me, my near-death experience with the Mountain Tyrant and in the Mirror Room. But, then, suppose the Dragon's Will was trying to caution me, what exactly would have happened due to Irene and Liam's deaths? Also, how did Dragon's Will know I would try to resolve the situation instead of running away and escaping? So many questions and zero answers. Ironic that even though I know the future, I still have so many things that I don't know. If someone who knows the entire future world has questions, then who the hell can answer those questions? Realizing that I could only come up with theories right now, I moved on to the next important task. My power was severely lacking. Currently, I have 2 possible upgrades. Through my training over the week, a weird feeling started to appear. Whenever I exercised or trained, it felt like my muscles were at maximum capacity, like my progress bar was complete. My leg muscles weren't tired or painful when I ran, indicating that they were developing. However, my top and average speed remained unchanged when using those muscles. It was like I had maxed out or reached my final potential. This was an obvious sign that I was ready to rank up as my body was complete for the E rank. With the first incident approaching, I didn't dare rank up before it, but now I had the time to. When breaking through, you fall into a deep slumber, bringing your mind and body into a different realm, which scientists call Dream Vale. In this realm, you must complete a difficult mission determined by your current rank. Like for an E rank, the mission will be simple, like hunting and defeating a monster. On the other hand, for Liam's A rank mission, he was made to be a general in a war, and his mission was to defeat the other side despite his side's military being significantly weaker. If you fail this mission by dying or losing, your physical body will be turned into a Radique, and you will essentially become a living corpse solely driven by desire. Although some of these Radiques can be harmless, many turn to the dark side to fulfill their sense of craving, becoming jinns. This is also why the High Dominion is so crucial, as without them, these people would run wild, causing chaos. The main reason Celestial Academy is known for being the best school is its almost perfect mission competition rate. It is near perfect instead of perfect because some missions can be considered impossible. Even a person like me, who is perfectly ready to rank up, still has a chance of failure. If I fail, so be it. At least I died out of my own volition instead of being killed by someone else. The second possible upgrade was my finally obtaining a dagger art. With Proficient Assassin only a few training sessions away and Intermediate Dagger Mastery reached, I was more than ready to start learning an art. After the battle, I realized that becoming more powerful at the cost of somewhat changing the plot structure was more than worth it. Of course, that doesn't mean I would take every overpowered item and leave Liam in the dust. If I needed an item, I would take it, regardless of its effect on the plot. Currently, the dagger art I wanted was held by an evil organization known as the Gemstone Order. The Whispering Tempest is a 3-star dagger art that uses the wind to fuel its power. Although it seems like I'm settling for this art, the Whispering Tempest is actually an upgradable art with the potential to reach the 5-star range. Also, the other powerful dagger arts are currently unobtainable. Taking down or infiltrating the Gemstone Order, an endgame villain group for Liam, would be impossible for me, so the only way for me to obtain it would be to join the organization as a member. Then, by completing missions, I could use contribution points to buy the art. I couldn't just bust into their headquarters and demand a position, so the only other options were to be invited or steal a member's identity. The latter was a more viable option, as getting invited would take far too long, as I would have to first delve into the dark side of the world, then gain the trust of some individuals, and then display enough power to be noticed by an executive. With the help of dagger art, completing the E-rank mission would be far more manageable. However, I doubted my ability to kill a low-rank member and complete missions assigned by the Order right now. Thus, I chose to attempt my breakthrough over the weekend. Students were free to attempt their breakthroughs anywhere. A strong mana surge would be released if you failed a mission and became a Radique, notifying heroes nearby. Even if security measures were put in place to prevent Radics, why would I care about following them? I would already be dead, so there would be no consequences for me. Lifting myself off the bench, I walked back to the dorm building. After going through all my main goals, there was still one small thing bothering me. Why was Liam weaker? His sneak attack wasn't powerful or fast enough to one-shot the Jinn. That was what caused this whole situation in the first place. Recounting my actions throughout the past week, I had not talked to or even been within 10 feet of Liam. I had only seen him when I entered class and headed to my seat. So, then, how did my appearance change anything? In the future, figuring this out would be vital, as it would allow me to make the necessary preparations before fights, and who knows if Dragonsville would warn me again instead of just watching it happen. Arriving at the dorm building, I looked at my reflection on the glass doors, an average student with pale white skin, dark black hair, and red eyes. It wasn't my body, but Ren's. Then, it hit me. It was as if I had received a revelation. I didn't do anything. Who is Ren? A vengeful bastard and a dumbass. Liam had caused Ren to lose everything: his family name, wealth, and honor. Even if it weren't Liam's fault, Ren would definitely see it as that. Would a revengeful, dense idiot like Ren really let the person who took everything walk away without even trying anything? Sitting still and doing nothing was actually the most suspicious thing Ren could do. Liam must have been worrying his ass off trying to figure out what Ren was planning, and seeing me act like nothing happened must have only increased his fear. The fear of the unknown is the greatest. I almost laughed, imagining Liam peering over every corner and constantly analyzing his surroundings to see if there was any danger. Realizing this, I concluded that whether I liked it or not, I would have to plan some revenge scheme to get back at Liam. The more focused Liam is, the more powerful he is, and the less work I must do. Although the Dragonsville had already warned me that Liam and Irene's death would lead to unforeseen consequences through the vision in the mirror room, I had no plans to act as his babysitter. Sure, if I had a vision, I would do my best to amend the future, but I wasn't going to go out of my way. Opening my room door, I collapsed on my bed. Tomorrow would be my breakthrough day, so I needed as much rest as possible. E to D rank missions typically take around 2 hours, but I would have to be constantly on the move during that time. Back at the amusement park, Liam and Irene sat next to each other on the bench, awaiting further instructions from the heroes. A hero, fitted in an elegant black suit, approached the pair and asked. To confirm, a Jinn appeared in the room, and while Irene distracted the Jinn with the conversation, Liam disposed of the Jinn by attacking its neck. In unison, the two students responded. Yes. Well, this feat is simply unimaginable for students of your age. Sigh, I knew Celestial Academy was a good school, but 2 first years already defeating a Jinn is just. After writing a few more things on the clipboard, the hero dismissed the students and walked away. Liam was the first to get up from the bench. His typical easygoing and confident demeanor was nowhere to be seen, as he seemed to have a lot weighing his mind. On the other hand, Irene seemed to be acting like this was any other typical day, as she immediately got on her phone. It didn't take a rocket scientist to tell that Irene was bragging about the fight to Kevin, as a broad smile appeared on her face. For the past week, Liam has interacted with Irene more often, as Kevin constantly hangs around him due to Lily, so he was somewhat used to her attitude by now. More importantly, there was something else on Liam's mind. Ren was in that room. Was that entire fight and the Jin's appearance planned by him as an act of revenge? No, he seemed shocked and scared, didn't he? He had a cloth over his eyes at the end. Was he crying out of fear? Ever since the first incident, Liam had constantly been on edge, feeling that at any time, Ren would jump out and try to kill him. Why can't this guy do something already? Why is he just acting like nothing happened? Clearing his mind, Liam started walking towards the dorm building. Then, surprising Liam, a voice called out from behind him. Hey, you might not be as powerful as me, but at least you're not a fraud. Turning to face Irene, Liam inwardly thought. The hell does she mean not as powerful? Aren't I ranked higher than her? However, Liam didn't dare voice these thoughts out loud, so he replied with a nod and turned back away. When I woke up the following day, a sense of serenity came over me, like the sunshine before a storm. Checking my phone, I saw a couple of messages from the group chat with Jean and Han. Jean, dude, where TF did you go yesterday? Han, Jean, are you brain dead? Did we not just hear about the Jin incident? Deciding it was too early for their bullshit, I sent a quick message before heading to the shower. Ren, what do y'all know about revenge? After putting on a new pair of clothes, I sat down on my bed and stared at the system menu in front of me. Entering Dreamvale could be done by simply clicking a button on the menu. However, this didn't mean people just entered Dreamvale as soon as possible to advance. The survival rate for those entering Dreamvale while their body was not sufficiently prepared was less than 1%. For those adequately equipped, it's above 95%. This is primarily due to the royal family allowing all awakened, no matter wealth or status, to attend hero academies for free. It's scary how a simple button on your system menu can lead to your death. There was no need for any further preparation. When entering Dreamvale as an E rank, you are allowed to bring one item with you, and for me, my evident and only choice was my school-supplied daggers, which counted as one item. Acquiring any other powerful weapons would be impossible at my current level as they were all in the hands of powerful villains or dormant in some dangerous areas. Are you ready to enter Dreamvale? Y/N. After tapping the yes button, I felt the space around me distort. Various pieces of glass surrounded me in a pitch-black void, each with its own tiny world. There were rainforests with human-sized lizards walking around, upside-down mountains, and volcanoes filled with an odd blue substance instead of lava. It seemed like my personal world was ready as all the glass pieces around me shattered except for one. Reaching my hand, I touched the rough surface of the glass. Instantly, my surroundings distorted and changed once again. After a few moments, I reopened my eyes, only to shut them immediately after. The sun. It was similar to that feeling you feel when you go outside after watching a 3-hour-long movie in a dark theater. I had gone from seeing a pitch-black void to looking directly into the sun. With my eyes still closed, I attempted to move my arms to grab the daggers that were placed in my hoodie pocket, however, my arm didn't budge an inch. After attempting to move other parts of my body unsuccessfully, I felt a weird sensation envelop me. That was when I realized I was moving. I wasn't moving forward or backward, I was moving up and down. Succumbing to the confusion and frustration from being unable to move or stand up, I slowly opened my eyes. In front of me lay an ocean. There were no pieces of land within my eyesight. Just blue everywhere. Turning around, I saw sails blowing in the wind and a boat mast. I surveyed my surroundings and saw around 10 people, each equipped with a machete. The people wore shabby and torn clothes, resembling beggars, and they seemed to not care about their appearance as their beards were dirty and messy. Upon seeing them, only one word popped into my mind. Pirates. Interrupting my observation, a loud voice sounded from my side. Captain, the feller is awake. The loud sound of metal hitting wood entered my ears, and a figure straight out of a Hollywood pirate movie entered my vision. A man with a white beard and a black pirate tricorn hat walked up a set of stairs and neared me. In his hand was a long sword, and on his right shoulder sat a lively parrot. Glancing at me for a second, the captain responded. Throw him in the cell. Instantly, my body was lifted, and the 2 pirates beside me walked behind me before lifting me like a dumbbell. Unable to do anything due to the ropes tied around my arms and legs, I accepted it and used the time to continue surveying my surroundings. Besides the captain, I could see 10 pirates on the ship's deck and one sitting on the crow's nest, without any vision aid like a telescope. None of them seemed to be awakened, but each one of them seemed adequately skilled with the machete. Unlike the typical pirate stereotypes, none of them were drinking beer or slacking off, as they all seemed focused on whatever task they were carrying out. What kind of captain could get pirates to work like this? As my body descended downwards under the ship's surface, I patiently waited until the two carrying me finally came to a stop. My feet slumped to the floor as one of them let go of me and opened a door. After the door was wide open, the other threw me like a baseball into the room. Unable to stand up due to the restraints, I laid on the cold wood floor until I heard two pirates' footsteps disappear. The only thing in this room was me. There was no furniture, food, or even a toilet. On the door, there was only a slight hole that was big enough for my hand to pass through. The mission was pretty apparent to me. Escape. Escape where to? I had no idea, but I still knew what to do. Thankfully, the pirates had done a poor job of searching for me, so my pair of daggers was still in my hoodie pocket. Opening my mouth, I leaned down and bit into the ropes that were restraining my arms. I could feel my teeth aching and breaking down with every bite, but my body here was unrelated to my physical body, so I paid no attention. Finally, the rope's strength seemed to have deteriorated, so I wiggled around my arms. Seeing that the rope was weak enough, I wiggled my right hand into my hand pocket until I felt the cold, steel dagger. Grabbing it, I carefully maneuvered it out of my pocket and placed its hilt into my mouth. Tilting downwards, I cut down all the ropes on my arms, freeing them. Taking the dagger out of my mouth, I freed my legs and walked towards the door. I had no idea how long it would take for the pirates to check up on me, so I immediately assumed a ready position and stood beside the door with my daggers tilted. After a minute of standing in that position, I relaxed my posture and began to sit down. 10 mundane humans shouldn't be that hard to take down. However, the real problem was the captain. I had no gauge on his strength, so he was a complete unknown. Snapping me out of my thoughts, the sound of footsteps descending entered my room through the hole in the door. Instantly, I assumed a ready position and awaited the door's opening. It would be impossible for the pirate to see me through the window in the door, so he would have to open the door to check on me. After a moment, the door slowly creaked open, revealing the pirate's body. The pirate's head peeked into the room as he glanced around it. His gaze slowly paused on the torn ropes. What dash? Immediately, I grabbed him with my hand and pulled him into my room. The door slammed shut, and the pirate was in the room alone with me. Before he could react, I placed my right dagger to his neck and said, "Make a noise, and you die." The pirate fearfully nodded his head, so I searched his body for a moment, but to my surprise, there was nothing. How did you get in the room? T the K key I is O on the OU outside. This idiot had left the key outside. Leaving the pirate in the corner of the room, I walked to the door and attempted to open it, but it did not budge an inch. How the hell did these pirates have auto-locking technology? Tearing a hole in the door in my daggers would alert the entire ship of my escape, so my only other option was to wait for another pirate. Walking back to the corner, I continued with my interrogation. Who is your captain? He's Captain Sparrow, or J. Jack S. Sparrow. I was right, this guy did come straight out of Hollywood. After removing my dagger from his throat, I continued with the interrogation. It was really annoying to hear this guy spasm every time he spoke, and I doubted he would dare to try anything. Tell me about his strength. He's T2ST strong, you can't beat him. Have you seen him fight? No one has ever survived to see him fight. He killed everyone who witnessed his fight with the previous captain. Interrupting our peaceful conversation, a loud voice yelled. Hey Graham, everything alright down there? My dagger instantly appeared next to the pirate's neck, and I nodded my head. Quivering, the pirate spoke up. Everything is fine, he just needed some punishment. Don't have too much fun, Graham. You know Captain needs him alive. After a couple more useless answers from the pirate, I decided he was worthless, so I knocked him unconscious to prevent him from messing with my plans. Although killing him would be easier, I knew nothing about the captain's abilities. At this point, I assumed that the captain was at least an E-rank power, so it wouldn't be impossible to smell the blood with his enhanced senses. Leaving the unconscious body in the corner of the room, I once again assumed my position beside the door and waited patiently for the next visitor. After a couple of minutes, I could hear the sound of footsteps again. The footsteps stopped right before the door, so I tensed up in preparation for the sneak attack. However, the door remained shut. Instead, the pirate moved a small tray with some food through the small hole in the door. Instead of panicking, I decided to improvise. I had no idea how long the captain was planning to keep me locked up, so I was gambling by simply remaining in the room. Quietly walking to the corner of the room, I dragged the pirate's body until it could be seen through the hole in the door. On the other side of the door, the pirate, curious as to why I wasn't taking the food, leaned towards and peeked through the hole in the door. However, it wasn't the prisoner he saw, but his very own crewmate lying lifelessly on the floor. Instantly, the door swung open, and the pirate rushed inside with his machete out. However, I had long expected this. When the pirate's head peeked through the door, my daggers were already there. In a single swift motion, my daggers decapitated the pirate as his head and body dropped onto the floor. He was permanently silenced. Now, I was truly on a timer. Would the captain notice the smell of blood and death, or would I kill all the other pirates first? Rushing out of the room, I quietly walked up the staircase until the sunlight was visible once again. Observing my surroundings, I saw 8 pirates, all facing away from me, working on some task. Each of them could be taken care of in one blow. However, there was one problem. Above everyone, on the crow's nest, I could see the pirate surveying the sea in front and the ship's current situation. I was sure he would immediately report to the captain if something were amiss, and I wasn't confident dealing with 8 pirates alongside an unknown entity suspected of being as powerful as me. Thus, I decided to use the pirate's trust in his eyes against him. Due to distance, the pirates couldn't see the specifics of the situations on the deck, so all I would need to do is make the pirates appear alive. Using the shadow cast by the crow's nest, I arrived at the ship's center unnoticed. After concealing myself with a wooden pillar, I peeked out to the right and surveyed my surroundings. In front of me were 2 scrawny figures, each with a cutlass comfortably resting at their waist. After a minute of observing them, I noticed that the 2 had yet to turn their heads away from the sea. They simply stared out into the sea into utter silence. What the hell is so interesting about the sea? Ignoring their peculiar behavior, I glanced to my right and saw that 2 more figures were there. Unlike the others, they were comfortably resting while talking to each other. Far into the distance, I could spot the last member of the crew sitting down near the front of the ship, next to the bowsprit. Since I was directly under the crow's nest, I could not observe the person up top, but repositioning and observing him would be impossible with the clock ticking. The moment the rest of the crew was alerted of my escape, my death was inevitable. No matter how special I was, fighting 7 people and the captain head-on was impossible. Stepping out of the nest's shadow, I quietly and carefully moved toward the 2 pirates conversating, using various things around the ship to hide myself. Once near enough, I concealed myself with the shadow of the mainsail and listened in on their conversation. "Did you hear boss is paying extra for this expedition?" "No shit, why the hell did you think I signed up?" "Just asking, relax." "Tisk, just stop with the questions and keep drinking. These guys really know nothing. Did they really blindly accept going on the expedition because of the money?" Holding both daggers horizontally, I tensed my legs and patiently waited for the perfect moment. After 10 more seconds, I saw both pirates pick up their glasses in preparation for a toast. Like a cheetah, I lunged forward towards the table. Besides a faint scraping sound, no other sound indicated my movement. Within a second, I was only a few meters away from the 2 oblivious pirates. In one clean motion, I cocked back my right hand and thrust it forward. My weakness had become clear during my grueling training sessions with the bots. The reach of my daggers was not enough compared to other weapons. One day, after consistently losing to the bot despite knowing its next moves, I chucked my right dagger with all my might. As a gamer, throwing things after a loss or defeat was normal, so this wasn't anything extraordinary. However, what was special was that the throw managed to catch the bot off guard, as it had never expected to receive an attack while I was so far away. The bot determines its moves and attacks using a logical algorithm. What logical person randomly hurls their weapon at you? Thus, I created a new attack. Back on the ship, the dagger gracefully flew through the air like an arrow. This dagger's target was the man's heart on the right. Putting complete trust in my throwing skills, I didn't continue watching the dagger but instead raised my left dagger and pounced at the man on the left. Although the training robots didn't have vital spots like a human's heart, I had trained myself to aim for the typical location of the heart during training. If this pirate didn't die instantly, he would have time to alert the rest of the crew of my presence, effectively ruining my plan. Before the pirate could glance away from his beverage, my dagger was already stabbed into his body. His eyes lost their colorful luster, and his posture crumbled as he slumped onto his chair. A simple attack like this wouldn't be able to kill an awakened, but thankfully, I had confirmed that the crew were all mundane humans. The wound left by my dagger was too small to be noticed by the surveyor up on the crow's nest, so a sigh of relief escaped my mouth. However, the sigh almost re-entered my mouth when I turned to face the other pirate. He was breathing, he wasn't dead. But, then, why are his eyes closed? God damn it, Jace, did you throw your glass at me? It got into my eye. After looking at the floor covered with shards of glass, I quickly realized the situation. My dagger hadn't missed his heart, but in a stroke of luck, the man had placed his cup right in front of his heart. The dagger broke the cup, and the broken glass went into the man's eye, blinding him. Is this what they call equilibrium? He's lucky because he didn't die from the throw, but I'm lucky because he was blinded and not able to realize the situation. Not knowing whether to thank the gods for luck or not, I grabbed my right dagger from the floor and stabbed it into the pirate's heart. Leaving the two corpses, I returned to the ship's center, hiding under the crow's nest. My next target was the man in the distance, but I could not reach him without being noticed. The path there lacked any shadows or things that could mask my presence. Although killing the two pirates staring off into the sea would be much easier, there were more risks. Due to their standing position, it would be impossible for me to make them appear alive to observer on the crow's nest, so it would only be a matter of time before I was found out. There was also something else bothering me about their behavior. I doubted the captain was stupid, so why would he assign these two pirates the useless task of staring into the sea? Attacking them seemed to be a bad decision. It might have been my hunch or gut feeling, but then again, what was I without those feelings? Wasn't my ability to analyze and predict my opponent's moves just a hunch as well? I was fully trusting my ability to foresee their moves, so why should I not also trust my hunch now? Since the two pirates were facing the sea, the other pirate was a distance away, and the observer was directly above me, I could move around somewhat freely. After climbing the ship's roping, I surveyed my surroundings from a higher height and noticed something that could help me. A rope connected the sails on the ship so I could walk the rope to reach the opposite side of the ship where the lone pirate sat. Of course, there was the risk of being spotted, but using the rope seemed to be my only option. Not wasting any more time, I placed both my feet on the rope and stabilized myself before continuing. Like a tightrope walker in a circus, I slowly moved my right foot forward, then my left, and repeated that motion until I finally reached the end. Stepping onto a wood plank right below the sail, I immediately looked down at the ship and saw the lone pirate sitting almost directly below me. Readying my daggers, I gracefully leaped off the wooden plank and landed on the ship deck. Shocked by the sudden noise behind him, the pirate turned around, but by then, it was already too late, my dagger was already embedded in his body. Stepping out of the shadows, I retrieved my dagger and examined the pirate's body in hopes of finding something useful, but like the other corpses, there seemed to be nothing valuable. Just as I was about to resume my plan and head back to the ship's center, a sudden noise sounded above me. CACAW. Immediately tilting my head upward, a feeling of dread overwhelmed me as I noticed the source was not just an ordinary bird but the captain's parrot. Attracted by the noise of the parrot, the observer on the crow's nest redirected his attention to the area, and there I was, standing in the plain sunlight with two blood-covered daggers. Captain, he's escaped. On the opposite end of the ship, I could see a door swing open, revealing the captain's figure. Tensing my legs and readjusting my grip on the daggers, I awkwardly awaited the captain's next move, however, he remained completely still. Then, his figure suddenly disappeared from the quarter deck, and in the next moment, he reappeared only a few meters away from me. My dragon eyes, how? My eyes were supposed to see all. However, they failed to catch his movements. There is no way, just what is he? Without waiting for me to recover from the shock, the captain drew his broadsword from his scabbard and charged at me. This time, his moving figure was easily visible to my eyes. Was he going slower? As the charging captain neared me, I sidestepped to the right, avoiding the slash. Without skipping a heartbeat, I immediately propelled my daggers upward, yet my daggers failed to hit anything. The figure of the captain once again vanished and reappeared a few feet away. What's going on, my eyes? Not paying any attention to my words, the captain swung his broadsword, releasing a wind slash hurling right at me. Seeing that it was my first time even fighting against a magic slash, I doubted my ability to parry it with my daggers, so I retreated backward, right out of the range of the wind slash. Instead of releasing countless more wind slashes, the captain stood still and stared at my figure. Was he out of mana already? No, that's impossible, it was just one slash. After a couple of moments, the captain once again charged at me. Knowing he would predict my sidestep dodge again, I formed an X with my daggers and prepared to take broadsword on directly. Under the weight of the heavy broadsword, my X formation didn't break. However, I was pushed back even further, too far even. Not bothering to counterattack, I stepped back and took a quick glance at my surroundings. I was at the very edge of the ship, one wrong misstep would cause me to fall into the sea. This was what he was planning this entire time. Defense would be impossible in this situation, I must take the initiative. Yet, how could I attack or hurt an opponent that could move faster than my eyes? Realizing the captain was preparing another attack, I rapidly cocked my hand back, released my left dagger, and hurled it right at the captain. Immediately after, I followed the flying dagger and charged with my right dagger at the captain. Oddly enough, instead of rapidly moving away like earlier, the captain raised his broadsword to deflect the flying dagger. His broadsword effectively blocked the flying dagger as it rebounded onto the floor. However, I was already upon him right by that time, my right dagger swinging upwards in an uppercut. However, the captain's figure disappeared again this time and reappeared a few meters away. What? Now that I had some breathing room, I began analyzing the captain's fighting style, however, it just didn't make sense. His irregular and long pauses between fights. His periodic use of rapid movement. His use of only one wind slash. What if he's not moving? Subsequently, I voiced a possibility out loud. Teleportation. The pauses for gathering mana, the volatile use due to lack of mana, and the one wind slash to conserve mana for teleportation. Looking at the captain, I saw a crack in his confident demeanor. His usual impassive expression was replaced with one of shock. Instead of taking the initiative once to attack, I took another glance around the ship. Another thing that bothered me was the reason I had yet to use my time-slowing ability. Where were the other crew members, and why were they not helping the captain fight me? There was an all-out brawl, but the surviving crewmates were nowhere to be seen. On top of the crow's nest, the observer seemed to be watching the fight with a bewildered expression, but, on the other hand, the two other pirates remained the same. Simply staring out into the sea. After recovering my left dagger, I refocused my attention on the captain. Sure, I figured out he had teleportation, but how was I supposed to counter that? How was I even supposed to beat this guy? Saying this was an uphill battle would be an understatement, it was akin to scaling Mt. Everest in a winter snowstorm. The open setting of the ship deck was advantageous for him as I had nowhere to hide. I couldn't just release a barrage of dagger attacks on him to draw out his mana, as I would be left open to his counterattacks. But if I didn't constantly attack him, he would save up mana and teleport away whenever I did attack. Isn't the first rank up supposed to be easy? I'm just a humble E rank trying to get to D rank, what the hell is this? If fighting head-on doesn't work, what are my other options? Escape into the sea, cultivate the heavenly demon dagger arts for 100 years, then come back and beat the young captain and his entire sect. If only. From what I've seen thus far, he can only teleport a distance of exactly 10 meters, no less or no more. So, if I were to find a confined space, his teleportation would be useless, but then again, he wouldn't hold back on his wind slashes, and in a confined space, dodging those would be near impossible. With my ability to slow time, I could dodge a few, but that would only work for around 6 seconds until I'm out of mana. The battle came to a standstill as the captain continued gathering mana while I surveyed my surroundings with no intention of attacking first. There was only one peculiarity about the situation. The two pirates were observing the sea, and the pirate on the crow's nest had yet to join the fight. With those three in the fight alongside the captain, I would definitely been cornered and thrown into the sea by now, yet the captain still refuses to call for them. Is he trying to show his power and superiority? I don't need your help, you dumb mundane humans. Watch this pirate sect leader solo this guy. No. If that were the case, he wouldn't be pausing to gather mana after every encounter. Who would think highly of someone who has to recharge every few seconds? Then, does the captain care about their survival? It would make sense, as I could kill those three mundane pirates before my eventual death. As the captain unsheathed his broadsword, indicating that he had enough mana, I examined his face. Not only 10 minutes ago, I had ruthlessly killed 5 members of his crew, yet his facial expression remained devoid of any emotion. Surely, he would be angry if he cared about his crew. Well, could he be hiding his emotions so as not to seem weak in front of me? As the captain charged at me once again, I formulated and decided on a plan. The first step, get some distance. I was at the front of the ship with my back to the sea, and my destination was the pillar of the crow's nest I had used earlier. Slowing the pace of his charge, the captain swung his broadsword twice in succession, releasing 2 wind slashes. One aimed at my current location and the other at my right side. The correct and only way to avoid the slashes would be to sidestep to the left. This was quite obviously a ploy by the captain to trap me once I moved to the left, yet the captain had methodically eliminated any other chances at dodging. The plan was clearly well thought out. This trap was impossible to avoid and would undoubtedly lead to the captain cornering me. After that, my death was assured as I could not dodge his massive broadsword with the limited space on the ship's edge. From there, I would either succumb to the sword and die or fall into the sea and drown. Yet, the captain had failed to take one thing into account. Sure, he's special for being one of the few people able to utilize space magic to teleport. But then again, I'm the only one in the entire world capable of manipulating time. Of course, the captain couldn't have predicted this given a million chances, but then again, one must expect the unexpected. As the wind slash aimed at my right neared me, I raised my hand and tapped my eye. The speed of the captain charging from the left at me remained the same, but the right slash, which was inside the area of affection, slowed to the point where it almost stopped. As I stepped to the right, the wind slash aimed at my previous location whizzed past me and disappeared into the dark blue sea. Maybe the luck gods were real. I didn't even have to formulate a plan of action, the captain handed it to me. After tapping my eye again, I ran and returned to my previous position. Within seconds, the captain and right wind slash had reached their destination, but I was nowhere to be found. As the captain confusedly turned around, he saw me standing behind the 2 pirates, with each of my daggers pressed to a neck. Make a move, and they die. Following a short pause, the captain's indifferent expression changed, but no negative emotions were present this time. Only a wide smile spanning across his entire face. My grip on the daggers tensed as the captain took a step forward. Was I wrong? Did he not care? What was the reason for not using the mundane pirates to attack me? Taking another step forward, the captain finally spoke his first words to me. You must really not know how things work around here. Suppressing my shock, I calmly maintained my position and responded. Get any closer, and they're dead. Of course, this was an empty threat. These 2 guys were the only bargaining chips I had in a gamble for my survival. Ignoring my instructions and calling my bluff, the captain took another step forward. By now, he was only 7 to 8 steps away from me. I hope you're not stupid, kid. Why do you think I've left these 2 pirates be during the fight? Briefly glancing away from the captain and at the 2 pirates, a feeling of fear overcame me. The 2 pirates remained oblivious in the face of death by my hands. They ignored the cold sensation of my daggers on their necks entirely. They simply continued staring at the sea. What's going on? Taking another step forward, the captain continued. I don't know what trick you pulled back there, but wasting that opportunity was stupid. If I hadn't run towards the pirates and instead ran towards the captain's backside, I would have completely surprised him, allowing me to have an uncontested counterattack. While killing him with that would have been impossible, it would have given me a chance to inflict serious damage. Did I make the wrong decision? But then, why is he slowly walking towards me when he could teleport and fight with me immediately? Does he need more mana? This was a game of poker. Instead of checking by counterattacking the captain, I had raised the bet by using the pirates as hostages. Was it a mistake, maybe? But I wasn't going to fold now. It was time to double down. I'm going all in. Back on Earth, my friends would constantly joke about going to Vegas and going all in on black, but here I was doing the same thing. If it didn't work out? Jump. As the captain took another step, I grabbed one of the pirates and pushed him off the ship. Instead of looking at the pirate's descent into the water, I returned my attention to the captain. Was he bluffing this entire time as well? A subtle change occurred on the captain's face as he turned his head to the right and watched the pirate fall. A shrieking voice sounded from the right of the ship. Captain, but you said the... Splash. Without skipping a beat, I immediately attempted to take advantage of the situation and said, "I warned you, didn't I? One more step and the other goes. You fool, you really don't know when to give up, do you? Kill him, see if I care." As those words left the captain's mouth, I could feel the pirate's body quivering under the pressure of my dagger. However, his expression remained neutral. Lifting his head to face me, the captain made direct eye contact and stepped forward. Well, we both went all in. Isn't it time to reveal our cards? This whole dream has been strange from the start. Why would they imprison me in the cell instead of killing me immediately? The pirates on the ship didn't know anything about the details of this expedition. As an awakened, you can sense whether others are as well, so the captain knew from the start that I was special, yet he left mundane humans to guard me. He knew I would escape, rather, he planned for my escape. He knew I would massacre the pirates on board. He wanted them to die. This ship was never going on an expedition, this ship was going to be a graveyard. But why? These pirates have no money or material value to offer to the captain. That begs the question, what value do these pirates hold? Only one word comes to mind. Sacrifices. How does that connect to the constant and unusual observation of the sea? The sea. The captain spared me so I could do the dirty work by killing the crew, and then he planned to sacrifice me along with them. Sacrifices to the sea. This theory was further confirmed by the captain's peculiar expression after the pirate was dropped into the sea. With the captain now only 4 steps away from me, I had to make a decision. I'm going all in on black. Tilting my head upwards, I returned the captain's eye contact. A smile appeared as I raised my right dagger and left daggers. However, I didn't stab them into the pirate, those daggers pierced right into my own hands. Grabbing the pirate's shirt with my blooded hand, I didn't hesitate as I threw him off the ship. If you can't beat them, join them. Not skipping a beat, I immediately infused my daggers with mana and threw both of them right at the captain. Maybe, if it were 1 dagger, the captain could dodge it, but with 2, he couldn't. Well, he couldn't without teleportation. In an instant, the captain teleported 10 meters back. But by the time he reappeared, I was already on the ship's opposite side, right next to the bodies of the 2 drunken pirates I had disposed of earlier. Grabbing the bodies with both hands, I immediately hurled the bodies off the side of the ship. From the opposite side of the ship, a voice echoed. "Think you can beat me at my own game?" The location of this voice was the captain, who was currently holding 4 bodies, the bodies of the 2 pirates in the prison room, the body of the individual pirate, and the body of the pirate on the crow's nest. Within an instant, those bodies were sent flying off the ship and into the sea. Rubbing his hands together, a smile appeared on the captain's face as he continued. "Well, we're right back to where we started, aren't we? 4 corpses to 4 corpses. Seems you've figured it out. The 5th must be one of us. Why do all of this? The more corpses sacrificed, the more power Leviathan grants to one. Imagine what I'd get from sacrificing an awakened, haha. Leviathan. The water serpent. A mythical creature? Why is there an S+ ranked beast in my E-rank up dream? Looking at the approaching captain, I didn't even bother to prepare. My daggers were gone. However, it seemed the sacrifices had restored my mana capacity. That mana wouldn't be nearly enough to let me survive, let alone kill the captain. With a sigh, I turned my back to the captain and calmly said, "I fold." Without waiting for a response, I jumped off the ship. The goal of the dream couldn't have been to kill the captain, that was simply impossible at my level. So, then, he has to die, but I can't kill him. What if I had a little talk with his boss? As I dipped into the water, an intense cold overwhelmed me, sending shudders down to my exoskeleton. However, that feeling of coldness was soon replaced. Replaced by fear. An indescribable amount of fear. The mere pressure this existence emitted elicited fear. When the feeling of fear reached me, I didn't hesitate as I raised my right hand and tapped my eye. As I opened my eyes, I looked towards the source of this fear I felt, and not even 10 meters away, I saw a creature. Its jade-colored body seemed to stretch for miles, with spikes running down it on top. Its head was adorned with scales that glistened like gems, and its pointed snout contained twin nostrils that flared as it stared at me. Although I couldn't tell, its eye seemed to sparkle with interest as it stared at me. It felt like if I made eye contact with the water serpent any longer, the pressure would immediately kill me. It didn't immediately kill me, is that a good sign? I had gone through all that work to sacrifice 4 mundane humans to it, so maybe the sea serpent was giving me an audience? Surely, he would rather have me as a worshipper than that captain. After all, I'm not just a generational talent, I'm 1 in a trillion talent at the minimum. Who else can manipulate time? Feeling the mana rapidly draining, I slowly gestured my head toward the ship. When I turned my head back to the creature, it was no longer there. The water serpent, which seemed to span over 100 miles, had somehow disappeared. Turning my head back towards the ship, I glanced, but it was no longer there. There was not even a trace left of the ship. Just as my mana was about to run out and the time slowing was about to deactivate, a bright light enveloped me, and a screen appeared. You have completed your dream. You have completed a hidden mission inside your dream. See God Believer, unlocked. Calculating completion rate, error, value cannot be calculated. The next instant, I was no longer submerged in the water under the ship's ruins, but I was back in my room. What the hell just happened? The mission was over just like that? Should I be mad or happy? Why did I go through all that planning and work to complete the dream when the sea serpent did it for me in less than 10 seconds? To be fair, if I hadn't sacrificed those mundanes to him, it would be possible that he instantly killed me, assuming that I was a sacrifice. But, then again, I doubt the time of a mythical deity is worth only 4 mundane humans. So then, what price will I have to pay to that serpent? Now, I owe a debt to a one-of-a-kind mythical creature that is at least an S-rank beast. Getting off my bed, I walked to the bathroom to examine my body. Sure enough, my clothes were completely dry, and all the injuries I had received from the battle with the captain were gone. It was as if my body were brand new. Before examining my system menu, I immediately pulled out my smartwatch and clicked on a search browser. Originating from the southern continent, the legend of Leviathan has risen in popularity rapidly during the past 30 years. Described as a jade-green serpent with a body spanning over 50 meters, many claim to have spotted the mythical entity, but no evidence remains. 5 years ago, a party of A-ranked adventurers traveled to the originating city of the legend to investigate. However, their week-long expedition revealed nothing. Jade-green serpent and over 50-meter body. That's precisely what I saw. So, then, can mythical creatures invade dreams now? Or, did I see a fake version of Leviathan made by the dream? Putting my worries aside, I finally caved into my curiosity as I looked at my new and improved stats menu. Menu User, Ren Montclair. Class, Rookie Assassin, Level 2, 0%. Dash Stealth, E+. Dash Intermediate Dagger Mastery, 15%. Dash Arts, not applicable. Stats. Dash Rating, E+, ready for rank up. Dash Strength, E. Dash Agility, E+. Dash Stamina, E+. Dash Magic Power, D. Dash Luck, GS, conditional. Dash Intelligence, E. Dash Charm, G+. Traits. Dash Passive, Dragon's Will, 1/. Dragon Eyes, your eyesight is enhanced. Skills. Dash E, dash, not requiring any mana usage. The skill allows the user to move 10 meters from their current location in any direction with a cooldown period of 7 seconds. The skill does not instantly move the user, but temporarily increases the user's speed until they move 10 meters. All of that, and I didn't even get to D rank. Although I completed the dream requirement to advance to D rank, my stats aren't high enough to qualify me for D rank. If all goes as planned, Liam will complete his dream and advance to D rank a week from now, so it's not as if I'm falling behind. However, it's an entirely different story after Liam's ascension to C rank, as he'll be leagues ahead of me despite our closeness in overall rating. That just goes to show what getting overpowered skills and traits can do. To be fair, I'm not doing terribly in the overpowered traits department, but still, it can't come close to comparing to what Liam will get. Despite all that, I'm not even jealous of Liam, I somewhat pity him. That guy has to take on all the evils in the world with close to 0 breaks. Imagine killing one villain just for 10 more to pop up and that loop repeating until your eventual death. He can have the hero role, I'm good on that, not gonna lie. Getting up, I decided to head to the training room to check out my new skill. Of course, if I were in the top 2 ranks, I would have my room, but here we are. If I had to estimate my current ranking, I would say I'm a bit stronger than my assigned rank of number 97, but at the same time, I am still a distance away from the top 10. Those named characters are a completely different beast. Speaking of named characters, a surprising sight awaited me as I entered the training hall. Irene was training. That wasn't surprising, as she was a hard worker, despite the kinks in her personality. However, what was surprising was that she was alone. Isn't she kinda obsessed with Kevin? Usually, this wouldn't be bad but rather good, as one of the named characters getting stronger means the hero's party is getting stronger. However, Irene isn't a future hero party member. She's the opposite, a future villain, one of the most powerful. Simply by existing, I'm making Liam's life harder. Well, that's in the future. I can just find a solution when the time comes. Maybe because of the fatigue I accumulated during the dream, a yawn slipped out of my mouth as I watched Irene train. This seemed to catch her attention as mid-spell casting, she abruptly turned around and glanced around before pausing her gaze on my figure. Got something to say? Spit it out. You're not even a full noble anymore. Who do you think you are looking at me like that? Pfft, you're just a loser now. It's an honor for someone like you even to have the privilege of looking at me. Didn't I just look at her? What is all this for? I was at a loss for words. A simple late-night training session has turned into me getting flamed. Can't even speak now? Good, someone like you shouldn't even dare speak to me. With those last words, Irene stormed out of the training center. Problem solved. I guess. A tear rolled down my face as I headed to the avbutt room. After grabbing my 2 daggers, I configured the system panel and assumed a ready stance. Stage 2 dummy selected. As the dummy charged at me, I remained still. The current goal was to test the limitations of my new skill, dash, not beat the dummy as fast as possible. When the dummy sword was only a few meters from my body, I activated dash. However, nothing happened. The next second, the dummy sword struck me, and I was flung against the wall of the training room. Stage failed. This wasn't even close to teleportation. Sighing, I got up and got ready for another battle. This skill testing was going to leave my rebuilt body in shambles. After 3 hours, with my body barely in one piece, I stepped out of the training room with some conclusions. There was a way to make dash similar to teleportation. The only problem with my current dash is the delay. I can't move instantly, I must activate the dash and move in my desired direction. It takes me around 1 second to do that, meaning it's barely better than me just dodging normally. However, I found a decent solution. After activating dash, I have 5 seconds to move before my speed returns to normal, so if I activate dash at least 5 seconds before the attack, I could instantly move forward without delay. With my entire body still aching from my testing session, I stepped out of the gym and welcomed the cold breeze of the air. Despite the darkness of the night, the full moon shined brightly, illuminating the path back to the dorm. Only after looking at the moon did I realize I had no clue what day or time it was. How long had I been dreaming for? After taking out my smartwatch and checking the time, I relaxed, realizing that it was Sunday night. I hadn't missed any days of school. My 0 merit points were safe. Since I woke up about 4 hours ago, I wasn't even close to being ready to sleep, so I opted for a detour. After making my way to the edge of the island, I put my hands on the cold, steel railing and took in the view of the capital city surrounding the academy. With my dragon eyes, I could see almost everything. To the very left of the city stood the royal palace, and to the very right of the city stood the slums. The contrast between the two was clear. The royal palace had multiple buildings spread throughout its large area, all adorned with intricate decorations. On the other hand, the slums had buildings cramped together, each building had some fault, whether it was broken windows or, in some cases, the building even tilting, causing it to be in danger of collapsing. Only a few nights ago, I had stared from this exact place and admired the city, but now, with my heightened eyesight, every fault was apparent to me, and sight even somewhat disgusted me. By all means, I was not a saint or even close to one, but the stark contrast in lifestyle still somewhat sickened me. Who am I to complain? I'm one of those nobles, after all. Turning my head downwards, I stared into the sea, but a surprising sight awaited me there as well. Everything in the sea was visible to me. The fishing swimming deep below the surface of the water, the green algae swaying back and forth at the bottom, and even the caves that seemed to stretch for miles. Was this a reward from the dream? Considering that nothing changed in my system menu, It was improbable for this to be a direct reward from the dream, but then what else could it be? Turning away from the view of the ocean and the capital city, I had only one thought. Is there a way to turn this off? The view of the capital, tainted by its many flaws, and the view of the ocean, degraded by its complexities, was ruined for me. Glasses, maybe? I have to look into that. As I turned my head to the side, I noticed another person standing a few feet away from me. The elven princess, Alia. The moon illuminated her figure as her silver hair sparkled in the moonlight. Her beauty was simply unmatchable, even considering Irene. There was also another beauty, but I didn't dare think of her, considering the way the old Wren emerged last time. Alia's aloof personality only added to her beauty. People often desire what they can't have. Later this week, Alia would become acquainted with Liam, and her negative view of humans would change, but currently, she detests all humans. Of course, this would happen due to another incident, this time happening at the school. Alia would be a great resource for Liam as her connections and power as a princess would allow her to obtain anything Liam desired. That connection would also be helpful for me as I desperately needed dagger art, new daggers, and even glasses. Jolting me out of my thoughts, a voice sounded from her direction. What do you think? Turning my head, I scanned my surroundings to find the source of this voice. Surely, it couldn't be Alia, as she despised humans, right? But there was no one else there, the source of the voice was undoubtedly her. After realizing that, a thought popped into my head. Why don't I build a connection with her, too? Surely, she can help both Liam and me, right? Didn't I make this mistake before, caring too much about the plot? With that in mind and some of my personal feelings, I responded. A false hope. What point is there in protecting an empire? It is useless if it is already corrupted. What better way is there to bond than to share common interests? We both hate humans. The royal family was so focused on raising heroes that they forgot about the normal commoners, which led to the slums being this way. In reality, my words about corruption were also somewhat true, as the academy and government are already corrupted by jinns. I mean, the proof was her. In the upcoming incident, she would be attacked and captured by jinns, who infiltrated the academy. Maintaining her distant expression, she responded. It's too late for someone like you to say that. Now that you've lost that privilege, you complain. She knows I used to be a noble. That must make me look hypocritical. All this time, I've been sitting back and enjoying the wealth supplied by the terrible government, but as soon as I lose it, I start to whine. With those parting words, Alia turned around and left. Well, there goes that connection. Heading into class the next day, I was surprised that the 2 seats next to me were empty. However, that confusion quickly transformed into anger after checking my smartwatch. Jean, Ren, you up to skip class today? Jean, hello. Han, you there dude? Jean, whatever, Han and I skipping TMR, LMK if you're down. Of course, I want to skip. Who wants to sit through 8 hours of lecturing? However, due to Ren's previous actions, the academy would be keeping a close eye on him, so skipping even a single day of class could lead to suspension or expulsion. Sometimes, I hate that guy. After sending a quick message to let Jean and Han know I couldn't, I put down my smartwatch and awkwardly waited for the bell to ring. But then, it dawned on me. I hadn't done any homework, I had been dreaming the entire weekend. Should I just skip? What if I get called out for not doing homework? Wouldn't that be worse? Before I could come to a decision, the bell rang, and thus, my chance of escaping class was gone. As the teacher walked into the classroom, I tried to make myself as focused as possible. If the teacher called on me to explain a homework problem, I was screwed. Upon reaching the lectern, the teacher paused momentarily before turning his head to us and speaking. Today, form up into groups of 3 and spend half of the class making a slideshow on a reading. After, you will present to the class. Really? Was something like this ever mentioned in the book? Maybe, but why would I remember a mere group project when there's a whole kidnapping incident that takes place the same week? Instinctively, my gaze turned to the center of the class where the main cast sat. Zach, who didn't have a problem making friends due to his good-natured and kind personality, had already found a group. Like the good person he is, he noticed that some people were bound to be left out due to the max group size being 3, so he voluntarily left. Kevin immediately turned to Lily and asked her to join a group, and she didn't deny it. Instead, she turned to Liam and asked him the same thing. Without sparing any glances at Irene, the group of Kevin, Lily, and Liam had been formed. Maybe she does have a good reason to be a villain. I wanted to pity her, but after glancing around the classroom, I realized I was in the same predicament. Who would want to partner with a lunatic who got disowned by their family and suspended within the first month of school? Those idiots, Han and Jean, really abandoned me. Sighing, I patiently awaited the awkward words of the professor. Those who don't have a group, meet at the right corner of the class. Ignoring the glances directed towards me, I put my head down and made my way to the right side of the classroom. There sat Irene. Of course, that was expected. With her shitty personality, there was no way she would be able to make friends outside of the main cast. But what was unexpected was the person sitting only a few feet to the side of Irene. Alia. Shouldn't the elven princess have tons of friends to partner up with? Turning my head to face my elven classmates, I noticed most of them sending gazes full of pity to her. It seemed she took the bullet for the elven team and partnered up with the humans. As I sat down opposite the two, Irene looked at me with resentment and anger, while Alia didn't even acknowledge my presence and continued reading her book. What a great group dynamic. After giving a sympathetic glance to our group, the professor turned around and began assigning subtopics to each group. Group 4, Dungeon Clearing. Not bad, these two girls are smart, so I should be able to get away with doing nothing. But then, to my absolute horror, the professor continued writing. Each person in the group will present for 30 seconds. I can't just leech off them. Sure, the book portrayed Liam clearing countless dungeons in the book, so maybe I wouldn't be absolutely clueless, but, at the same time, why would the book explain the intricacies of dungeon clearing when they can just Liam overpower his way through? Looking up from her book, Alia shifted her gaze to the board and swiftly took out a piece of paper. Without giving any instructions, she immediately started writing. Out of curiosity, I peeked at her paper and was immediately amazed and confused. Why the hell is she drawing visual models? What is a boss room indicator? Clear conditions, isn't that just beating the dungeon boss? Turning away from Alia, I snuck a peek at Irene's paper and was shocked to realize that I didn't understand half the words she was using it. I missed one homework assignment, how the hell did it end up like this? Feeling left out and somewhat embarrassed, I grabbed a piece of paper from my backpack and began writing about the dungeons the novel described. After about a minute of this awkward silence, I heard a faint laugh, so I turned my head upwards and noticed Irene snickering while looking straight at my paper. I'm screwed, aren't I? How am I going to bullshit my way through this for 30 seconds? At this point, only 15 minutes were remaining, so I just began writing down absolutely anything remotely related to dungeons. Dungeon entrances. Check. Dungeon monsters. Check. Random chapter 1 vaguely remember. Check. After 10 minutes, I honestly couldn't add anything else to the paper, so I looked up from my paper to observe my partners. Of course, they looked perfectly fine, even ecstatic in Irene's case. Irene, a magic scholar at the age of 15. Alia, a elven princess who received the best education possible. Internally admitting defeat, I simply looked up to the ceiling and tried my best to suppress the urge to snap back at Irene, who had a big fat grin on her face. Didn't your entire friend group abandon you? Snapping me out of my thoughts, the teacher announced. Your time is up. Group 4, please head up first. Great, our group is first. I mean, it didn't make my situation worse, I was already at rock bottom. As the three of us made our way to the front of the class, there was an awkward moment of silence as none of us had actually discussed the order we were presenting in. However, the elven princess just started speaking first without any discussion. Things such as bushes that look out of place or rocks that can be identified as abnormal for the dungeon type can be indicators for the boss room. However, these indicators should not be confused with traps. The difference between the two lies in the dungeon type and varies with. Yeah, I'm cooked. As the 30 seconds of Alia's presentation came to close, I had an important decision to make. Do I either go second or third? At this point, I just wanted to get this thing over with and move on with my life, so I took one last glance at my paper to prepare myself. Imitating Alia's actions from earlier, I stepped forward without any discussion with Irene and began speaking. Adding on to what my teammate said, dungeons can be classified into two types, and they branch off from there. Though the book's explanations were mostly vague, they didn't skimp out on dungeon classifications due to their importance in the plot. First, we have dungeons that serve as reminders of the past. These dungeons are known to be based on events that have occurred in the past, such as the Greek-Roman War. On the other hand, yang dungeons are based on fantasy or fiction as they are not real and in turn involve mythical creatures or legends. Even after stalling through that to the best of my abilities, there was still 15 seconds remaining, so I moved on to what I called the nonsense section. Random things that were barely related to dungeons on my paper. At this point, I was already off topic as I was talking about dungeon classifications, not exploration, but still something is better than nothing, right? Moving on, classifying these dungeons are important as they help you better understand the environment and creatures contained inside. 10 seconds. The simplest way to sort these dungeons is to absorb the mana coming from within the dungeon. If your body accepts the mana, it is a yin, and if not, it is yang. As those last words escaped my mouth, I anxiously glanced around the classroom to see how it went. As expected, most of the students had confused signs on their face, probably due to my presentation not even being on topic, but on the bright side, there were no mocking expressions. Right as I was about to step back, the teacher let out a cough and said, "Ahem, students, many of you may not know of the method mentioned by Ren as it is currently a prototype and untested. For now, this hypothetical method is only known to Academy officials, so please refrain from mentioning it to others for now." Hypothetical? Prototype? Liam used this method in his first dungeon, didn't he? As I recalled the beginning of the book, something suddenly came to memory. Liam privately received this method from the headmaster as a reward, didn't he? Maybe my memory of the book is a bit lacking. How does he know of this method, then? He's not even a noble, why does he know, but not us? Even my father's guild or the number 1 guild doesn't know about it. How the hell does that idiot have that info? Stepping back, I ignored the countless questioning gazes on me, and of course, there was one gaze filled with anger. I had just revealed the method that Liam personally received, effectively making him lose his advantage and reward. What good is a method if everyone knows it? Well, tough luck, Liam. As Irene stepped forward to begin her presentation, the professor quickly said, "Ren, please see me after class." Now, how do I explain this? What if I don't? By the time Irene finished the presentation, all but a few gazes had subsided. Due my father, most people concluded it was plausible for me to know such valuable information, however, 2 people remained suspicious. Of course, Liam was one as he privately received the information, and the other was Irene. As dedicated magic researcher, and someone closely related to my family, she knew that even if my father did give me such knowledge, I would have been required to take an oath of concealment. The other simply believed that I had revealed the important information due my resentment against my father for disowning me. As the final presentation on the Dream Realm concluded, I prepared to bolt out of the door. The Academy would be more focused on concealing the information I had said right now, so I would just have to stay low for a bit. As I pondered the pros and cons, I realized that this slip-up wasn't that terrible as I no longer had to forge a plan to get back at Liam. I had done it just by instinct. Ran or I, in this case, was a natural at messing with the protagonist. As soon as the bell finally rang, I dashed out the door. Yes, I used my magic ability, dash, to escape the classroom. Finally a useful skill. However, to my dismay, there was someone who managed to follow me. Actually, not someone, a red-haired bug. How did you know? Tell me now, idiot. What else do you know? Who told you that? Tired of her incessant nagging, I finally gave in and responded. God, don't you have anything better to do? Pausing mid-sentence, I glanced back and noticed that everyone in the main cast, beside Irene, had already left. Never mind, you really don't have anything better to do. Shut it. Pfft, whatever the lady says. I will keep my mouth shut from now on. No, that's not what I meant. Tell me how you know. Tell me now, or else. Aside from the impending Jin kidnapping, which I had no reason to get involved in, there was another major issue at hand, my money situation. Wait, doesn't that sound a bit? Yeah, ignoring the kidnapping of the elven princess, I need to make some money. You would think that knowing the future would inevitably open up many ways to make money, however, you would be wrong in this case. The protagonist has the support of the Academy headmaster, Lily, who hails from a hero family and will soon have the support of the elven royal family. Why would the book waste time explaining how to make money when he can have millions with a simple, friendly conversation? Although I held a massive amount of information, revealing the wrong piece could lead to unforeseen circumstances that could end the world, and I wasn't greedy enough to risk that, at least not yet. I'm sick and tired of these disgusting cafeteria meals. I mean, my greatest advantage over everyone else in the world was that I knew the future, so why would I willingly make myself lose that advantage to make some money? Sure, you can call me selfish for not using my information to save people who originally died in the book, but that's just not me. Only someone with immense amounts of courage and integrity could willingly give up their greatest advantage to save the lives of others. That's the job of the protagonist, not me. As I reached the dorm building, an idea dawned upon me. A balance is what the world needs. Back at the amusement park, the balance was broken as Liam was far too weak, leading to fatal consequences. Right now, the balance should be back to normal. What if I sell products or information to both the bad and good sides? Sure, everyone would be stronger, but at the same time, the equilibrium would remain unchanged. A company. That's what I needed. However, a company doesn't need just products, it also needs the means to advertise and distribute. Sure, I had the product, but how would I get it out there? Thankfully, I had the perfect person in mind for this job. Though leaving the academy was normally restricted, there were countless ways to get around, and conveniently, Jean and Han seemed to know one as they skipped class without being caught. After sending a quick message to the two and acquiring the method, I wasted no time and immediately put it to use. The method was actually quite simple. The traveling club can leave the campus, so why can't other clubs? After meeting with Jean and Han, who had just returned to campus, I picked up a slip of paper from them, casually walked towards the academy's personal portal, and displayed it to guards. The capital city. Glancing at the slip of piece of paper in my hands that said multipurpose club activities, the guard gave me a quick nod before stepping aside. The area around rapidly distorted and stabilized in a few seconds to depict a bustling city filled with various people, ranging from those performing for money to those staring at their smartwatches without looking upwards. Countless designer stores and flashy models could be seen, and each building had intricate and elaborate designs. Of course, this was just the good part of the city. My destination was a far worse place. After a couple of minutes, the bustling city scenery had transformed. The area before me was now riddled with broken-down buildings and beggars plastered everywhere. Paying no heed to my surroundings, I entered a dark alley before stopping abruptly at one of the building doors. Knock. Tap. Knock. Tick. As the stars illuminate the night sky. Without any hesitance or uncertainty in my tone, I calmly responded. So do our dreams guide us through darkness. The door swung open, revealing an eerie set of stairs that seemed to go down forever. However, I maintained my confident demeanor and walked down the stairs. After a couple of seconds of walking down the never-ending stairs, I felt my surroundings shift for a second, and when I redirected my gaze back to the stairs, there sat a pair of wooden doors at the bottom. Spatial magic. Opening the two wooden doors, the scenery in front of me bore an uncanny resemblance to the sight I had witnessed when I first stepped out of the portal. The only difference was that the buildings were less modern, and there were hundreds of stands that resembled those of a night market on Earth, lined up with each sporting a different amenity. Artifacts, swords, spells, magic circles, and, at the very top of it all, information guilds. However, I ignored all the extravagant stands and made my way to the very end of the black market. As I descended further into the market, the appearance of the stands deteriorated greatly. At some point, there weren't even stands as people simply held up signs while leaving their products on the floor. After another 2 minutes of walking, I paused. Unlike the other sellers, the person before me was not enthusiastic or eager. He simply sat down with his swords, not even looking upward to face his potential buyers. The boy had dark, messy, and ungroomed black hair to complement his black eyes. His frail figure and tattered clothes portrayed his struggles. Countless people walked by and bumped into me, completely ignoring the seller. However, I was not fooled. Despite his ragged appearance, his onyx black eyes held an unmistakable glimmer. His ambition and desire to win remained unchanged in a terrible and hopeless situation. Not only that, but the boy still had the audacity to sell fake artifacts, and worst of all, it seemed to be working, as there were only 2 swords left next to the boy. Keep in mind that this boy was the same age as me. In a few years from now, this boy would become the undisputed leader of the chaotic black market as his various businesses reigned supreme. However, now he was mine. A wide grin appeared on my face, and a tiny chuckle unknowingly escaped my mouth. The boy tilted his head upwards at the sound of my chuckle and coiled back upon witnessing my expression, yet he quickly regained his composure and matched my smile. Looking for a sword? Well, I can tell you that these sword artifacts are the best of the best. This sword to my right was personally sold to me by a member of the Montclair family, and the one on the left. Don't even get me started, the sword saint was said to have touched it. Tell me about the right one. Yes, that famous Montclair family personally forged this sword. Due to some struggles, I'm in desperate need of money, so I'm willing to part with this sword for far less than its value. You know, sir, you must go home and pray to the gods for coming around at this time, for this sword's price is only 5 gold coins. You heard me correctly, 5. The once sullen boy turned into a professional salesman as he practically screamed the last few words. That's right, it was all a trap from the start. Using his dark appearance, he intended to lure in new customers as who wouldn't be curious about the one silent boy sitting down while everyone else is standing up and screaming out advertisements. Then, doing a complete 180, he entrapped the customer. However, he had met his match this time. Selling fake items in the black market comes with a high price. However, this boy had made up such exaggerated rumors that one couldn't confirm whether they were actually real or false. Therefore, in the case one of his swords was discovered as fake, he would ask the customer for evidence, and of course, they would be unable to confirm it as he would ensure that the tale of the sword involved important and unattainable people. A blacksmithing report wouldn't suffice as evidence, as the boy could say that the sword was meant to be a throwaway or a failure attempt by the family, so its poor quality was explained. And the customer couldn't possibly ask these people about the sword's origins, so there was no evidence of it being fake. Grabbing the sword from the boy's hands, I admired it briefly, before chuckling and saying, "I'll take it." "Good choice, my sir, if you hadn't, you would have forever lamented your decision at this moment. You'll be the one lamenting this moment real soon, kid." After exchanging the 5 gold coins, I grabbed the sword and played around with it for a bit, but I didn't move from my spot. After a few more minutes of this, the boy let out a chuckle, probably presuming that I believed it to be fake, and said, "Is there a problem, my sir?" Yes, I believe this sword to be fake." What an accusation. Do you understand the rules of the black market? This false accusation could ruin my life. You must know that evidence is required. Letting out a chuckle, I grabbed a small card from my jacket pocket and handed it to him, before saying, "Don't worry, I'll have evidence. Student ID, Ren Montclair, /year, 01. Of course, this was a bluff, and if he had called me out, I would have had no way of contacting my father to prove that the sword was fake. The boy's calm and confident posture quickly crumbled, and I saw him tense his legs, presumably preparing to run. However, it was too late. I had already expected this and preemptively activated the 5-second period of dash. In less than a second, I was already in front of him and holding his right arm. No longer enthusiastic or sullen, the boy angrily spat out, "What do you want with me?" He wasn't stupid. I must have known the sword was a fake from the start, considering he mentioned my family, which means I had bought the sword knowing it was a fraud. Grabbing him by his right shoulder, I started walking, dragging him behind me. This isn't the place to talk. After exiting the black market and returning to a relatively safe part of the city, I entered a cafe with him and sat down. "What do you want with me?" His attitude does not falter even when faced with severe punishment. He really is perfect for the job. Grabbing another coin from my pocket, I flipped it upwards and said, "Work with me." On the other hand, Raven, the boy with black hair, was extremely confused. He was half expecting to be sold into a labor camp or even slavery, but this person wanted to work with him. It wasn't even an ask, it was a demand. If he denied it, he knew this person would undoubtedly report him to the black market, and from there, it would be over. Not even pretending to mull it over, Raven responded, "I don't have a choice, do I?" Then, a smile appeared on the mysterious man's face. Why couldn't I have just been sold into a labor camp? What the hell is this creepy guy planning to do with me, and why is he smiling? It seems you understand your situation quite well. What is there to understand? You're blatantly blackmailing me. First, this person is a noble member of the Montclair family. What could he want from me, a mere commoner? Countless possibilities immediately drifted into Raven's head, each involving gruesome torture and pain. Snapping Raven out of his thoughts, the creepy noble spoke once again. A company. Us two are going to start a company. Without waiting for Raven's response, the creepy person handed over a piece of paper. On the piece of paper, there seemed to be an intricately drawn circle. Only one thought flashed through Raven's head. What the hell is this? A business and this circle? Is this some ploy? Oh my lord, what torture is awaiting me? Please just kill me. That piece of paper is an advanced healing circle, more developed than any other out there. Look long and hard, you'll copy it onto many more papers and sell it. Why me? God, why me? What evil concoction is awaiting me? What have I done to deserve this fate? I've been a good boy always and forever. Raven only noticed that he had voiced these thoughts out loud after the evil person across him broke into a fit of laughter. Pfft. Is he laughing at my pain and suffering? Raven, someone who had never even thought of God before this time, immediately assumed a praying stance. Save me. After calming down the boy in front of me and ordering him a pastry to display my kindness, I reassessed the situation. The boy's name was Raven. He looked like he was on the verge of starvation due to his slender body, and he was the epitome of poverty with torn clothes and ungroomed hair. In 3 years, he would be the undisputed leader of the black market, and his businesses would even expand into the real world. All alone and at rock bottom, he climbed and scratched his way up to the top. That was the person I needed for my business. But, who the hell was this boy in front of me? The Raven I know was fierce and power-hungry, unwilling to kneel on the ground and pray to God for salvation. As a sigh unknowingly escaped my mouth, I realized I was already too far in. As future comrades in business, we needed to trust each other, and there was not even a semblance of that right now. I could theoretically force him to join me, as I have blackmail on him, but that would just lead to the business failing, as he would do the bare minimum. As Raven grew up in the slums, where trust was non-existent, there was only one way to gain his faith. A mana contract. As Raven stared at the pastry sitting in front of me, various thoughts flooded through his head. Is he trying to butter me up? This is some sort of scheme, right? Carefully picking up a fork, Raven, who had used utensils to eat maybe 3 times in his entire life, awkwardly maneuvered his silverware to the cake and picked up a small piece. So what if it's a trick? At this point, I might as well enjoy it. As the strawberry cake entered his mouth, an immediate sense of euphoria washed over Raven. His taste buds began to dance in joy as the piece of cake sat on his tongue, and all he could think about was the sweet taste of the cake. More. I want more. Rather than saving and conserving the food like usual, Raven immediately went in for another bite. Is this heaven? In less than a minute, the entire cake slice was gone, and all that was left was an empty plate. As Raven stared at the empty plate with unimaginable sorrow, he noticed the noble slide over a seemingly normal piece of paper. However, glancing at the paper a second time, Raven immediately understood what it was. Having done business in the black market for over 2 years, there was no way he couldn't know what a mana contract was. The black market was dark and treacherous, so mana contracts were often signed to ensure both parties held up their side of the deal. But for Raven, mana contracts were his archnemesis, weakness, and enemy. He couldn't sign those, he was a fraud. He couldn't sign a contract saying that the weapon was real. Party B will work under Party A and obey all requests from Party A. In exchange, 10% of all profits will be handed to Party B. The contract was simple and straightforward, so simple that someone like Raven, with no education, could understand it with one glance. However, that actually had the opposite effect on Raven. He was even more confused than ever now. Raven understood his situation, the other person had all the leverage, but he had nothing. So, then, why in the world would the other person offer him a mana contract when they could just blackmail him? Seeing the hesitant Raven, the noble spoke up. If you sign, I'll buy you another slice of cake. Raven immediately signed the contract using his mana. One might think that his signing was hasty and premature, however, it was an easy decision for Raven. Pick the better of the 2 evils. Either deny and possibly be handed over to the black market for fraud, or just accept. The decision was a piece of cake. After a moment, the contract shined white, signifying that both parties had voluntarily and non-forcibly signed the contract, before disintegrating into pieces and disappearing. Ahem, sir, the cake. Call me boss, and it'll be here in a second. While Raven anxiously awaited the arrival of the cake, Ren used the opportunity to start explaining his idea. The idea was actually quite simple, but of course, it could only be done by someone who knew information from the future. Healing circles were currently the most popular magic amenity, as within seconds, you could instantly heal any minor injury with only a bit of mana. So, shouldn't Ren's healing circle with better effects and healing times sell amazingly in the market? Boss, if these magic circles can be created just by drawing on a piece of paper, why are they worth so much? Can't you just redraw one you buy? A magic circle can't be replicated by just looking at it, you need to learn each fluid and specific motion from someone to replicate it. Wait, does that mean I have T-dash? Yep, you'll be learning starting now. Fortunately, I had already drawn about 100 of the advanced healing circles, so Raven could start selling them immediately while also learning how to draw them. After sliding over a backpack filled with the circles, the two of us exited the cafe. Boss, I don't know who you think I am, but I can't just sell these circles to people. They'll need evidence and credibility. Then, make evidence and credibility. Raven, who had lost all hope in escaping this situation, decided to accept his circumstances, so he inwardly began planning. For evidence, he could hire people to get hurt and then display the effectiveness of the circle and the credibility he could build up over time. Of course, Raven had no idea whether the circle was effective, but he had no choice but to trust his boss. After planning everything, only one problem remained. Boss, I'll need some money to get the business started. They needed a vendor's license, an exquisite stand to attract customers, some employees, and materials. However, Raven wasn't considerably worried about that. After all, his boss was a noble, and not just any noble, a direct descendant of a hero family, and he had to have tons of money. At those words, Ren froze for a second. He had just spent the last of his money buying the cake. How much will you need? 25 gold coins should be enough for the first month. However, more would be better. This kid, how can he ask for 25 gold coins like it's nothing? Ah, right, I'm noble in his eyes. This last name of mine brings more trouble than good. As Ren approached the bridge to the academy, with Raven following close behind, he decided on a plan. He had completed the sea god's blessed quest in the dream, so shouldn't the sea bless him with money? So what if my debt to the serpent increases by 50 gold coins? Would it really make a difference? Of course, the river surrounding the capital was well known for the sea crystals and various treasures that were hidden inside, so it wasn't a complete gamble. Also, he could see underwater perfectly, so his chances of finding a sea crystal were increased. Standing at the ledge, Ren stared down into the water, examining each inch of the water carefully to find a crystal. Crystals can be found in a variety of habitats and are expensive due to their usefulness. Since they contain mana inside them, they can be used to make mana potions or artifacts with special attributes. On the other hand, Raven confusedly walked to the ledge beside Ren, trying his best to ignore the awkward silence, and looked down as well. However, all he could see was the dark blue surface of the ocean. What exactly was this noble looking at? A boss, what a dash. Quiet. Shutting his mouth, Raven gave up on trying to discover whatever hidden motive this noble had. Was the world always this complicated? Can't I go back to just scamming idiots in the black market? Wait, but then the cake, would I have eaten it? Disrupting Raven's thoughts, he looked to the side to see that his boss had finally made a move, but it was in the wrong direction. Ren, having finally found a crystal, had no hesitation as he jumped off the ledge and straight into the water. Boss, if you die, can I have your dash? Ignoring his annoying subordinate, Ren embraced the coldness of the seawater and used the momentum from his jump to fall all the way to the sea floor. Countless fish immediately encircled him, however, Ren paid them no attention and swam towards the glistening crystal in the distance. After reaching the crystal, Ren attempted to pull it out, and it came right out despite being lodged in the rough sand for who knows how many years. That wasn't the only peculiarity Ren noticed. He realized that despite being underwater for more than 2 minutes, he hadn't felt the need to get air at all, and maybe the most obvious sign was the countless fish encircling him like a shield. Even the bitter coldness of the water didn't affect him, in fact, it almost made him feel more comfortable. Is this what a sea god's blessed is? After swimming up to the surface and climbing back up to the ledge, Ren handed the crystal over to the bewildered Raven. Boss, aren't you cold? Looking down, Ren saw that all his clothes were drenched and his hair dripped with water. It was evening, so the temperature was cold as well. Despite all that, Ren felt perfectly fine. In contrast, Raven felt cold by just staring at the dripping Ren. However, he didn't question further as he had already given up on understanding his boss. After exchanging contacts, Ren returned to the academy, still dripping with water. The portals were all closed by now, so he opted to walk on the bridge to head back. Ren re-entered the academy after receiving a couple of glances from the guards due to his drenched appearance. Having skipped dinner, Ren decided to grab a quick meal before heading to his dorm room to dry up. Even though the water didn't affect his comfort, he didn't want to be seen roaming around completely soaked. Far too many rumors were circulating around him, and he didn't plan to start any more. However, as he neared the cafeteria's entrance, 3 figures could be seen standing nearby. A girl with red hair, a girl with white hair, and finally, a girl that almost immediately evoked countless emotions from Ren. Irene, Alya, and Lily. Calming himself down, Ren took a step back. What reason could these 3 have to meet? Alya and Irene don't have connections to Liam yet, so there should be no reason, right? Those 3 had absolutely no similarities aside from their relations with Liam. A plot change. Who changes the plot? That's me. Don't tell me. A similarity between the 3 immediately popped into my head. All 3 of them dislike me.